Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please be seated. Please welcome Rabbi Daniel Lapin with today's invocation.
I just returned from Jerusalem, where the thrill was not once or twice a nightly visits to the air raid shelter, but the real thrill was walking the streets that were walked by Isaiah the prophet 2,500 years ago, and by realizing that any child on the street could read and understand the words written by that prophet so long ago. Real, enduring continuity. And the words of the Torah have never been silent in the streets of Jerusalem. And the phrases that echo again and again, even strange phrases, like chapter 5 of Genesis, reciting a list of generations from Adam to Noah, and chapter 11 of Genesis, reciting a long list of generations from Noah to Abraham, 10 in each case. Ancient Jewish wisdom points out that what it's telling us is that the average period, the average duration of an epoch, the average duration of an empire or a culture or a society is about 10 generations. And many writers have become aware and spoken of how it is that the very affluence that is produced by the courageous and courage and fortitude of the early founders evolves from affluence eventually into decadence and leading to an internal decline, and the culture goes down, usually a journey of 10 generations. And a generation in our time is typically 25 years. You look at a picture of a family and grandpa's about 70 and he may have a son of 50 and a grandson of 25 and maybe there's a baby in arms. And so 10 generations in the chapter 5 and chapter 11 of Genesis, it seems to correspond to a period of about 250 years. And sure enough, General John Glubb, a military historian of Great Britain, pointed out that epochs in cultures and empires seem to last about that long. The Spanish Empire, from about 1450 with the reclamation of the Iberian Peninsula to the War of Spanish Succession, 1700, about 250 years. British Empire, from the Act of Union in about 1700 to 1950, the loss of India, the loss of the colonies, the loss of the pound sterling as the reserve currency of the world. And so the Romanov Empire ending with the abdication of Tsar Nicholas in 1917, again, roughly 250 years. That seems to be the pattern. And my friends, we are about to celebrate the 250th year of our great country. And I pray that we follow the pattern of Isaiah the prophet and his descendant kicking a ball around the streets of Jerusalem today, rather than the pattern of the 250 years predicted in Genesis chapter 5 and Genesis chapter 11, and reinforced by the story of empires in the history of the world. We, I pray, will endure so as that 250 years will be a milestone on a glorious journey of the United States of America and not a terminus point. And for that to happen, we have to follow the model of Isaiah the prophet. We have to follow the model of loyalty to the underlying foundations and the basic principles for which the entire enterprise was created in the first place. And so I pray that this important organization and this crucial conference plays its role with wisdom, with strength, and with determination to make sure that our country remains faithful to its founding principles, remains faithful to the Judeo-Christian underpinnings of its civilization, and that we are able to celebrate the 250th birthday, the same as, God willing, we will celebrate the 300th and the 350th birthday in God's good time. Let us say, Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to vote in the CPAC straw poll in your app. The CPAC straw poll will close Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
Some wireless companies say that they stand for something. What exactly do they stand for, and why won't they say it out loud? Let me tell you what Patriot Mobile stands for. They stand for the lives of the unborn. They stand for the Second Amendment and the right to protect yourself and your family. They stand for our veterans and first responders who sacrifice so much for our freedom. Make the switch to Patriot Mobile today and support a company that doesn't just say they stand for something, but one that stands for the things that matter the most.
As Congress stalls on AI, it's the states, red and blue, stepping up to protect Americans. Texas banned discriminatory AI and cracked down on deepfakes. Utah now requires you to be told when you're talking to AI. Tennessee's Elvis Act protects your voice and likeness. Montana, Florida, Arkansas, and Pennsylvania are all taking action. This is what Americans want. Across all ages and incomes, Americans are in support of states taking the lead and keeping families safe.
Good morning and welcome to CPAC 2026, Actions Over Words. Ladies and gentlemen, this is No Nukes for Jihad, a fireside chat with CEO of United Against Nuclear Iran, Ambassador Mark Wallace, and host of This America with Rich Valdez.
Ambassador? Good morning, CPAC. Man, so we were in the green room. We were talking about a lot of things about nuclear Iran, ending the nuclear threat in Iran, and it came up, a battle of bad dad jokes.
I'm scared because he's good.
and if there's time at the end, we might get into it. But I'm going to start this by saying, and shout out to Matt Schlapp. I was talking to Matt Schlapp at CPAC Hungary just a few days ago, and we were talking with some of the folks that were attending from different parts of Europe, and there was a disparate opinion on how big the threat is of a nuclear Iran. Some saying, oh, they had no threats, that's the United States, they want to get into forever wars. Others saying, no, you have to go after this is a radical threat and it must be ended. Ambassador Mark Wallace, talk to me. You not only served as an ambassador, but your current role with UANI. Talk to us on where you come down on this issue.
Look, I think we have to put the issue squarely on the table. The forever war that has dominated the world, dominated the American economy, caused countless casualties of Americans, caused a risk premium in your wallet and pocketbook because of controlling the Straits of Hormuz. All roads lead to Tehran. So there has been a forever war in the Middle East because the Iranians, their mantra is death to America, death to Israel, death to Saudi Arabia. President Trump said and did something different. Every president, and I've worked with every one of them, and I've had to work with some of the Democratic ones that I've not agreed with. Every president has kicked the can of this problem down the road as it's gotten more and more dangerous and costly to Americans. For 47 years, Americans have been dying, and our allies have been dying at the hand of Iran and its proxies. And for 47 years, you all have been paying countless more dollars when you fill up your tank of gas because the major terrorist state in the world controls the Strait of Hormuz. The president saw two things. He saw Iran developing advanced ballistic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, building a massive ballistic missile program, still pursuing a nuclear program with 1,000 pounds of enriched fissile material, and an already weakened leadership. And he matched that threat with opportunity, and he said, I'm going to end this forever war. He said, no more. I'm not going to kick the can down the road. And our incredible military, frankly, that has gotten so strong, that's right, our incredible military. That military that has been honed over 25 years has performed so brave in an admirable manner. And they are our heroes. And he is ending that forever war. So I talk to a lot of you. I've been attending CPACs, I think, when I first started 25 years ago. Do not believe the headlines that we are somehow losing this war, Iran is getting the best of us, or that we are in a forever war. That was not who President Trump is. I've worked for presidents like that have engaged in decisions that have ended in wars that have gone on for too long. That's not what this president's doing. That's not what this conflict is. Do not believe the headlines. Please, let's cheer our troops and celebrate the successes and celebrate the Iranian women and men and who are here in this audience that want to be free of the greatest terrorist state in the world. This is an incredible moment where the president says, I'm not going to be conventional. I'm going to do it different. I won't kick the can down the road. And remember, kick the can down the road was the official policy of multiple presidents stated on North Korea. And look at where North Korea is now, a nuclear weapon. He said we will not allow Iran to get there.
Ambassador Mark Wallace, you mentioned something about disinformation and how disinformation is permeating the airwaves. And as President Trump would say, because of the fake news, right? The fake news in the back. But I think it's more than the fake news. I think they're actively trying to disinform and using propaganda to make this a cultural divide in America, to try and divide those that were against the nuclear Iran, to get them in different disparate factions. Talk to us about the role that disinformation is playing at this current time.
I did a television show, a big one the other day, and the host was a friend of mine. He pulls me into the green room, pulls up his computer, and he goes, look at these headlines. World war breaking across the world, America facing defeat in Iran. And he goes, Mark, I've never seen the fake news. And this was a friendly place, mostly. And I said, it's also a little bit in this network where he goes, I know. It's as if we can't get past the real news because we do things in secret. Our military doesn't broadcast necessarily its ongoing efforts and its ongoing actions. But the fake news that is somehow trying to drive a wedge in the Republican Party and in this crowd, I think is dishonest and dishonorable. Look, it's just dishonorable. Americans are in harm's way. Now, I won't say to any person in this crowd or any speaker that doesn't agree with it. That's our right. We're a big party, we're a big tent, and that's fine. But it is dishonorable when the conventional news media puts out news, and I'm friends with a lot of them. I see it, and he goes, Mark, it's ratings. I hear this from all of them, and we don't have anybody else who'll say it, and criticizing President Trump is the thing to do. But let's be serious. He is ending the Middle East forever war right now. And you will be paying less at the gas pump, which is important because our economy matters and what our home life matters. But more importantly, the terror state, the head of the octopus, the tentacles of these terror groups is being decimated when no president had the courage to do it previously.
Amen to that. Now, Ambassador, this is an interesting place that I think we're in, right? You know, I'm scrolling the other day on Twitter, and I see the first video come out. It's President Trump, the war in Iran is over, right? Fantastic. Then next, I see, who is it? Bibi Netanyahu, and he says, we are here, nobody's forcing my hand, the president's in charge. Third video, some new general from the IRGC I'd never seen in my years of following the news saying, don't believe the fake news, we've got this, we're ready to take things on. And I'm thinking, hey, it doesn't look that good from my perspective. What's going on here?
First of all, propaganda war is almost as viable right now as real war, except it causes people to kill and die. But a lot of that is propaganda. Look, no one is forcing America to do and protect its interests in itself. If you think anybody can direct and convince or manipulate Donald Trump into some sort of action, maybe you guys haven't seen what I've seen over the last decade in American politics. And more importantly, he sees the threat and he sees the opportunity. But the news media, when you go out, every one of you has a cell phone, mobile phone, cell phone, I'm showing my age. Go out and Google Iran news, and I promise you the top 10 hits will be war going badly, blah, blah, blah. You have to understand, we have decimated Iran's leadership, largely decimated its ballistic missile programs, its Shahed drone program. I was the guy with the Shahed here last year. I own 2 of them. I'm the only guy in private hands. Shows you I truly am an Iran geek. First dad joke. That I have a Shahed drone, and we had it here. But what it shows is we've decimated that leadership. We're decimating their abilities. Just yesterday, a guy, the IRGC naval commander, Alireza Tanzgiri, who again has to be a true Iran geek to know who he is, but he was the man that controlled the Strait of Hormuz. He died 2 days ago. We had called for his designation and his killing years ago. Even President Biden had sent the USS Baton Group because of the threats from the IRGC Navy. President Trump has eliminated that Navy. No longer should the Strait of Hormuz be the tax and premium on the global economy to the tune of trillions of dollars.
I want to ask 2 questions here. One is, a lot of people think that the Iranians are some sort of primitive rock-throwing army. I think it's a mistake to underestimate them. Your thoughts?
Look, there's no doubt. This might upset my Iranian friends and family in this audience here. But this is a country, and they're an established military and bureaucracy. They can't hold a candle to the United States of America, but they have deep levels of support. We're probably on the third or fourth level of that leadership. And the Ayatollah, before his timely demise, made sure he purified and made sure that these guys were true believers. But we are getting to the point where one of them is going to say, no longer am I going to shoot women in the eye. No longer are we going to kill innocents in the street. I have family, no more, and we'll hopefully make a deal. There are only two options. The regime's going to fall, period. The question is, the regime's going to fall. And again, this may upset my Iranian brothers and sisters in the audience. Either we are able to remove the regime in our efforts right now, or we have a much weakened regime that does some sort of deal with the United States and the West that is so decimated, the Iranian people will still rise up and defeat this regime. Because ultimately, I support the Iranian people. I don't take sides on the Iranian people. It is not for us to say to the Iranian people how they will have their next government. It's up to the Iranian people. And they are brave, and they are courageous, and they are willing to go into the streets. 30, this regime killed, imagine protesting in the streets and killing 30 to 40,000 of your own people and having the courage to turn into the streets and charge into gunfire because of what you believe. You all know George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, but there were great American patriots that died on Bunker Hill. Some names you probably don't know. There are many brave Iranian men and women that are dying on the Bunker Hill against the Ayatollah's regime now. It's our job to do everything we can to support them for our own national security, for our allies' national security, and because it's right. The Iranian people are brave and courageous.
Ambassador Mark Wallace, we've got a couple of minutes left, and I want to cover two things if we can. The first one being, you said we've gone through a couple of layers of IRGC.
Yep.
One of them being the Ayatollah, Ali Khamenei, right? Out. Next, Moshtaba. Nobody's seen this guy, the son. Who knows if he's alive? How far deep do we have to go to eliminate the radicalized element that exists within the Islamic Republic of Iran?
It's a very good question, and I don't know the answer. Because I know, and I'm happy to talk to you all about it, I know the names of all the leadership, multiple layers. I do this for a living. I've been doing this longer than almost anybody in the world. And I know them by name. I know who they are, and most of them are dead. The likely next interim leader is probably somebody I don't know, and our intelligence services don't know. And that they will rise up and say they're no longer going to attack the brave men and women of Iran, and they no longer want to die from a drone strike or a missile strike, and they want to move on. And that will be complicated for the Iranian people because it could be a regime person, and we have to be honest about that. But the reality is, the next one, if it's internal, it's somebody that we likely don't know, or if the Iranian people rise up when it's safe to go on the streets, which we've seen their willingness to do in the past, it could be one of the brave organizers of that opposition.
Ambassador Mark Wallace, I want to thank you, and I want to ask you a question. Right, I'm walking down the street. The honorific for a guy like me and like most of the people here is Mr. Sir. I'm a talk show host. But the honorific for a guy like you is Your Excellency. Talk to me about how often do people call you Your Excellency, and do you when they say Sir, do you go, no, it's Your Excellency?
I agreed to do this with you, but I did know that you turned your back on me in the green room, and I was a little upset that you didn't show me the respect of not walking out backwards. I will do this again, but I expect Excellency, the honorific, and your ambassador. The best dad joke is having the title ambassador in the United States. It's a big deal everywhere else, but we're Americans. We don't go by titles. That's not who we are, right? But no turning your back on me.
That's it.
No turning your back on me.
Ambassador Mark Wallace, I want to thank you. CPAC, I want to thank you too. This is such an interesting issue, an issue that I think is going to continue to affect both Americans and Persians alike and everybody in the region. And it's my hope that we come up with a solution that will secure the strait and allow the Iranian people to move forward. Thank you, sir.
Have confidence in President Trump. It's okay to have different opinions, but don't believe that news media. We are ending a forever war right now. Thank you all.
Is in a spiritual battle, and millions are searching for truth, hope, and faith. His glory is bringing the gospel of Jesus Christ to the world through media, ministry, and community. Together, we are standing for faith, freedom, and truth. Join the movement at hisglory.me.
America is at a crossroads. The primaries of 2026 are here, and the choices made now will shape what comes next. This election season, David and Tim Barton joined the Victory News team with real-time results, clear analysis, and a biblical perspective. It's clarity before the choice, faith in action. America stands election coverage in the spirit of faith, only on the Victory Channel.
This isn't a cabinet. It's a CPAC fantasy league.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
Puts a very bright light on the two-tiered system of justice that only seems to go after President Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination. He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job. He's a very inquisitive person who loves to talk about the economy.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
In a time of broken promises, one man stood apart and kept his word. He secured the border, unleashed American energy dominance, cut taxes, defended women's sports, crushed crime, ended government weaponization, brought back jobs, defunded Planned Parenthood, cut off USAID giveaways, ended taxpayer funding for PBS and NPR, and protected American values. Promises made, promises kept. Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the CPAC Candidate Roundup. Please welcome CPAC Chairman, the Honorable Matt Schlapp, CPAC Board members, Jim McLaughlin, Veronica Birkenstock, and Dr. Brooke Miller.
Come on, be happy. Be happy, CPAC. I know we kept you up late, and I know it's early, but come on. That's nice. So I wanted to first say we started off this morning right. We had Rosary Gym this morning at 8 a.m.
No better way to start the day.
Led by Jack Posobiec, and the room was filled. So it's a nice way to start. And I just have to say once again, thank you for your wonderful Lone Star State hospitality. I grew up in Houston, Texas as a little kid. I said that so you'd give me a cheer, and now I'm going to tell you I was a Houston Oilers fan. Now you can boo me, okay? And maybe that's so long ago you don't even remember, but love you, Blue. And we have a really fantastic board of directors at CPAC. We got Dr. Brooke Miller, who was on our panel on CPAC Yellowstone. Brooke is a cattle rancher, and he is the Schlapp family physician. We found Brooke in the middle of this crazy thing called Chinese Corona, and Brooke was willing, I hope I don't get you refired, Brooke was willing to give us this hot medicine called ivermectin. Can you imagine? Sorry, Brooke, if that gets you further decertified, but you're a hero to us. Jim McLaughlin, one of President Trump's pollsters, someone that gives us a lot of great political advice on the board. Jim, thanks for all the great work you do. There are two brave people in Washington. You know this, Lindell. Two brave people in Washington. Whoever operates the president's teleprompter, brave. Whoever tells the president that he's not at 100%, brave, brave. And Veronica Birkenstock, who helps. You're the show me the money gal. You watch the money, you make sure that we don't spend too much, you make sure that we're careful with our expenses. Veronica lived in Frisco here in Texas for years and years and years. You're still basically a Texan. And thank you for all you do, Veronica. So without further ado, we're gonna be very involved, CPAC's gonna be very involved in campaigns this year, and we know that's what you care about, actions over words. We don't want to elect people who just tell us stuff. We want to elect people who are going to do stuff and the right stuff. And these are the candidates that we have today. So without further ado, the former Lieutenant Governor of New York, a wonderful conservative voice on Newsmax and in media everywhere. She's running for governor of Connecticut to get rid of the income tax. Betsy McCaughey.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am running for governor of Connecticut to eliminate the state income tax. And I'm calling on all of you to launch a tax revolution, 1776, 2026, against the taxaholic Democrats and socialists in our blue states. That's right. Eliminating the income tax will make Connecticut the tax haven of the Northeast. Think Florida without the palm trees, right? States with no income tax are flourishing. States with high income taxes are in an economic death spiral. Meanwhile, the spineless governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, is kowtowing to socialist Zohran Mamdani and raising taxes in New York. And I'm going to stand on the Connecticut-New York border and say to companies and families, come on over. We're open for business. Let me say, in conclusion, I want to pay tribute to our great president, Donald Trump, the most fearless, strongest president in our time. Yes. And to Republicans in blue states, do not be cowed by Trump derangement syndrome. Do not be silenced by what you hear from the Democrats, especially when they coddle illegal immigrants and vilify ICE. Stand with our president. He cowers to no one, and neither should we. Thank you to CPAC for this endorsement, and fight, fight, fight. Axe the taxes, axe the taxes. Thank you.
Look at this. You're perfect. It takes a true professional to give her speech with the perfect timing. Way to go, Betsy. The next person needs no further introduction. Mike Lindell's been very brave as he's advocated for free and fair elections for President Donald Trump. And as all of this, my mom's here, I gotta be careful, crap is being uncovered in Minnesota, it's about time we had a governor of Minnesota that doesn't do all these strange things with his legs and arms and as he walks out. So Mike, take it away.
Thank you. You know, it seems like a long time ago when the president had me speak at the Rose Garden right before the virus, and the one thing I said, a nation had turned its back on God. We had taken God out of our schools, and we need to spend time getting back in the Word, spending time with our families, and praying for God's grace. Well, God did give us grace when he did in early January of 21, when they deplatformed 1.2 million people, Americans, on Vimeo, YouTube, Zuckerberg's Facebook, Jack Dorsey's Twitter. The only voice that I had was getting attacked by the media to get the truth out. And thank you, CPAC gave me that voice. And and right now in Minnesota, in my home state, Amy Klobuchar took the place of Tim Walz because of his corruption. And Amy and I agreed back in 2018. We both agreed that we had to secure our elections and get to paper ballots hand counted. And she was fighting the fraud then. But here's what happened then. I went on for 5 years and spent millions and tens of millions of dollars fighting the fraud. Amy went to the government, got $30 billion brought into Minnesota only to be taken by fraud. So when I'm running, and here's what's going on in Minnesota right now, you wouldn't even know I'm running. The media there, they understand me. I use them to attack. They're not even attacking me. So I need CPAC, once again, I need you guys to get the word out. It's MikeLindellGov.com. MikeLindellGov.com. I need your support and help to get the word out that I'm running. I'm following our great president's campaign strategy. I'm doing rallies all over Minnesota in spite of them. And you'll be, and with your voice and with CPAC's voice now today, we will get the word out, and I have a path to win Minnesota.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you. How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No. That was the wrong answer. Let me try it again. How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No. Can someone bring some coffee out for the people of CPAC?
I know.
We've got to keep this House majority. How many of you agree with that? We got to keep Mike Johnson as Speaker, and we got to add to the number of people who will go to the United States House of Representatives and push for the Trump agenda. Someone who believes in that, a proud Nevada veteran and wonderful person, David Flippo, is running in Nevada's 2nd District. David, come tell the people of CPAC why you have earned CPAC's endorsement.
How we doing, CPAC?
Let me just stand here.
We got any Nevada in the house? Arizona, we got the red wall to build out there. I'm David Flippo. I'm running for Congress in Nevada's 2nd District. 23 years ago this month, I was in Iraq. I was capturing the air bases, standing them up to get aircraft on the ground. I talked to airmen. I had 1,000 airmen, talking to them like I am right now with you, and not a single one of them backed down. So don't listen to the media when you hear that we have soldiers, airmen, Marines, and sailors out there questioning whether what we're doing right now is right or wrong. I am 100% convinced that our airmen and our soldiers, Marines, and sailors are 100% on board. Absolutely. We're in another fight right now. We're in another fight against the wokeness. And I'm part of that red wall in Nevada. And we're putting that red wall up to keep to the west of us that wokeness. We have to do that. But it's not just the left that we got to worry about. I'm running against a Republican candidate who voted to give driver's license to illegals. He voted for diversity quotas, and he voted for Planned Parenthood funding. We have to be careful who we elect in Congress. I did not spend 14 years of my life in the desert to have the woke left take this country over. We are in a fight. We're in a fight for our country. And it is time. It is time we all stand up. I'm running for Nevada's 2nd District. I'm David Flippo. Flippo for Nevada. Let's make this happen.
All right. Good job, David. So I think you all know that, by the way, it's Nevada. It's not Nevada. Who are these people that say Nevada, David? You know what they are? They live in Manhattan, New York. That's who they are. But as you know, CPAC rates all the senators, all the U.S. senators, all the congressmen, all the governors, all the state senators, and all the state representatives. And Joe Mitchell has been with us at CPAC time and time again. And when he's young now, but he was even younger, he was in the Iowa state legislature and earned a 92% lifetime CPAC rating. So he's the real deal. And we are very proud to give him our endorsement in Iowa's 2nd District. So Joe Mitchell, come up and tell the people of CPAC why Iowa needs another conservative congressman.
Well, Matt, this is quite larger than any No Kings rally I've ever seen, isn't it? A better looking crowd, too. So, Matt, thank you so much for the endorsement. Give a hand to the CPAC staff and to the board, please. So, my name's Joe Mitchell. I'm running for United States Congress in Iowa. And there's 3 things we're running on. Number 1, I'm not taking any corporate PAC money, okay? So that means no money from Pfizer, no money from BlackRock, no money from Wells Fargo. We don't need their money. We only need money from the people like yourself. The second thing is we got to have term limits. I don't want to be up there when I'm 80 years old, okay? I'm 28, so I don't want to be up there in 50 years from now. So, and then the third thing is you got to stop this insider trading. So you have people like Nancy Pelosi, You have people like Nancy Pelosi, they go up there, they're worth about $2, and they come out and they're worth about $200 million. That's not right, so we're going to ban that. I've also been endorsed by President Donald J. Trump. Isn't that great? I've been endorsed by people like Jim Jordan, Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Gill, and so we've been endorsed by all the right people. Any of the rhinos that wanted to endorse me, I said, I don't want your endorsement. We only want endorsements from conservatives, right? So, but anyways, have a great time here at CPAC. Thank you guys so much. Take care, okay?
Thanks, Joe. By the way, you guys all have a PAC. It's called the CPAC Action PAC. My guess is Joe's going to be okay taking your money, right, Joe? That's the good kind of money, real taxpayer-paying Americans. The next person running for Congress is a little controversial because I think he'd like to reorder the Bill of Rights. He might like to put the Second Amendment as the First Amendment. I don't know, but he believes in speech and he believes in your right to keep and bear arms. And he's won already the Republican nomination in Texas' 23rd district. Brandon, is that on the border? Near the border? It's a lot of the border. How would you like to have an actually strong wall-building congressman on the Texas border? Sounds kind of good, doesn't it? Brandon Herrera, come talk to the people of CPAC. Yeah.
This is incredible. This is honestly incredible. If you had told me 3 years ago that my life would have gone in a direction that would have led to me speaking at CPAC, I would have told you to get back on your medication. Because at the end of the day, I'm just a regular guy. I'm a 30-year-old business owner in my district who was unhappy with the way that his congressman was voting. We needed somebody who's strong on the Second Amendment, somebody who's strong for Republican values, somebody who's strong on the border in the biggest border district in the country, and we didn't have one. And so I stepped up, and we had all of the big guns of the establishment pointed directly at us. They came after us with millions and millions of dollars, all of the pressure the establishment possibly could throw at someone. I wouldn't recommend it, by the way. But this cycle, we won. We beat Tony Gonzalez in Texas 23. And it is the honor of my life to stand before you as the Republican nominee for Texas District 23. And not only are we endorsed by leadership, not only are we endorsed by some of the most conservative people in the United States Congress, we are now endorsed by the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And anybody who tells you that Texas isn't energized, they're crazy. We are doing some house cleaning this cycle. We're getting rid of the rhinos that have been representing Texas for too long. We are energized and we are here. But we can't allow ourselves to get complacent. It's very easy to get comfortable. The Democrats are going to come at us with everything they have because so go with Texas, so go with the country. So we need to make sure we are firm, go out, vote, get everybody else to vote, and let's keep Texas red and let's keep our control over the House of Representatives. Get out there, get energized. I'm here behind you. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
God bless you, man. Thank you, buddy. Exactly what we need, people who will actually do what they say they're going to do. And, we have a friendly competition. It's between two states. And I know everyone in New Jersey and New York thinks that that's between the two of them, but none of the rest of us in the country think it's between them. We all know that the big competition on who loves freedom the most is between Texas and Florida, okay? Rick, it's a setup, okay? I'm trying to set you up. Remember the fat guy who used to sit by Johnny Carson? I'm that guy, okay? I'm trying to help you here. Florida is where we're going for CPAC next year, Orlando, Florida. Why are we doing that? Because, we've been talking to Byron Donalds, and he really wants us there. And then Greg Abbott and the rest of the people, Ken Paxton and others are saying, no, we really want you in Texas. I don't know. I think, Veronica, a little competition between the two states on how badly they want CPAC could be good for everybody. As I said, we rate all the state senators and state representatives. Why do we do that? Why do we spend all this time and money tracking everybody in their political careers? They're now tracking governors. I think we should track the EU. That's going to be something we're going to add to this. We're going to hold those people in Paris accountable. But not Paris, Texas, I mean the other Paris. Why do we do that? Because when everybody comes to you to run for office, what do they say? I'm the most conservative guy in the world. I'm the biggest MAGA guy in the world, blah, 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 blah. But it's the record that matters, right? That's why when Betsy McCaughey was lieutenant governor of New York, she had a conservative record. Mike Lindell doesn't need a scorecard because we have about 18 years of videotape of him talking, and we know exactly what Mike Lindell thinks. And Rick Roth, from the great state of Florida, who's running for the state Senate, had a 92% conservative voting record when he was in the Florida State House. So Rick, tell us why Florida needs another conservative in the Senate, and understand there's something about the Senate. It seems like every Senate is a little lackluster. We need to add more conservatives to it.
Good morning, CPAC. I've been in your chair. I was in your chair in 2021 when CPAC came to Orlando as a state representative. And I'm here to tell you, it's a lot more fun on this side of the mic. We are having a beautiful convention today and all this week, and I can't tell you from the bottom of my heart the endorsement of CPAC. Matt and Mercedes have rolled out the red carpet for me this week. I feel like I'm not running for Florida Senate. Maybe I'm running for Congress. I'm getting the best treatment. You know why? Because for 8 years as a state representative, and my nickname was R5, Real Republican Representative Rick Roth, I ran a resolution 8 years in a row to protect our Constitution by raising the bar to 66% from 60. Florida is the most amended Constitution in our country, and we need to protect our Constitution because our Constitution protects the people from our government. I'm here today to also thank our good President Donald J. Trump, who's also from Palm Beach County, for giving me an endorsement. And I want to finish with this one note. With the help of Donald J. Trump and my good governor, Ron DeSantis, we are turning Florida red, and my goal is to turn Palm Beach County red. Let me finish on this note. Some people say they don't like our president because he's going to Iran and he's giving the Ayatollah a ticket to hell. They don't like that. But I tell them this, and you need to stand with me as I say this. We need to remind the world that Donald J. Trump is our SOB world leader that's getting everybody in line. With his help, we will, and your help, God-fearing conservatives, we will save America. Remember, Rick Roth for State Senate and Rick Roth, keep Palm Beach green. Thank you very much.
I don't believe that Rick meant to call President Trump a son of a bitch. I think he's our son of a bitch, right? That's right. Finally, I want to say that you're going to hear throughout CPAC, you've already heard from some of the key candidates around the country. Help these candidates. You heard from Michael Whatley, who's running for Senate in North Carolina. How does this sound? Why don't we replace Tom Tillis with Mike Whatley? Doesn't that sound good? We're going to hear from Nate Morris, who's running in Kentucky later on. How does this sound? Nate Morris instead of Mitch McConnell in the United States Senate. Yeah. Wait, you got to say that louder. What did you say? Ken Paxton instead of John Cornyn. Okay. CPAC's a live show, okay? We got this question on the straw poll.
Mind them all vote.
Everybody vote. If you want to vote for John Cornyn, You gonna vote for John Cornyn? Are you gonna vote for Ken Paxton? Well, vote in the straw poll, and you'll see what the CPAC community thinks on that, and my guess is we'll be making an endorsement shortly thereafter. And I know Mike Collins will be here as well from the great state of Georgia. I don't know which of those two foolish senators he's running against, but he's running against one of them that needs to go. So thank you all for waking up bright and early. Vote in the straw poll, help these candidates, and let's have a great day at CPAC. Thanks, guys.
Artificial intelligence is transforming our world faster than anyone ever imagined. Across America, workers are already being replaced, and children are being exposed to powerful technologies with almost no protections. Families are wondering what comes next while big tech races ahead. But America's always believed one simple truth: technology should serve people, not replace them, because humanity must always come before the machines. It's time to put humans first. HumansFirst.com.
We believe in public safety. We also believe in fiscal responsibility. On the left, what they've done with the criminal justice system has undermined both. So it ain't rocket science, okay? This is not. You get the violent criminals off the streets, make sure that the people that are going to re-enter society have a pathway to do so successfully, and that's pretty much it. That solves so many of these issues.
In 2022, the United States recorded an incarceration rate of 541 per 100,000 people, higher than any other major democracy.
The annual price tag is $182 billion spent on prisons, jails, probation, and parole.
Wrongful convictions remain common, separating families and costing lives.
The system is broken, expensive, abusive, and ineffective.
That's when I learned to fight. That's when I learned to fight and to uncover the injustices that happen. And the government shouldn't be allowed to break every single law in order to get a conviction.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, K-pop communist hunters. Please welcome former Prime Minister of South Korea, the Honorable Hwang Kyo-ahn, with interpreter Jennifer Cho.
안녕하십니까, 황교안입니다.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hwang Kyo-ahn.
한국의 신당 자유와 혁신의 당 대표입니다.
I am the leader of a new party in South Korea, the Freedom and Innovation Party.
저는 국무총리, 대통령 권한대행, 그리고 당 대표를 영임한 바가 있습니다.
I have served as Prime Minister, Acting President, and leader of the main opposition party.
저는 법원의 재검표를 통해서 부정선거의 증거들을 본 후에 부방대를 만들어서 부정선거 세력들과 치열하게 싸우고 있습니다.
After seeing the massive evidence of election fraud firsthand in a court-ordered recount, I set up a civic watchdog called the Election Justice and Anti-Corruption Army. And ever since then, I have been fighting against those behind election fraud.
이 때문에 많은 핍박을 받았고 또 지금도 핍박을 받고 있습니다. 중앙선관위로부터 고발도 여러 차례 당했습니다.
Because of this, I have faced severe persecution, and I continue to face it even now. I have also faced multiple criminal complaints filed against me by the National Election Commission of Korea.
또 내란 선동죄로 엮여서 불법 체포를 당하기도 했습니다.
And I was also falsely accused of inciting insurrection and was unlawfully arrested.
그들은 저의 집 문을 뜯고 들어와서 저를 감옥에 집어넣으려고 했지만은 기도해 주신 많은 분들 덕분에 저는 구속되지 않고 석방이 되었습니다.
They broke down the door of my home and came in to take me to prison. But thanks to the prayers of many people, the warrant was denied and I was released.
저는 현재 제1야당인 국민의힘으로서는 도저히 이재명 정권과 싸워 이길 수 없다라고 판단을 했습니다.
I came to the conclusion that the current main opposition party, the People Power Party, cannot fight the Lee Jae-myung government.
그래서 나라 살리기 위해서 그리고 자유와 혁신을 나라를 살리고 또 새로운 길을 열기 위해서 탈당하고 새로운 길을 열어서 창당을 했습니다.
So to save the country, I left PPP and founded the Freedom and Innovation Party.
신당 자유와 혁신은 한미 동맹 강화를 추구합니다.
The Freedom and Innovation Party will strengthen the U.S.-Korea alliance.
부정선거를 척결하고 반국가 세력을 처단할 때까지 끝까지 싸울 것입니다.
We will eradicate election fraud, root out anti-state forces, and we will fight to the very end. We will fight, fight, fight.
한국은 공산화가 거의 다 이루어졌습니다.
South Korea has been virtually overtaken by communization.
법치가 무너졌고 삼권 분립이 붕괴되었습니다.
The rule of law has collapsed. The separation of power has broken down.
표현의 자유도 사라지고 부정선거 얘기를 하면 징역 10년까지 처벌하는 법도 만들었습니다.
Freedom of expression has been suppressed. If you speak about election fraud, you can face up to 10 years in prison.
이제는 교회 폐쇄의 법까지 만들고 있습니다.
And now they are making laws to allow churches to be closed down and dissolved.
사실 한국 국민들은 80% 이상이 친미고 또 90% 이상이 반중 성향입니다.
However, more than 80% of the Korean people are pro-American. More than 90% are anti-Chinese CCP.
그러나 민심과 달리 정치권이 친중파가 된 것은 부정선거로 국회가 친중파에게 장악됐기 때문입니다.
But despite what Korean people really feels, the political establishment has become pro-China.
그래서 오늘 이 자리에서 트럼프 대통령과 미 의회에 다음과 같은 결의안을 제출하겠습니다.
Through election fraud, the National Assembly has been taken over by pro-Chinese forces. So here today, to Trump administration and the U.S. Congress, I propose that we adopt the following resolution.
결의안 첫째, 윤석열 대통령 석방 결의안 채택입니다.
Resolution number 1, adoption of a resolution calling for the release of President Yoon Suk-yeol.
우리는 반국가 세력과 중국 공산당의 공작으로 탄핵 구금된 윤석열 대통령의 즉각적인 석방을 촉구하는 미 의회 차원의 결의안 채택을 요청합니다.
We call for the adoption of a U.S. congressional resolution urging the immediate release of President Yoon Suk-yeol, who has been impeached and detained through the actions of anti-state forces and the CCP.
둘째, 사이버 선거 시스템 해킹에 대한 즉각적인 개입입니다.
Number 2, immediate intervention regarding cyber system hacking in election systems.
우리는 한미 상호 방위 조약에 의해서 CCP의 한국 선거 개입을 한미 동맹에 대한 직접적인 침공으로 간주하고 트럼프 정부의 즉각적인 개입을 요청합니다.
We, based on the extension of the 2023 ROK-US Mutual Defense Treaty into cyberspace, regard the CCP's interference in South Korea's elections as a direct attack against the ROK-US alliance and call for immediate intervention by the Trump administration.
셋째, 부정선거 관련자에 대한 직접적인 제재가 필요합니다.
Number 3, direct sanctions against those involved in election fraud.
우리는 베네수엘라, 브라질 사례와 같이 한국 부정선거에 연루된 대법원 그리고 선관위 관계자들에 대한 트럼프 정부 차원의 강력한 자산 동결 등 직접적인 제재를 요청합니다.
We, as seen in the cases of Venezuela and Brazil, call for direct and strong sanctions by the Trump administration against Supreme Court justices and officials of National Election Commission of Korea involved in election fraud in South Korea, including the freezing of assets.
넷째, 한미 공동조사입니다.
4, the joint investigation of U.S. and South Korea.
우리는 미 상원 하원이 한국과 미국 양국에서 발생한 부정선거 의혹에 대해 한미 합동조사단을 구성하고 즉각적인 조사를 시행하기 위한 상하원 공동결의안을 채택할 것을 요청합니다.
We call for the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives to establish ROK-US Joint Investigation Team to examine allegations of election fraud in both the United States and the United States and South Korea, and to adopt a joint congressional resolution to initiate an immediate investigation.
다섯째, 한미 동맹 수호입니다.
Number 5, defense of the ROK-US alliance.
우리는 CCP의 샤프 파워로부터 자유민주의 가치를 지키기 위해 한미 양국의 선거 정의를 바로 세우는 여기에 전력을 다할 것을 다짐합니다.
We, to defend the values of liberal democracy from the Chinese CCP's sharp power, commit both the Republic of Korea and the United States to devote their full efforts to restoring election integrity.
대한민국은 이승만 건국 대통령의 기도로 세워진 나라입니다.
South Korea was founded in prayer under President Syngman Rhee.
저를 비롯한 많은 우리 국민들이 우리의 혈맹인 미국과 함께할 준비가 되어 있습니다.
Many of our people, including myself, are ready to stand together with the United States, our blood alliance.
We go together.
We go together.
God bless America.
God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to vote in the CPAC straw poll in your app. The CPAC straw poll will close Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
Debanking is a threat to American freedom, and it's why Old Glory Bank exists. With conservative co-founders Dr. Ben Carson, Larry Elder, and John Rich, and board member Sean Spicer, we offer full-service online banking in all 50 states.
America needs a place like Old Glory Bank because people need to have an institution that they can trust in, an institution whose values correspond to their values.
Old Glory Bank, fortifying the new freedom economy.
Day, more noise, more questions, more uncertainty. But truth never changes. On Victory News tonight, we bring you the headlines with clarity and confidence. On Unclassified, we go deeper, exploring the truth beyond the headlines. And through this election season, America stands, following our story as a nation at its crossroads. Join the Victory News team, weekdays and throughout this election season, only on Victory.
Human trafficking breaks human beings. And I believe everybody in this room believes in the dignity, value, and worth of every human being. And we have an obligation to put those human beings, try to put them back together. You got to educate, you've got to legislate, but you also have to prosecute.
Cartels are making $33 million every week off human smuggling alone.
Reports indicated that Mexico remains a major hub in the global trade of vulnerable individuals.
The United States plays a significant role in both the supply and demand sides of this issue.
The elites in this country are not going to stop it.
If they were going to stop it, they would have already.
This is an issue that I think we not just have a legal obligation, but a moral one as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Defeating Communism, and we mean it. Please welcome Director, Office of National Drug Control Policy, the Honorable Sarah Carter. PragerU Media Personality, Franklin Camargo. Chair, Foreign Policy Initiative, America First Policy Institute, Carla Sands. Moderated by CPAC Board Member Gordon Chang.
Here we go.
Communism is an existential threat to all free societies, but especially ours. Ronald Reagan taught us that. Ambassador Carla Sands?
Yes.
Have we forgotten that lesson?
Well, you and I haven't forgotten it, but I think the United States has forgotten it, and especially in our education system. Every one of our kids should be taught about the dangers and evils of communism, but we can see that the teachers union is making curriculum that is literally talking about communism and socialism as beneficial. That has to end. And I know you experienced some of that in Venezuela.
Yes, I grew up in Venezuela. It's probably one of the worst places on earth for someone who believes in freedom, for someone who embraces American values, free speech, free markets, capitalism. And one of the biggest cultural shocks that I had when I had to escape and I came to the US was to witness young Americans who hate American values and who are begging for socialist ideas, for socialism. And that is why right now we already know how to beat communism, how to destroy those ideas, how to fight back. Ronald Reagan was quite clear. He called the Soviet Union an evil empire. We cannot coexist with evil empires. So as he said, we win, they lose.
100%.
Well, I think absolutely, Carla, you brought up a very important point, which is indoctrination, right? Frankly, you also brought up this very important point, and we see it across the board. This isn't just in our schools, which is bad enough and has been happening for decades. I don't think this was just yesterday, right? This is not their first rodeo. The communists have been indoctrinating for decades in the United States and across the globe. And now they have social media. Now they can indoctrinate our children while they're in their bedrooms, while they're at school, while they're at the mall, TikTok. We see this, we know this, and we are exposing it. That's why President Trump, and this administration has been so adamant to speak out against this. And what we've seen is not just in the mindset of children, right? But what happens decades ago when these children who have been indoctrinated grow up, they go to the university, they're indoctrinated in the university, and guess what? They end up in our government. They end up in our legal system. They end up in our courts. They end up embedded into the fabric of America. And that is what we have to root out and expose. Because, folks, there is nothing cooler and nothing better than freedom. But if our kids don't know it, then they will be pushed in a different direction.
As Ronald Reagan says, and they just reminded me of this, that freedom is not transmitted through the bloodstream, and it's every generation can be lost. Sarah, you're a mom. During COVID, parents started to see what their kids were being taught in school, and they were horrified.
Yeah, we were horrified, and for me, it was a little different, but I was in Virginia, and remember, it was when Loudoun County was exposed, everybody was talking about what was going on in Loudoun County, and we had, parents were rising up when they were hearing the talk that, parents shouldn't be involved in their kids' education. Keep kids out of education. It's what got Governor Glenn Youngkin elected in Virginia. Because, I know. And the reason he got elected in Virginia was because people started to wake up. So even if Virginia was purple, it didn't matter. Because even as Democrats heard those statements, they were like, whoa, wait a minute. We need to be involved in our children's education. I'll tell you really, really super quick short story here. I have a good friend whose children were in the Loudoun County School District. My daughter was in a Catholic school. So when thankfully the school did not have any, I did not have any issues with that. But I got a call from my friend, and she said to me, and I won't say her daughter's name, she has twins. She said, oh, so-and-so got home from school the other day, and I couldn't believe what I heard. And I said, what was it? She said that when she asked her teacher why there was a gay pride flag in her elementary school classroom, how come there wasn't an American flag? The teacher said, that flag is divisive. And she said, she couldn't believe it. And she said, well, what did you say to the teacher? And she said, Miss So-and-so, my daddy serves our nation. He works at the Pentagon.
Yeah.
And can you imagine that this is the type of education that was being shoveled down our children's throats? And by the way, all the way through the university system. So if you're a parent that's not paying attention and you wake up one day and you have a communist child, it's pretty surprising. So get involved in your children's education. Make sure you know who the teachers are. Make sure you know what books they're using, and make sure you know what they are saying to your kids in the classroom.
100%. So I'm gonna jump in. So So this isn't happening like in a vacuum. The Chinese Communist Party is inserting Chinese values into our universities. They are one of the biggest country funders of our universities, and now our education department under President Trump is going to reveal where this money is going because the universities hide it. And they also allow China to set up influence operations in many of our universities, and they're controlling the Chinese students, so controlling curriculum, Chinese students. They're stealing from our universities. They're doing many. It's a war, an unrestricted war against the United States, everything but shooting at us. And this is influencing now K through 12, not just universities, but this is something that the US government has to push back against and end. And Governor DeSantis, I think he's the one that's banned. He's actually insisting we have to teach children about the dangers of communism. That's a good start, but I think it's in the household, it's in our press, it's in our government. We have to stand strong against it because they will do anything. They take the land, they buy the land near the critical infrastructure, they're trafficking drugs, buying land and doing grow farms for pot to poison our youth in states like Maine, Oklahoma, California, and others. So this is unrestricted warfare, and this is something that Gordon works on every single day, but it's something you all need to be aware of, and then press your elected officials. Please help us to end the scourge of communism in the United States, because our freedoms depend on continuing to be an open society with our constitutional rights, which the Chinese people do not have.
Yes, I want to go back to indoctrination, because that is a key topic. When we talk about leftism, the left in America, and why they embrace socialism, socialist ideas, communism, they don't hate America because they embrace socialism. They embrace socialism because they hate America. They hate American values. So when kids go to a school and they are taught to hate their country, they're going to be socialists. Because this country, its values, its principles are profoundly anti-socialist. It's about in God we trust. Our rights come from God, not from the government. Liberty, Liberty, every individual has the right to be free. That doesn't mean that your life is gonna be easy. That doesn't mean that you have the right to have free stuff, free healthcare, but you have the right to pursue your own happiness, and the government, politicians cannot stop you. So if kids go to a school and they're taught that those values are racist, those principles must be rejected, they're gonna try to apply a different idea, an opposite principle, which is big government, centralized economy, free stuff, and trust me, you don't want that. So I grew up in Venezuela. I wasn't lucky enough to be born in this country, the greatest country in the world, trust me.
The greatest.
But I was blessed to be able to legally immigrate to the United States of America.
Well, can I say one thing, Gordon? Because Franklin, you brought up such an important point, and then like a light bulb went off in my head of something that I had talked about before. Why do they do this? You think like, what's going on here? Why is this so insidious? Why are they trying to indoctrinate our children? What are they trying to do with all of these radical ideas and communist ideas? It's to break the family and break down the community. And when they take your kids away from you, when they take your kids out of the church, when they take them away from the family, when they make them reliant on the government, and all of a sudden your kid turns around and says, I don't need to listen to you. You're completely wrong. Why? Because my teacher said this, because so-and-so said that, because the leader of this nonprofit said this, and all of a sudden you no longer have your child, your family is broken apart, your system is broken apart, and your community is broken apart. That is when a communist government has full control over the populace. And that is exactly what they're looking for. They don't want individual freedom, and they don't want anybody relying on their churches or their individual beliefs or their belief in God. Because once a person has that, they are truly free. Yes. Once a person has that, they don't need to go to the government for anything. They just need to rely on themselves and their community to get themselves out of it, right? So I think that you brought up a really great
When you need something and you need help, You go to your relatives, to your friends, your neighbors. You go to church, the people that you love, the people that you care about. If you don't have that, you are going to go to the government. And then, if they have everything that you need to survive, they're just going to take it away from you. And they're going to use it as a tool to control you.
That's right. And like Sarah said, there's one other thing, and that was the Chinese Cultural Revolution, when they destroyed history and they killed the people that believed in the Chinese history. We were going through the same thing here in the United States under Barack Obama, under Joe Biden. The radical left Democrats were trying to destroy American history, because just like that, if you don't know your history, you don't have any anchor. You have nothing to base your foundation and your beliefs on.
Amen.
So, Sarah, you mentioned Loudoun County, and what Carla just talked about. There's a woman named C. Van Fleet who says that she sees in the United States during the Biden administration the same things that she witnessed and suffered in China's Cultural Revolution. So it's coming here. Franklin, you grew up in a socialist society. Carla, you were born here, right? You were really lucky. Now, Sarah and I have something in common, and that is our parents escaped communism. My dad is not as dramatic a story, but Sarah, if you could just mention a few moments about how your parents came to this country.
My mom, she's so beautiful and so wonderful. And she came from Cuba in the 1960s on the Johnson Freedom Flight. My mother and several of my aunts, when they stood up to Fidel Castro, they were taken into custody. One of my aunts was put to work in the sugarcane fields against her will. Suffice to say, my mom said she slept a lot in those sugarcane fields and refused to cut the cane down. At that point in time, President Johnson, those freedom flights that came to the United States allowed a lot of the Cubans that stood their ground against Fidel Castro to come here to be sponsored and to stand up against the Communist Party. My mother always believed, and she taught me since I was very, very young, that this was her nation. When people would say, "Are you Cuban?" she would say, "No, I'm not Cuban. I'm an American." Wow. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for her. And just like all of your forefathers and new immigrants and your family that came to America, on my dad's side, I'm a daughter of the revolution. On my mom's side, I'm the firstborn out of a communist. So I see both sides of this. But we would not be here today if it wasn't for the courage and bravery of our families and standing up for what they believe to be true, which is basic common human freedoms granted to us by God for our children, for future generations. And folks, if we don't fight for that now, we will lose it forever. Yeah. Thank God.
So, Carla, we just heard Sarah talk about fighting for it. What do we do?
Well, so first of all, we put pressure on our schools to make sure our kids are learning the dangers of communism. Our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, is working to push the decision-making back to the states and to the local regions, and that's important to support her effort. But I will also say President Trump is fighting communism. You can see what he did in Venezuela, taking out the Chinese, Iranian, and Russia influence there in Venezuela and getting that in a better place. What he's doing in Iran, they're working with China and Russia, and then what he's even doing in Cuba. Absolutely. And working to get America safer, and it is all about countering China. He understands our principal enemy and greatest adversary is China, and they are working in all these areas where President Trump is working to get to a better place to support the American people and keep us safe.
Yeah. So in Venezuela, I spoke out against the regime, and I was accused of terrorism under a so-called law against hatred. I could have been thrown in jail for as many as 20 years. So when you hear stories like mine, like yours, the victims of socialism, communism, don't ever say again that socialists have good intentions. They don't. Do not validate their premise. Do not say that it looks good in theory. It doesn't. Go and tell a Cuban that it looks good in theory. It doesn't. So I spoke against that system. They accused me of being a terrorist, but now the real terrorist, Nicolas Maduro, is behind bars. Thanks to President Trump.
Thank you, President Trump.
I want to jump on that really quick, and before we wrap it up, look, President Donald J. Trump has brought it back, right? Putting America first, putting the American people first, and in doing so, he has shifted the globe. The geopolitical shift is unbelievable and remarkable because somebody has the courage to stand up. I feel blessed to be a part of this administration. I will fight every single day for the American people and to ensure that our nation is free from the proxy war being waged on us by China and others who have poisoned our nation and killed our children. And we will ensure that every single day that we wake up and every single day that we're working for you because we serve you, that we are going to go after the cartels, that we are going to hold China accountable for what it is doing to our nation, and that we are going to protect our children because you're the most important resource. It's the American people. There is no doubt about that.
Well said.
We are out of time, but just let me say that Sarah Carter fights, she's the drug czar. She fights the fentanyl and the other opioids that China is bringing into our country. So, Sarah, thank you so much. This is human lives that we worry about. So, thank you very much. This has been fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. No to communism.
Yes.
No to communism. No communism.
No communism. No communism. Thank you.
The battle for the soul of the nation moves to CPAC. Your mission? Amplify conservative voices, shape the narrative, and drive the movement forward from the inside. This isn't coffee runs and busy work. It's war room strategy, boots on the ground execution, and front row access to power. The next generation of leaders starts here.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't Sharia Ma Texas. Please welcome Editor-in-Chief for the Washington Reporter, Matthew Foldy. Candidate for Texas Railroad Commissioner, Beau French. Chief Operating Officer of Patriot Mobile, Jenny Story. And your moderator, host of the Carl Higbie Frontline, Carl Higbie.
All right, that's it. All right. So my first instruction was to say something I'm not supposed to. Talking about Islam, what could go wrong? So obviously, Texas is fantastic. I've been down here now twice in, I think, 1 week. Big problem, though, Sharia law. Beau, you and I were talking about this backstage. Epic City, they wanted to build an entire Islamic city where you couldn't have dogs, you couldn't serve alcohol, there was no bacon. I don't know why. Real problem, though, with an expansion, taking politics into a way of life and religion and masking it as religion.
Yeah, I'm going to say something that's going to make some people uncomfortable. The problem is, we call it Sharia, but the problem is actually Islam. I mean, it's great that politicians are finally waking up to what the grassroots have been noticing for a long time. I travel all around the state. I talk to grassroots organizations all the time. And every time I ask for a show of hands, who is worried about the Islamification of Texas? And without fail, 100% of the hands go up. And so, look, we in Texas know that we are the target. They are moving here. They create enclaves. They put people up for city councils and school boards, and they're having success. And it's not like a pastor is starting a church, in isolation and shepherding a flock. It's all coordinated. I mean, and Texas has been, we're a top 10 economy in the world, $3 trillion economy. They are here because they know that if they can infiltrate Texas and conquer Texas, then what's going to happen? They're going to be able to control the United States. That's the pathway to the United States. So that's why we're a target, and that's why Texans are waking up and understand that this is a real threat, and we need to stop it now.
Well, absolutely. The other thing is, Matt, is we've seen this in like Mogadishu, Minnesota, and Dearborn, Michigan, a lot of other places. There's really not a benefit for the taxpayer whatsoever, but there has been a mass Islamification. And once they move in, they move from a minority to a majority. They elect people who then push out lifelong residents. And it's almost to a point where they've been hiding behind the protections of a religious freedom. At what point do we remove religious protections from the over-Islamification of American cities and call it a political ideology?
Well, great to be with you guys, and happy early Passover and Easter, while you can still say that, I guess, in this state. And, I know this is called Don't Sharia My Texas. I'm from Maryland. I don't have the fortune of being from a state with that many Republicans, but I think that we should make sure we're not Shariaing America.
Right.
And that includes even places like Maryland, because what you see, at this point, Carl, you were talking about Mogadishu. They call Mogadishu, Somalia, mini Mogadishu because of what's happened in Minnesota, right, is my understanding of what's going on there. And this is a problem across the world, right? My brother lives in England, home of Londonistan, Manchganistan, all of these places. And, these quickly become third world countries. Right. So I think what's important with not Shariaing Texas, and Bo, you're right. If you lose Texas, in a lot of ways, you lose it to the left. If you lose it to the jihadists, if you New York City, Texas, then America is going to be in short order in a lot of trouble here. And that's why it's important to stop it before it happens. There was this big victory against one of the many Islamic city enclaves that they were trying to do. And these are bad, not because they're Islamic city enclaves. These are bad because you can't exercise any of your constitutional rights as an American, right, when these take over. You cannot walk, you can't expose your ankles as a woman, right? You can't eat bacon. I'm a vegetarian, but I still want you to be able to eat bacon. I'm not trying to push that.
We give you a pass, but don't say it publicly. You're in Texas.
I'm in Texas. Please forgive me.
Steak is a verb here.
More bacon for you.
But Jenny, a lot of people are thinking, like, why is a Patriot Mobile, a cell phone company, essentially on a panel talking about Islam? But you guys are one of the front leaders on religious liberties and protecting Christianity and the basis. That's the foundation of your company.
That's right. That's right. So basically, Patriot Mobile is a mission-based company, and we fund that mission by selling quality cell phone service. But we've been on the front lines for over a decade fighting for our constitutional rights and freedoms. And to us, Sharia is contrary to our Constitution. Just think about.
You don't have a Sharia discount?
We don't have a Sharia discount. Okay. But think about your First Amendment right. The Quran basically has Sharia, and it states that if somebody leaves the Islam, that they can be put to death. Or if someone speaks out against Muhammad, they can be put to death. Those are clear violations of the First Amendment, right? The right for religious freedom and the right to speak freely. So, that's why our company exists. Mm-hmm. It exists to preserve. As conservatives, we want to conserve the Constitution.
Yeah. You all think that Carl's a moderator. He's actually just our security guard for this panel,
That's right.
We all have our roles. Can we get another chair up here on the panel? But, Matt, the other thing is, a lot of people don't, I don't know, we have an entire 49% of the country, thankfully, from the last election, that believes that, we can all get along. And you look at anywhere there's Islam, where anytime Islam is in the minority. They scream for minority rights. But every time they're in the majority, there are no minority rights, and they throw gay people off buildings.
Right. And there is, obviously, I think we've all seen the Red-Green Alliance that runs the Newsmax office in New York City. I mean, New York City is elected a communist, socialist, Islamist, jihadist.
This is why I still carry a gun in the office.
Exactly. And the left, obviously, anytime you want to, I mean, in Maryland, we have, these churches that they want to put up on, and then the left will, or crosses, and the left will say, oh, Thomas Jefferson loved separation of church and state, whatever. And then you have creeping Sharia, which isn't so much creeping anymore,
right.
Completely inaligned. For the left, it is, they will hate any, if you wear a cross in public. But then without a moment's hesitation, they will say, what we want in Texas is a giant Sharia law city. It's complete, the cognitive, it doesn't even make sense. It's irreconcilable. And that's why, again, I think it's very important for Texas, which is not run by the Islamist left, to stop this before it then goes everywhere else.
Yeah, but Bo, to Matt's point, which is, we have Zorhan Mamdani, who was like the radical Ugandan socialist who lived in his mom's basement and never had a job, and now he's in charge of Manhattan.
Right.
We have this giant push within our educational system too, which I think is leading to large influence, especially here in Texas, that has said, we're gonna do halal day, or we're gonna teach these kids Islamic prayer. Oh, it's history. I say, what happens if I went and be like, hey, we're taking a field trip to get everybody baptized, no consent forms needed?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, as the former Tarrant County, which is where we are now, the former Tarrant County GOP chair, largest red county in the nation. Look, I was contacted all the time because I was one of the first elected officials in Texas to be speaking out on these issues. And, parents would call me from, neighboring counties talking about how their kids were being bullied, their daughters were being bullied at school because they weren't wearing hijabs. There's halal marketplaces popping up all over the place, which is, by the way, a slaughter that is not really the same way we do things here in America normally. And so they are infiltrating all over every facet of our life. And my frustration is the voters care about it, the people care about it, the grassroots are screaming about it, politicians are finally talking about it on the campaign trail. Where have they been for the last 30 years? Remember when George Bush said Islam is the religion of peace?
Right.
That was a lie.
Yeah.
He doubled the Muslim population in the United States. Barack Obama doubled it again.
Well, but let's talk about that. That is the fundamental umbrella of which they operate in. We are the religion of peace. You can pick verses out of any part of the Quran that say otherwise. However, they say we are the religion of peace. And I'm struggling to find any reason to believe that, especially people, you're Islamophobic for saying that, Bo.
Well, they mean peace.
Yeah.
They just mean peace within the context of a post-Islamic takeover.
Yeah, under their umbrella. Well, but the problem is, though, it's not that people are Islamophobic. It's that the leading cause of Islamophobia is that Muslims keep trying to blow people up.
That's awesome. I do want to, can I add about the Muslim Student Association?
Yeah.
So I don't think people realize this, but in 1963, the Muslim Student Association started in University of Illinois. And the Muslim Student Association now is probably in every college. And I wonder if they were behind the whole pro-Hamas demonstrations, because they all had the same tents.
Right.
They're also now in the high schools, and we had an issue just recently, which is what we were talking about, was at Riley High School? Wiley High School, where they were handing out hijabs, right, and Qurans, and that, that shouldn't be happening. And just recently, down in Houston, the principal allowed a busload of students to go to an Islamic center to learn about the religion of peace.
Yeah, why not
It's a
baptize?
propaganda, right, exactly.
Yeah.
So this is happening in Texas. And Texas is, we have, 330 reported mosques, and they're strategically looking for churches that are closing because that's the caliphate, right?
Yeah.
You take over a church, you take over, and you make it a mosque, and you take over a community.
I'm lucky enough to live in the Socialist Republic of Connecticut, where the state is so bad that even the mosques don't want to move in. I think we only have 2. Great news, ups and downs. Foldy, but we see this time and time again, where it's almost like a victimization. It's like, poor us. Let us do our thing. We want to live peacefully. And then you have them taking over Times Square saying, Islam is here to take over. And people are like, no, that's not what they're doing.
Yeah, I do think it's also worth noting one of the reasons why I think they feel like they can do this. Look at what just happened in New York City, separate from what you were just talking about a couple of weeks ago, where 2 young dudes from Pennsylvania radicalized radical Muslim terrorists, threw firebombs to try and kill a bunch of people. And then
No, they were going for a walk.
That's exactly
according to the New York
Times. They were going for the walk.
Times
But isn't this the point where you will have this glorification of Islamic terrorists, even going back to Rolling Stone with the Boston Marathon bomber putting the Tsarnaev, who we should blow to smithereens, on the front page of the Rolling Stone. So you'll be able to do this terrorism. And I submit that everyone who is sad about there not being a giant Sharia city in Texas, if Senate Democrats ever fund the Department of Homeland Security, they should all get a one-way ticket to Tehran. They're looking for a gay Ayatollah to run that country. Last I understand, there was a cardboard cutout of a guy.
Who will chip into the
He's the guy
tickets
we're running,
to get him over there?
Can we get a GoFundMe to send these people over to Tehran so they can stop trying to destroy your home state? You can set that up there. You can make it so that, you can't have bacon, so that you can't have exposed ankles, exposed shoulders on your women. Just don't do it in America.
Yeah. But it comes down to immigration, Bo, and this is the fundamental conversation that only Donald Trump was willing to have, which was basically they're not sending our best people. And now we've had 4 years of open borders prior to this term, and we don't know who's here. We know that there's as many as 18,000 people on the terrorist watch list, and yet you have 49% of the country that either need a CAT scan or just need to not vote anymore.
Yeah, I think this brings up a bigger problem, right? I mean, we've allowed, since 1965, we've allowed immigration from lots of places in the world whose culture and values do not align with America. And the problem with that is everyone's like, oh, well, the Muslims, they're only 1% of the population in the United States. And that maybe wouldn't be a problem if they were sort of evenly distributed, but that's not what they do. They focus on certain areas so that they can just replicate what they've done for the last 1,400 years. And it is a process by which they...
Wait, you mean we have an example?
There's a history. I know that we don't like to talk about history and facts and things like that. But to me, this speaks of a bigger problem, right? And frankly, it's not just the Muslims we've allowed, and it's not just illegal immigration. It's not just the Biden 4 years when 20 million people came across our border, mostly here in Texas. It is that we have roughly 100 million people in this country who shouldn't be here. They don't share our values. They don't want to assimilate. And I would argue that this is just one component of it. Now, I think it's probably arguably the most dangerous component. I mean, think about it. The Somalis in Minnesota, they came here illegally. But look at all the fraud that they've committed. There are plenty of H-1B, fraudulent schemes that we've uncovered here in Texas. So this is a problem across the nation. And I think we have to have politicians who are willing to say, we are America first. We're going to fight for the things that Americans want. And we're not going to put up with it anymore, and we're going to send all these people home. That's the only way we're going to stop the Islamification of Texas and America, not just by banning Sharia law, not just by banning, the call to prayer. No, who wants to hear that? Not just by banning halal slaughter, which are all things that I've called for, but more importantly, we have to send them all home.
Yeah. I think that's something fundamentally lost on a lot of people is that, you can go to conservative State Department estimates where you have 2.5 billion Muslims in this world. Now, the State Department estimates between 10 and 18% of those are radicalized. Well, that's the population of the United States. Their definition of radicalized is willing to do harm on non-Muslims. You have 300 million. That's a one-to-one battle, basically, for the United States, Jenny. At no point has anybody really considered those numbers when they're talking about not only the shrinking demographic that we have here in America that actually is based on American culture, American values, but also how do we get back to that, and how do we send 100 million people who don't like our values out of here?
Right. Well, I think the big thing is there is a movement. Back on January 9th, Patriot Mobile sponsored a large event, and it brought a lot of activists, leadership in a room, and we basically exposed what was going on. Because I think the big thing is that I don't think the U.S. population wants to really acknowledge that this is an issue because it's so outlandish. Well, it's mean and it's very outlandish. So
until you're blown up.
Until something happens. But a lot of that gets swept under the rug. So I think really that January 9th event that we put together really was a catalyst for Texas in terms of saying, you know what, maybe I am Islamophobic. I am afraid of what they're going to be doing to our great country, right? And it gave a lot of people courage to basically get together. And since then, we've been meeting probably every month. There's a large group of organizations and leaders that are getting together to say, you know, what can we do in Texas to take the state back and make sure that Texas isn't Sharia'd or Islamified.
Well, I also want to push back on the Islamophobia. That implies, like, look, I was a Navy SEAL for 10 years. I kind of flew over to their country to figure this out. But the Islamophobia implies fear. And I think here in Texas, how many people pack heat? Fear is not the word I'd use to describe.
Second Amendment, right?
Am I right, Matt?
Like I said, you are our moderator and our security guard here. I think they should be Higbee-phobic because of what you're able to do to people who cause America harm. And I do think, by the way, it is worth noting, you know, if the 2024 election had gone a different way, a lot of this could be very different. And I think if you look at the Trump administration's success in vaporizing these Islamic terrorists, you know, they are chopping off the heads and the limbs of these tentacles of terror that are coming from Iran right now. And you have, I mean, within minutes of the Ayatollah being blown to smithereens, you had Democrats already basically siding with Iran. I mean, even on Newsmax, which we're on all the time, some of the liberals on the shows that we're on will say, and the former CIA director, John Brennan, he said, I trust Iran over Donald Trump. Yeah. This is insane.
He's going to jail soon, by the way.
There are provably fewer Islamic terrorists wandering the globe right now because Donald Trump did what it takes. He had the cojones to do what it takes to wipe these people off the face of the earth, because it's not just don't Sharia my Texas. It's not just don't Sharia my America. It's don't Sharia the Americas. That's why we blackbagged Maduro, who was an Iranian proxy. It's don't Sharia the world. And Donald Trump, let me tell you, he is these people's worst nightmare.
Pink mist, parking lots. Sometimes superpower's got a superpower.
Can we put a Trump tower in Tehran soon, okay?
Matt Foldy, Beau French, Jenny Story, we appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to vote in the CPAC straw poll in your app. The CPAC straw poll will close Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
Today, America faces its own moment of decision. In 2026, a new nation of Ezras will rise, calling the nation back to its foundation, to read the entire Bible aloud, Genesis to Revelation, a public declaration that God is not finished with America. April 18 through 25, 2026. America reads the Bible. 1 week, one nation, one book.
Do you want to be part of saving America? This is your call to action. The megaphone is yours. Join CPAC and take your place where the real action happens, behind the scenes of the conservative movement's most iconic force. You won't just learn politics, you'll live it. This is your launch pad. This is your moment. History isn't written in the classroom. It's forged in the fight for freedom. At CPAC, you won't just watch the movement, you'll help lead it. From strategy sessions to national stages, your work will matter. This is where passion meets purpose and where interns become leaders. Step up, stand out, join CPAC.
Ladies and gentlemen, Remembering Charlie with Jack Posobiec.
Charles James Kirk. Charles James Kirk. So it's been 6 months since we lost Charlie. And I'll just speak from the heart. I don't have a teleprompter here today. I don't have a written out speech or remarks or anything, because I don't need them when it comes to talking about my friend Charlie. And I'll tell you that what they say is true, is that it never leaves your thoughts. It never leaves your thoughts for a second when someone is ripped from you like that, when someone who was such a great leader in our movement, someone who was such a great leader of our shows and podcasts and our day-to-day work, and such a great leader of his family, too, of Erica, the children. And when I think about what was taken from all of us, what was taken from our country, the future of Charlie, we all knew the future that he was destined for, I think that pales in comparison to what was stolen from his family. Every single moment of every single day that was stolen from them. Being able to walk with Erica side by side, hand in hand, walking down a beach in the summertime. Teaching his son to be able to throw a 50-yard long bomb like we all know Charlie could do. Teaching him to play basketball. Teaching their daughter to play basketball. And maybe one day, definitely one day, walking his daughter down the aisle at her wedding. Every single moment of every single day of their lives was stolen from them. And I know that here at CPAC, I know that here at Texas, you'll certainly agree with me when I say that justice must be done for the family of Charlie Kirk. And I fervently pray, and I fervently am working and fervently stand tall that justice will be done in that Utah courtroom in just a couple of months, when the evidence will be clear. And I hope that the jury's verdict is also clear. But You know, there's this narrative that's been going on in the media, and I see it online, and I spend way too much time online, as I'm sure many of us can attest, about division, and discord, and friction in the MAGA movement, and friction online, and friction among Trump supporters, and all of this. This happened before Charlie's murder. Now I see people trying to invoke Charlie's legacy to push their own agendas. And I gotta tell you folks, I'm sick of it, I'm frustrated by it, and it needs to stop. Stop using Charlie Kirk's legacy to push your own agenda. But I will tell you one thing that gives me hope is coming here at CPAC and coming here and standing with all of you good people, with all of you great Americans. I don't see that division. I see unity. I see unity of purpose. I see unity of a coalition. I see unity of Americans, and even unity of people from all around the country that are all around the world that are joining us here today. Because they fight for the same things that Charlie Kirk stood for. Charlie Kirk's legacy, faith, family, freedom. That was the Charlie Kirk agenda, and that is what Charlie Kirk's legacy ought to be. Charlie Kirk stood for freedom of speech. And indeed, Charlie Kirk died for that ideal of freedom of speech in the public square. What place could be more than the public square of the modern time than a university campus? And when Charlie would go out there, he didn't go out in violence. He never raised a hand in anger. He raised a microphone to himself, and he offered anyone who disagreed a chance to speak as well. He said, "Come, let's debate." And Charlie had the perfect phrase: when the talking stops, the violence starts. When the talking stops, the violence starts. And that's exactly what happened. Because it begins with cancel culture. It begins with this idea that you have the right to decide who's allowed to speak, that you have the right to decide who should be not allowed to speak. And then suddenly, if you don't get your way by agitating like one of these woke-eratis, then you go and you say, we're going to shut him down on social media. And then you might try lawfare. And then you might try shutting him down another way. And what does it end with? It ends with them trying to silence Charlie Kirk with a bullet. That is where the wages of censorship and canceling go. That is where that comes from. And Charlie Kirk didn't stand for that, and I will certainly not stand for that. And God bless CPAC, and God bless all of you for not standing for that either. We stand for freedom. And I'm not going to tell you that I speak for Charlie just as someone who knew him, but I know what Charlie said. I know what he said. Charlie said it's about unity. It's about the coalition staying together. The 2024 coalition, the generational coalition that Donald J. Trump, the greatest political strategist that this country has ever seen, put together with the help of people like Charlie, with Turning Point, with CPAC, everyone working together to that one common purpose. Prosperity for America, peace for America, and yes, indeed, greatness for the United States of America, and putting the American people first. And when I see people invoking Charlie's name to try to push their agenda items, whatever it may be, I say that's not what Charlie was about. And you know, they told me, they said, why don't you tell a story about what it was like knowing Charlie? And I never really know what to say about that. You know, he was exactly the same in private as he is in public. He was always on the go. He was always on the move. He was always working. And I will say this, though, that almost every morning, if you were someone who knew Charlie, if you had your phone number, and Charlie was always texting and sharing messages with people and constantly communicating, but Charlie was always a deep student of the Holy Bible. every single day of his life. He started with the Bible. Before he went out on stage, he started with the Bible. Before he went to a debate, he went to the Bible. And Charlie would always send people whatever Bible verse he was reading that day, and you knew he was reading it. He would send you a text message with that quotation from Scripture. And so when we think about Charlie's legacy, I would encourage everyone to maintain that interest in staying united, keeping the coalition together. But if you want to do something in your daily lives, something that Charlie always did, pick up the Bible every single day and find a piece of Scripture, find a quote, find a line, one that speaks to you, and share it with your friends. Share it in your group chat, share it in your family, share it in your work chat. Just put it out there, because Charlie Kirk lived every day on this earth for Jesus Christ. And Charlie Kirk understood that Christ is King. And he lived and served and died as a witness to the Christian faith and to the living God. That is what he stood for. That is what we should all stand for. And if we remember that God comes first in our lives, then we will remember that very simple hierarchy of things: God, family, country, in that order. God bless to all of you. God bless to CPAC. God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Banking is a threat to American freedom, and it's why Old Glory Bank exists. With conservative co-founders Dr. Ben Carson, Larry Elder, and John Rich, and board member Sean Spicer, we offer full-service online banking in all 50 states.
America needs a place like Old Glory Bank because people need to have an institution that they can trust in, an institution whose values correspond to their values.
Old Glory Bank, fortifying the new freedom economy.
My parents fled corruption, violence, and persecution. And I was born in the greatest country in history, a nation built on truths our forefathers truly believed derived from our Creator. Truths first revealed through the Jewish people that shaped Western civilization. But those foundations today are under attack. So Generation Zion is mobilizing a generation throughout this country, training leaders, organizing campuses, building a movement to defend the biblical roots of our freedom. We are Generation Zion.
Ladies and gentlemen, can't we all just get along? Please welcome host of the Michael Knowles Show, Michael Knowles, and CPAC Chairman, the Honorable Matt Schlapp.
Thank you.
right.
Welcome back to CPAC.
It's good to be back.
Is it true?
Love being at CPAC.
You do? Why?
I have. Because I've been coming to CPAC since I was 21 or so. I think that was my first
I thought
time.
you were 21.
I know. I'm now 22 now.
Oh, okay, good.
I've been coming since I was 21, and I love it because it's serious and it's wacky and it's vivacious, and you get all the conservatives fighting each other, vying for position in the party, planning out the future, which I love. I think that's great. But then the other thing about it is you have to come to conclusions. CPAC is a great place to do that, and you need to unify, and you got to see the stakes, and you got to do the one thing that Republicans and conservatives never want to do, which is actually get together and move in the same direction toward a goal.
So that sounds like dinner at the Schlapp house. But you're right, we're all individuals. I almost like, if everyone's doing something, that's when I say, this must be the wrong thing. I want to do my thing.
Yes.
I want to do it my way. That's really a virtue. That's not a vice.
It is. It's a feature, not a bug of the American right, without question. You know, on the American right, there are the neocons and the paleocons and the libertarians and the traditionalists and the this and the populists. And I've heard it described that obscure political monikers are the right-wing version of gender pronouns. Whereas on the left, it's progressives and super progressives and John Fetterman. So you have, it's basically uniform.
Do you like John Fetterman? He's growing on you. There you go.
I'll take him. In fact, I was at the State of the Union this year. John Fetterman even wore a suit. This guy is becoming more Republican by the day. It's great. But it did make me think, especially coming back. CPAC is always a great way to take stock and say, okay, where are we? What have we done? How have we advanced? And I think the craziest moment I have ever personally had because of CPAC was a few years ago. It was 3 years ago now, today, when it was the height of the transgender craze. And I said, look, transgenderism is either true or false, and it's not true. It's obviously false. So for the good of society and for everyone, we need to get rid of this ideology. We need to eradicate it from public life. And I leave the stage. I thought it was a fine speech. It was okay. People liked it. It wasn't a huge deal at the time. And I read these headlines. They said, Michael Knowles incites a genocide at CPAC. I said, well, I never considered myself much of a genocider, but okay, that's a surprise. It was so radical then to say that transgenderism isn't real. And then within a year or so, my colleague Matt Walsh made a blockbuster hit movie, What is a Woman? Totally took the issue by storm. You had politicians passing laws, campaigning on this. And then just yesterday, totally fitting, the Olympics announced it was banning transgenderism from the games. It was great. And so all of that got me thinking. I said, okay, we don't really talk about transgenderism anymore. You know why? Because we won on the issue. 3 years ago, it was the most radical thing. You'd be accused of genocide if you brought it up. 3 years later, it's over. We won. We eradicated it from public life entirely. It worked. And I thought, this is one thing conservatives, we don't do it nearly enough. We don't count the wins. We focus on the losses, the way things could have been better. You can always deport more people and lower taxes more. But guys, we've won so much. 675,000 formal deportations last year, another 2 million self-deportations. That's a big win. That's 3 million in 1 year. Guess what? Joe Biden was letting 3 million illegals come in every single year under his presidency. These are big wins. Crime, way, way down. You've got a total unity in the administration. The president, the vice president, the secretary of state. Sometimes the conservative talkers, my fellow podcasters, they just want to fight and babble and throw spears at each other. But there's a lot of wins on the right now. We're heading into very dangerous midterms, very dangerous presidential election. The left literally wants to kill us, and they've expressed this time and time again for 6 months. Conservatives, we got to get on the program, unify, keep our eyes on the prize, and win, because we can do it. We've done it before, and we can do it again.
So, not to blunt what you just said, but there are differences, and we have media here that are saying they're trying to make a difference into a division, into a civil war.
Yeah.
And I think what we have to do is not go back and say, oh, no, there's no differences. There's tons of differences.
Of course.
How boring would CPAC be if it was all unity, agreement, vanilla, right? We wouldn't want that. You guys, we invite people who have different perspectives, want to focus on different things. You all have your own opinions, which is why we have a straw poll. I believe that's something that the left has lost. They don't have differences. They have a hive mentality. It's lockstep. They're dishonest in front of the camera, because behind the camera you hear these people talk and you start to see like humanity a bit, like I like this, I don't like that. But when that camera's on, they are all on the same line. Now, why is that? Is that because someone's paying them all to be like that? We'll one day figure out what is behind the fact that they stay lockstep. We've got to figure out this word unity. If you think about America's founding, right? It was about unity and being one while having individual states and different political parties. And tease that out for us a little bit. Like, embrace what you want, but understand the bigger picture.
Yes, no, you have to have a sense of a common political project. Actually, Matt, it's great that you brought up the founding, because you think all these great men of the founding, Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, John Jay, all the rest of them, these were big personalities. They had a lot of disagreements, one amongst the other. Just listen to the way that John Adams and Thomas Jefferson talked about each other at different points. It got a little bit rough. Kind of reminds us of, some of the Trump insults in the primary of 2016. It was pretty brutal. And then you add Hamilton into the mix, you get weird sex scandals. There's a lot there. But these men, despite all of their differences, they recognized that they could use each other's skills to advance a common cause. So you think of a guy like Adams, he's the most conservative founding father. Well, guess what? Adams is the guy who asked Thomas Jefferson to draft the Declaration of Independence, because he knew Jefferson was a much better writer than he was. They all kind of knew how to bring their differences into a kind of a harmony, into a complementarity.
Why does it always take a more liberal person to be more artistically creative? What is that?
It's been going on for hundreds of years.
I don't know.
Very frustrating. It's because we've got our life in order. They're a little bit more emotional, maybe. But regardless, that's, I think, what the American right has to do. Consider this. The American right has disagreed on basically every single issue over the course of our history. Even going back to the founding of the Republican Party. The Republican Party was founded on tariffs. Abraham Lincoln said, "Give me a tariff, I will give you the greatest country in the world." Then the Republican Party became the party of free trade, and we hated tariffs. Now we're kind of the party of tariffs again, but kind of the party of free trade. We just disagree on the substance of that issue. We've been the party of restraint, of William F. Buckley Jr., no less a conservative, saying we should not intervene even in World War II. We've also been the party of foreign adventurism and a muscular foreign policy, and we kind of go back and forth day by day. I think what unifies the conservatives is not so much one issue or some other issue, but it's a common sense of purpose, driving the common good of the United States, which means applying eternal principles, things like justice, dignity, equality, a transcendent moral order, applying those to constantly changing circumstances. And so, yeah, we have to hash out all those debates. But what you're right about, Matt, is the media want to create these divisions. They want to pretend there's a civil war because, I don't know, some podcaster doesn't like some other podcaster.
It's because they fear us. If we all stand together, we demonstrated, even with some election malfeasance, that we are the majority.
Yes, of course. The most popular political identifier in America is conservative.
True.
There are
more conservatives than Republicans.
Yes. And by the way, this has always been true. The most common one is conservative. The second most common one is moderate. The third, coming in third, are the liberals. That has always been true. America is a conservative country. Alexis de Tocqueville pointed this out back in Democracy in America. It's in our body. We're a practical people. We don't follow radicals and ideologues and demagogues easily. I think that we have a great advantage to us. What we need to do is not fall for the traps that our opponents set for us. You think about it on the administration. They're always trying to come up with these divisions, a civil war in the White House. I have never seen a more cohesive White House in my life. They're trying to drive a wedge between, the Vice President, the Secretary of State. They all endorse each other. They're all on the team. Effectively, the President has already endorsed Vance in 2028, and so has the Secretary of State. This is, regardless of what happens in the presidential election, I just want to point out, that's an amazing amount of unity where we're hashing out our ideas, where we have a common vision forward, and no matter what you're reading about division among the Republican Party and the press, don't forget the Democrats are as unpopular today as then. The polling is absolutely abysmal for them. They have no pitch whatsoever. They don't know what they believe, and that's why their best candidate for president is Patrick Bateman in California.
I like to call them the socialists now. Let's face it. If they're going to call themselves the socialists and grab it, why don't we just call them the socialists too? Because that's essentially what they are, the socialist Democrats. The only kind of summation to what you said, I would say, is one of the reasons why essentially there is this collaboration and this coalition that stays together is because people embraced Trump and Trumpism. Yep. If you remember when we first met, my gosh, a decade ago, this was a very controversial thing. CPAC helped normalize the idea that someone who was outside of politics, came with a business perspective, came from New York City, was okay for you to listen to and consider voting for. We were the people that said that about RFK Jr. recently. We were the first people to invite Secretary Kennedy, before he was secretary, to a CPAC event. And I got an earful for that one, by the way. And Tulsi Gabbard, when I think she had a 9% CPAC score, people said, you have sullied the name of Ronald Reagan by inviting her to speak at his dinner. Maybe, and I'm not a moral relativist, but maybe Republicans are just more aware, conservatives, are just more aware of watching and listening to how things actually work. So yes, you want to be reading books and have ideas and be more to morality, but also there's a way the thing goes down. And I think that our side of politics has to be more aware of reality, yes, because we're raising kids, we're running businesses, we live in a practical world.
Yes. You know, the liberals look at any issue and they say, who cares if it works in practice? Does it work in theory? You know, it's got to make sense in a book.
It's the opposite.
Yes, whereas the conservatives, we're much more focused on prudence, practicality. Well, I don't really care if some issue fits perfectly on a 5-bullet-point manifesto. I want to know if it works in practice. And so, to your point, the scandal of bringing in someone like a Bobby Kennedy to run HHS, or Tulsi Gabbard as DNI. These are not only Democrats, they were Democrat presidential candidates. This is a disaster for Republicans, right? Oh, wait a second. The ticket that they were running on, that they were supporting, won the popular vote for Republicans for the first time in 20 years. I think it's worked out pretty well. This is the proof of the pudding is in the tasting. And we need to recognize how there can be such broad agreement, even among people who were in the other party and running to be president in the other party somewhat recently, which is we recognize there is a major threat. The left not only is advocating policies that could destroy this country, fully open borders, which you had under Joe Biden, disastrous economic policies, social policies that are ghastly immoral, that abuse children, and it just as grotesque as you can possibly imagine. But there is a key threat, a direct threat to all of us. A number came out after the assassination of our friend Charlie Kirk. The number showed that 1 in 5 Democrats thought that the killing of Charlie Kirk was justified. And if you looked at Democrats under the age of 30, it was 1 in 3. That is a horrifying number. It is backed up by many other public surveys. It is one of the greatest disgraces that I have ever seen in our body politic. And I think normal people, even if they disagree on some aspect of taxation or foreign policy, they recognize that is an existential threat to the republic. The Democrats have to be defeated. They cannot be given quarter anywhere. They cannot be given any more power. They are going to lie in 2026. They're going to run on the Abigail Spanberger model. They're going to say that they're moderates. We already have the proof. The minute they get into office, they're going to implement the most radically left-wing agenda. I don't care which podcasts you like. Well, you should like my podcast, by the way. But I care about one podcast you like. But I don't care. I don't care your particular nitty-gritty on this issue or that issue. We have got to win. The threat against us is too great. They have demonstrated it within the last 6 months. This is do-or-die kind of stuff. So get out there and engage in the practical realities of politics to win some good for the American people.
Amen. So I live in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We have elected this really wonderfully moderate governor who wants to raise our taxes higher than California, who wants to make ownership of any assault weapon scary name, illegal.
Abortion a constitutional right.
Abortion a constitutional right through 9 months, no limitations, and you all pay for it.
Yep.
This is what was that? Well, let's just say this. I'd say it this way. They certainly all want to double down on DEI. They want to say that we actually should think through a racial lens, which of course we don't agree with at all. And so you put all this together, and I got 5 kids. I'm raising them in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and we elected an attorney general who basically said, it was leaked, the communications was leaked, that he thought the kids of his political opponents, if they were killed, it would serve them right. So it's really it's a direct link between what people say about Charlie Kirk's assassination and this embrace of violence. I think you should go a little deeper there.
So on the Attorney General, who is now won, this guy who completely calls for and justifies political violence against conservatives. When he was still running, I was testifying before the Senate on political violence. And one of the people on this Senate committee was Cory Booker. Cory Booker, the once and eternal...
You mean Spartacus?
Spartacus, the once and eternal presidential candidate. He hablas español, and he is definitely running for presidente. So Cory Booker is on the panel, and he had held his endorsement of the Attorney General candidate who was calling to kill us all, who was calling for political violence against conservatives. And I said, this is during a hearing on political violence. And so the senator shows up, and he gives some nonsense platitudes about political violence. I was then asked a question by my own state senator, Marsha Blackburn. I said, well, Senator Blackburn, I want to get to your question, but I just want to point out, Cory Booker could prove today that he opposes political violence by disavowing this hideous candidate for Attorney General. I turned back to look. Booker has left the room. There's a Cory Booker-shaped hole in the wall. He's running away from his responsibility on this because the Democrats don't mean a word of it when they disavow political violence. When the push comes to shove, they don't take the actions that they need to clear that toxic refuse out of their party. In fact, you know what they do? They elect them Attorney General.
Yep, that's exactly right. It's terrible. I heard some big news backstage. Number 4.
Listen,
Quattro, I guess you'd say if you're Cory Booker, Quattro?
So there are 2 ways that we can beat the liberals. I learned this years ago. We can out-argue them, we can beat them at the polls, or we can outbreed them, and the latter is a lot more fun.
Can I add to that, if we overpopulate them, can we also turn back to not allowing them to raise our kids?
Yes.
Because we could have all the kids in the world and then turn them over to raise them, and then they come back at us with purple hair.
Then we'd only be helping them, yes. We need the manpower, and we kind of need to overpower them politically, too.
Final question, Michael Knowles. By the way, thank you for being here again. You're a very important voice.
Thank you. Thanks.
Come on. He's in a crabby mood because he wasn't able to have sausage or bacon at breakfast.
I know, it's sanctifying during these days of Lent. It's sanctifying. Yeah.
Lent. I tell my wife, life is Lent these days. It's just like, what are you giving up? What is there left? But you're back here at CPAC. Your voice is important. I guess the final thing that I'd like you to comment on is, in November, how stark is it if they can break apart our coalition and take this idea that they've embraced Marxism, totalitarianism, wokeism, secularism, not secularism, and hostility towards religion, and make that seem palpable?
This coalition that we've all been part of for the last decade is a generational coalition. We have not seen something like this that brings together such disparate parts of the country, that brings together a working class kind of conservatism, which did not exist for most of my childhood, that brings together people who call for a little foreign policy restraint sometimes, that brings together people who care deeply about social issues and are not just going to put them on the back burner, that brings together a little, a little show business, a little pizzazz that we get because of President Trump. This is a generational coalition. It's something very, very special. It's something that not many of us expected to be built in our lifetimes. And we conservatives recognize something that the late conservative philosopher Roger Scruton talked about, which is that it's much easier to destroy than to build. The left is very good at destroying. That's all they do, and that's why they're very good at their task. But we conservatives have a harder task before us. We have to build things. We have to maintain things. We have to conserve things for our posterity. We care about a real positive vision for the future, and we cannot let this go. Obviously, whatever happens after 2026, 2028, it's going to be different because we have to change, we have to grow, we have to move. But we don't want to lose what has made us so special. The left is absolutely desperate to crack up that coalition. They have only become more radical. They have only become more ruthless. If they were willing to prosecute the President of the United States 4 different times to raid his house, to try to kick him off the ballot and to justify his near assassination, there is no length that they will not go to stop us from doing what we've been all endeavoring to do together, and which we have to continue to do moving into 26, 28, all the way into the future. And that, of course, is very simple: make America great again.
Thank you, Michael Knowles.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for having me.
You going back to Tennessee?
I am.
All right.
In this country, there's no reason that every person in this country is not wealthy. There's tremendous amounts of wealth here. There's no scarcity.
In a country that promises freedom, most people live financially enslaved by debt, by fear, by a system they don't understand.
Federal regulatory compliance cost U.S. businesses about $3.1 trillion in 2022, or roughly 12% of GDP.
In manufacturing, regulatory costs total around $350 billion annually, exceeding the economic output of nearly 30 states.
Small manufacturers with fewer than 50 employees face the steepest costs, averaging more than $50,000 per worker each year.
The government cannot do this, folks. This is all on you guys. The people that make a commitment to creating legacy wealth, okay, are actually doing the greatest, giving the greatest contribution to their country and their community than anybody else.
The conservative movement needs more than spectators. It needs warriors. At CPAC, you'll gain the tools, the connections, and the fire to make a difference. This is more than an internship. It's a frontline mission. If you're ready to challenge, to build, to fight for America's future, the time is now. Answer the call. Apply today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Texas with Senator Brian Hughes and Governor Greg Abbott.
Hey. Hey, man. Hello.
How y'all doing?
Yeah.
Proud to have everybody here in the great state of Texas.
Yeah. Governor, I know we're all excited to have CPAC back in Texas. And so I've had the pleasure of being on the campaign trail with you. And everybody knows Governor Abbott knows how to campaign and how to deliver once we get in office. So on the trail, you talk a lot about the importance of keeping Texas, Texas. Give us a flavor of what you mean by that and what we're doing along those lines.
I'll answer the question, 2 quick pieces of business. One, for those who do not know, this is State Senator Brian Hughes. Brian Hughes has been the architect of making Texas the most pro-life state in the United States of America.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Governor. Thank you.
For those who are not from Texas, I know it's just a matter of time until you become Texans, and so let me say in advance, welcome to the great state of Texas. But it kind of goes back to what Senator Hughes was talking about. When I'm campaigning, I talk about the importance of keeping Texas, Texas. And the challenge we face in that regard was articulated a little bit a while ago in the immediate past panel when they were talking about these people who are trying to come in and change Texas values. And it doesn't make sense because you all know Texas is well known for cowboys and capitalism. And what we're seeing seeping into our state here in our large blue cities, and that is the encroachment of socialism on our policies. Look at the crazy things Mandami said in New York, the communist from New York. Look at the crazy things Beto O'Rourke said when he ran against me for governor. And by the way, we beat Beto O'Rourke by double digits in the last election. And look at the crazy, wacky things that James Tallarico is saying when he's running for the United States Senate here in the state of Texas. Exactly, but here's the deal. It's one thing for these radical leftists to say these socialistic things. It's another thing when they get into office and actually implement them. The reality is we have found that socialistic policies in Texas are deadly. In Texas, we elect our judges, and Democrat socialists were elected to be judges of criminal courts, and they don't believe in keeping people behind bars. They believe in letting dangerous criminals back out on the streets, including people arrested for murder. These socialist judges let them back out on the streets only to see these arrested murderers murder somebody else. Senator Hughes and I worked together to make sure we put an end to that. And we got a law passed this past session that keeps those dangerous murderers behind bars where they belong. But this was just the most recent thing these socialists have done along those law enforcement lines, because it was just a couple of years ago when we saw in Texas what was taking place in Minnesota, and that is the defund the police movement. We saw it in Dallas and Austin and Houston and other places, and we said, that's not going to happen here because in Texas, we support our law enforcement officers, period. To make sure that wasn't going to happen, however, I worked with Senator Hughes, and we got a bill passed. I signed into law where in Texas, we will defund any city that defunds their police. Strongest law of its kind in the United States of America. Another strongest law of its kind, again, is something that Senator Hughes and I worked on together. I signed a law this past session to ban the ability of any foreign adversary like China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea from buying property in the state of Texas. And I used that same law to go on and identify those who are foreign terrorist organizations like the Muslim Brotherhood and CARE, and I designated them as foreign terrorist organizations.
Governor, I'm glad you mentioned all those points. The last one that's getting a lot more attention lately around the country, people are concerned about the rise of radical Islam. Of course, we're for religious freedom. You're a lawyer, a judge, a legal scholar. You're an American, and we're for religious freedom. We are not for radical Islam imposing its laws in America. So will you give us a flavor of what you've already done and what's coming on radical Islam?
So listen, this is something that we've been fighting for well over a decade. Let me just run through a couple of items real quick. In 2015, back when Obama was still president, he tried to impose upon Texas an inflow. Yeah, boo Obama. It's easy to boo. But Obama tried to impose an inflow of Syrian refugees. Syria, by the way, is a known terrorist country, and he tried to put them in the state of Texas, and I said, Texas is not accepting your Syrian refugees. And then the next year in 2016, Obama tried to bring in other refugees from other terrorist-based countries, and I said, we're just going to completely pull out from the refugee resettlement program in the state of Texas. Then in the next year, we wanted to make sure that we safeguarded our laws and our culture in the state of Texas, and I worked with Senator Hughes here and got a law passed. It's called American Law and American Courts, and what it does, it ensures that only American law, no foreign law, no Sharia law can be applied in our courts in the state of Texas. But let's fast forward all that stuff to just last year. Just this last year, there was a Islamic radical organization called Epic and Epic City that tried to set up operations to have a Muslim-only, Sharia-based community just north of where we are right here. And state agencies investigated what they'd done, found illegal wrongdoing, and were able to shut it down. However, that was not enough because we worked on a law last year that I signed that bans Sharia and radical Islamic Muslim compounds like that from the state of Texas.
And Governor, you were talking about those laws that we passed to protect from hostile foreign adversaries, and you wisely used that to deal with CARE, with the Muslim Brotherhood. And I think you mentioned you designated them as foreign terrorist organizations. What's the effect of that?
So the effect of it is it prohibits them, for one, from buying property in the state of Texas. However, what we saw is there were some schools in the state of Texas that had worked with CARE to try to put on events in their schools, and I invoked my designation of them as a foreign terrorist organization, and I denied those schools the ability to host anything connected to a foreign terrorist organization.
Thank you, Governor. So, Governor, we sit here today, all of us with a secure border, and it's easy to forget what it was like just a couple of years ago during the dark days of the Biden administration. And I know you know this, and we don't want to forget how Texas was standing alone, holding the line, and give this a flavor of what was done and what you did to secure the border in Texas and to let folks around the country know what was happening.
Right. Well, as you point out, you know, what I find today, it seems like people have short memories because with where we are today, people forget it was just over a year ago when we were seeing 5,000 or 6,000 illegal immigrants crossing into Texas a day. Biden had brought in tens of millions of illegal immigrants into our country. And Texas bore the brunt of that. And that's why I created what's called the Lone Star Project to make sure that we crack down on it, Operation Lone Star. And what it did, Texas became the only state in the history of the United States of America to build our own border wall, denying illegal entry. We also deployed up to 10,000 of our elite National Guard to build military-grade razor-wire border barrier and to deny illegal entry and to repel back into Mexico those who are trying to cross into our country illegally. Give it up for the elite National Guard of the great state of Texas. Then we created our own legal system for those who are crossing the border illegally. We created new jurisdictions, new courts, new detention facilities, because if they got into the United States, and what we did is we arrested them for trespassing, They got a hearing real quick by video, and then they were put in jail. And then when they got out of jail, we'll put them in removal proceedings to remove them from the United States of America. And then also, I signed the strongest border security law of any state ever, where now Texas has a law where every law enforcement officer across the entire state is fully authorized to arrest anybody here illegally and to begin the deportation proceedings.
Right.
Working with President Trump, however, a president who's enforcing the law, there are now 0 illegal immigrants allowed to cross the border illegally and remain in the United States of America. Texas has a lot of number 1 rankings. One of our number 1 ranking is Texas ranks number 1 for the most deportations of any state in the United States of America.
And Governor, speaking of deportations, as you know, here in Texas, we were facing the reality of illegal immigration, but some places like New York City and other places thought it was cool to be for illegal immigration because they weren't dealing with it. What'd you do about that?
Well, they're called sanctuary cities, and so New York and Washington, D.C., and Philadelphia and all these other cities, they were self-declared sanctuary cities. Once Biden allowed these illegal immigrants into the United States, they were fully authorized by the federal government to stay here. However, I did not want them to be in the state of Texas, and that's when we began that operation to bus illegal immigrants to these sanctuary cities like Washington, D.C., like New York City, like Philadelphia. It exposed the Democrats for the hypocrisy of what they stood for, but also, as President Trump himself told me, when I did that, he said it flipped the switch among Americans realizing how serious this matter was, and it made illegal immigration the most important issue in the presidential race, and it propelled Donald J. Trump back into the White House for the United States of America.
Governor Abbott, you have led, Texas has led on so many free market conservative reforms, led the country. We're thankful to be able to work with other states and compete to do good things. And one of the things that was big last year, because of your leadership, was a universal school choice in Texas. Tell us about that.
So listen, Texas finally caught up with other Republican states, and we fought and we got past the largest day 1 school choice program in the history of the United States of America. We now have more than 250,000 applications pending to be a part of school choice program. But here's what school choice really does. It empowers parents to choose the education pathway that's best for their child. It does something else, however. It injects competition. School choice equals school competition. What that does, it elevates every education platform. It forces our public schools, our private schools, our charter schools, our home schools to deliver a better education product, and that leads us to our goal. Our goal is to make sure Texas ranks number 1 for educating our children.
Amen.
But here's the deal. Even with the pathway to good education, we are not going to have the best education unless we ensure our kids are having access to the best curriculum. And we reformed curriculum. Working with Senator Hughes, we banned DEI in public schools across the state of Texas. We banned boys and girls sports in our schools in the state of Texas. These are just common sense principles that we are ensuring that our kids will be focused on reading, writing, math, and science as opposed to the woke ideology that's being crammed down their throats in some other states.
Amen. Governor, some of our friends visiting from other states or watching the broadcast may have heard this stuff about how Texas is going to turn blue. This is the year the Democrats are going to get us. Tell us the truth about that.
So I'm guessing here, many of you have followed the U.S. Senate race in the state of Texas. You know what's going on in the Republican primary runoff, and you may know this guy named James Tallarico, who's... Sounds like most of you have an understanding about who he is. But I mean, here's the deal. You've seen the crazy stuff that has surfaced about things he's posted on social media. And however crazy he is, I can tell you his votes are even worse. He is in the form of Beto O'Rourke. He's crazy, and we are not going to allow the Tallarico takeover of the state of Texas. Listen, Tallarico, if you look at his votes, he's come out in favor of defunding the police. He's come out in favor of open border policies. He's come out in favor of boys and girls sports, as well as this gender modification. He is wrong for Texas, and we are going to ensure that we secure our state from such a takeover. We're going to keep Texas red. We're going to safeguard the values that keep Texas, Texas. Thank you all. God bless you all, and God bless the great state of Texas. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to vote in the CPAC straw poll in your app. The CPAC straw poll will close Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
The steal was stopped on Election Day, I think in no small part thanks to Judicial Watch's heavy lifting. In just the last year and a half or two, we've cleaned up 4 million dirty names from the rolls. We also got that huge Fifth Circuit ruling that found counting ballots received after Election Day is unlawful. You can be sure that all helped ensure cleaner elections on Election Day, but there's more work to be done, so be sure to support Judicial Watch's election integrity work.
Every year, many tons of chemically tainted medical waste, human remains, placenta, and blood are flushed into U.S. water systems because of chemical abortion pills. These pills bypass essential medical waste regulations. When a mother takes the first chemical abortion pill, mifepristone, a large percentage of the dosage goes to her uterus to target the baby, blocking the hormone progesterone, which starves the baby. But it doesn't end there. The metabolites from mifepristone remain active after the child has died and are expelled during the abortion into the toilet or bathtub. These metabolites are known to be powerful endocrine, aka hormone-disrupting chemicals, and are ending up in our waterways to be recycled as drinking water, as well as our streams and waterways, which are used to irrigate and fertilize agricultural land. In a first-of-its-kind national study, these hormone-disrupting metabolites were found in the tap water in major U.S. cities, far exceeding the EPA's safe limits. Let's make America healthy again, and start with ending chemical abortion pill water pollution.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jihad Juggernaut, ending Christian persecution. Please welcome human rights advocate and filmmaker, Sarah Macon. Nigerian attorney, equipping the persecuted, Frank Uto. Daughter of Pastor Ezra Jin, Grace Jin Drexel. Moderated by CPAC Senior Fellow, the Honorable Mercedes Viana Schlapp.
Thank you.
Hello, CPAC. Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us. I cannot wait to talk about this very critical issue. I know, we're here at CPAC and we want to just rally up and be ready to go, and you want it all to be so positive, but part of CPAC is addressing these issues that no one else is addressing. And for that, it's about our brothers and sisters, our people of faith, who are being persecuted and martyred every single day. And with the work here at CPAC, we put together the CPAC Center for Ending Christian Persecution. And these wonderful people who are on the stage with me are part of this coalition. And we want to talk to you and share with you the stories, what they're seeing on the ground, and what we're witnessing of what I believe is one of the biggest tragedies and satanic attacks that we have seen against our Christians and our Jewish brothers and sisters. So I'm going to start with you, Grace. Tell us about your story. Tell us about your father and what has happened in China.
Thank you so much, Mercy, and thank you for this stage. This is my father, Pastor Ezra Jin. He was detained in October of 2025, around 6 months ago, for being a pastor in China and for wanting to worship freely and not have the Chinese Communist Party make the sacred decisions of the church, like who can be baptized, who can be a pastor or a deacon or an elder at a church, and whether or not kids can be going to Sunday school, etc. And for that reason, currently 18 people, including my father, are being detained in Beihai in Guangxi province. And they are charged with a fake crime called illegal use of information online, and it's because of his sermons that are online and his worship musics that are online.
So let's get this right. Worship music online, and so her father, who's a pastor, has been thrown into jail by the Chinese Communist government.
Yes, exactly. And before, my family, where most of us are all in the US, my brothers and I are American citizens. My family, my husband, my kids, my 2 kids, and now my third, are all American citizens. And the Chinese Communist Party has ripped my family apart and has made it so that it seems like we can't protect my father, we can't protect our loved ones, we can't protect our values, that freedom of religion is important to us as a country. And so I'm here just to advocate so that we as America can stand up and say that is a lie and that we are strong enough to protect our family and our values.
And you worked in the Senate, so God only knows, she worked in the US Senate, God only knows that the Chinese government probably knew this was the case and then decided, we're going after your father.
Yes, I mean, I don't know exactly the calculations that the Chinese government did. My father has one of the largest underground churches in China, so I'm sure by their own right, they were also targeting his church. But I'm like, the fact that they arrested my father in October, 2 weeks before the last summit between Trump and Xi in South Korea, targeting a Senate staffer's family, I think that may also have played a calculation.
So I think we have a message to President Xi Jinping. Release her father now. Release the pastor now. Pastor Jin Drexel. Pastor Jin, it is time for Pastor Jin to come home. To come home. I mean, this is enough what they're doing with these governments trying to destroy. And this is happening not only in China, but in places like South Korea, where there are pastors that are being worshiped, they're being thrown into jail. It is a constant threat. Sarah, I'm going to go to you. You worked in the Trump administration. You've become a huge advocate, a human rights advocate in this issue, just an expert in this area. We're talking about, think about this, 388 million Christians that are being persecuted across the globe. Many of these martyred, just martyred. And yet, there seems to be a silence. There's been a silence for too long of people being innocently killed.
I thank you, Mercy, for having us, for having this panel, for having the coalition at CPAC to fight Christian persecution, it is an increasing global problem. And I think part of it is because when you look at dictators, whether they're totalitarian dictators or authoritarian dictators, they can't control the church. And it's not just Christian faith, right? Any faith. Their one leader, their one authority is above that dictator or that authoritarian. And that's a danger to any of them, whether it's Xi Jinping or Putin in Russia. They can't control the church, and we have one God, and our God, in my case, as a Christian, is Jesus Christ. And so I'm never gonna bow, to a dictator, right? So we see this rising, sadly, around the globe. In Africa, 1 in 5 Christians are persecuted for their faith, their Christian faith. In Asia, 2 in 5 are persecuted or discriminated for their faith. So it's a growing problem. For the past year, I've been digging into what Russia has been doing in Russian-occupied Ukraine. And for those of you who don't know, inside its own borders, Russia has been persecuting Christians, believers of all kinds. They have one church that they allow, and the rest are not allowed. You can't even speak the name of Jesus on a street in Russia. You can be arrested just for that. If you don't do it inside of a church that they have deemed appropriate, you can be arrested. This has been going on in Russia for many years. What they've now done is exported that to Ukraine, where they're occupying territory. And in the occupied regions, there are 3 million Christians living there that are under this threat. Russia has bombed, shelled, and looted 650 Christian churches. They have murdered, conservative estimate is 49 pastors, priests, evangelical leaders, and other faith leaders in Russian-occupied Ukraine. They have tortured these men before murdering them. And again, a conservative estimate is 49. And we know that this is not, again, new. This is what Russia does, but now they're doing it in Ukraine. And we have a film where I would love for you to check it out. It's called A Faith Under Siege. You can go to faithundersiege.com. We have a 60-minute documentary. We push back against the Russian propaganda. They spend $2 billion a year to tell you that this isn't happening. We push back against it. We have footage, stories of real people that have been tortured and persecuted for their faith. It's all right there, and we cover all of the faith groups that Russia targets.
Sarah, why is the story not coming out? I remember we started talking and you were telling me about the Ukrainians being persecuted by the Russians, and yet you don't hear anything about it, other than the documentary that you've put together.
I go back to that $2 billion a year. That's a lot of money in propaganda. It funds lobbyists, it funds attorneys, people who are posting on Twitter about Russia and about Ukraine and what's going on there and trying to skew a narrative. So I just encourage you, go learn the truth, right? We have these documented stories, real people, pastors who were targeted, the vans outside their church targeted by Russian drones. We have stories of pastors who were targeted in their homes, who lost their entire family, and they buried their wife and children and turned around and came to the United States to beg for somebody to pay attention to what the Russians were doing to them. This is not new. Russia has been doing this for a long time, but the reason we don't hear about it is because they've got a lot of money up against us.
Frank, I want to go to you. The way it all came together, and as a lot of our work at CPAC, it is literally through God's hand. I had people coming to me, Pastor Camille and Esther from the Democratic Republic of Congo. They were desperate. They had seen atrocities that are unimaginable. The burning of people, the beheading of children. You see these images of the Islamic radical militants going into these churches and burning them down with the people in it. Day after day, this was happening. And we couldn't help but say, we got to do something. And through their work that they do, through Africa New Day, and other coalition partners, included CPAC, established the center and is putting a lot of pressure on our policymakers to hone in on this issue. Because as we know, you're seeing what's happening in places like Africa, where the Islamic radical militants will kill you because you have a Christian name. And we don't want that coming to America because we stand for religious freedom. And Frank, I want you to tell your story about your family in Nigeria. Nigeria being, I think, one of the worst offenders when it comes to Christian persecution.
Absolutely. First of all, I want to take this time to appreciate my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for the grace to appear on this stage. And I also want to thank my organization, Equipping the Persecuted, and Judge Saul, the CEO. I want to thank the organizers of this wonderful, noble event. And very importantly, on behalf of Nigerian Christians, I want to appreciate the best, the greatest defender of Christians all over the world, President Donald Trump. Okay, so my name is Frank Uto. I come from Yerwata in Benue State. I'm a graduate of University of Central Oklahoma, Masters in Public Policy and Nonprofit. I'm also a Nigerian attorney, having schooled in the Northumbria University in the northeast of England, Newcastle. My community, Yerwata, is one of the most devastated communities in Nigeria. For the past 12 years, Nigeria has been facing Islamic jihad. They've been killing Christians in numbers. 7 out of 10 persecuted Christians anywhere in the world are in Nigeria. And it is a systematic, deliberate plan to obliterate Christians from that part of the world. Nigeria is the biggest democracy in Africa, the biggest country in Africa, and by the time the Islamists have access, complete access to Nigeria, they will pose a threat to the United States of America. Because Nigeria lies at the coast of the Atlantic Ocean, west of Africa. And across the other side of the Atlantic lies the United States. So Nigeria will pose a bigger threat to the United States more than Iran, because the distance won't be that much. Now, for the past 12 years, these guys have been going from Christian villages to villages, starting from Agatu in Benue to Zakibiam in Benue State, from Chachanji, Takum, Ibi in Taraba State, from Barkin Ladi to Riom in Plateau State, from Kajuru to Kafanchan in Kaduna State, from the Christian local governments in Katsina all the way to Borno State. In Nigeria, by the latest global index on terrorism, Nigeria is the 4th most terrorized country in the world. And statistically, we have the 5th largest number of Muslim Islamist terrorist organizations in the world. We have the Boko Haram operating in the northeast. We have the Lakurawa operating in the northwest. We have the Ansaru operating in the northwest and the southern part of Nigeria. We have the ISWAP.
And they're kidnapping the girls. They kidnap the children. I mean, you hear this all the time.
That is an understatement. Yeah. The most vicious, the deadliest terrorist organization in Nigeria is the Fulani ethnic militia.
Yeah.
This group was a group that has been invading my village every single month. Last year, the biggest massacre anywhere in the world happened in my village, in my community, anywhere in the world, where they invaded my community, and within 4 hours, starting from June 13, 9 p.m. to June 14, 1 a.m., they slaughtered 278 of my kinsmen, 34 of whom are my direct family relatives. They picked a cousin of mine, Sate Amaki, who is just 2 years old. They held him by the leg and smashed his head on the wall, and his brain spilled out. They went across to my cousin, Godo Mary, and doused her with fuel and lit her on fire. And the next morning, what we found was the charred remains of this very beautiful third-year student of accounting of the State University. They moved up to my uncle, a 78-year-old veteran, and slaughtered him, slaughtered his wife. His wife was pregnant with 8-month pregnancy. They slit open her stomach, removed the fetus, and slaughtered the fetus. So these guys embark on a very gruesome kind of killing of Christians. They say they don't waste their bullets. So they slit the throats of Christians. And then they doused it. And incidentally, the Christian faith is the largest faith on the surface of the earth. The biggest, the most populated faith. But has been subjected to this kind of oppression by people who are not as strong as we are.
And the President Trump has said, he went to the United Nations and said, Christianity is the most persecuted religion in the world. So he understands this perfectly. It's one of the reasons that we went to the White House with the CPAC Center for Ending Christian Persecution. Sarah, give us a quick update. What happened there when we went and we were able to address this with the White House officials?
Absolutely. Actually, and I want to give President Trump credit because back in 2018, again, this issue in Nigeria is not new. This has been happening for many years. It's only escalated and gotten worse. But back in 2018, before then Nigerian President Buhari came to visit the White House, I provided the president the evidence that this was going on, and he read it, absorbed it, and then what did he do? 2 days later, when he met with President Buhari, he said, what are you going to do about the Christians being slaughtered in Nigeria? And he raised it then. Unfortunately, we weren't able to, in that first administration, crack down the way that I believe he's trying to do now. He's putting significant pressure on Nigeria. But as part of your meeting and the CPAC Coalition's meeting with the White House, the following day, the administration acknowledged Nigeria as a country of particular concern. And having been working on this for so long and encouraging them to make that move, I truly believe it was the CPAC Coalition and your efforts coming in, really laying it out very clearly why this needed to be done. And the president was following up what he did in 2018.
And I want to tell you, when you support our organization, and this is the work you're doing. You're saving lives. You're saving Christians. It is critical what the work that we can do to help stop the bloodshed of these martyrs. And let me tell you, we need to come together in prayer to pray for our Christian brothers and sisters. You know, we have to pray to stop and combat anti-Semitism. I do want to ask a question here because I do think, look, you don't want this to come into our shores. We've seen a Catholic church that was shot up, you know, an Assumption Catholic church with children in it. We've seen a car ram into a synagogue. We've seen killings happening. We have to ensure that these radicals, these Islamic radical militants, and these, I would say even these Marxists, stay out of our country. And that has to be the priority. I do want to get final thoughts here. Sarah, I'm going to start with you. Just, we've got to make it brief. Yeah. But final thoughts on, you know, what can they do? What can our CPAC family do?
Just as a reminder for all of you, right, we need to recognize what's going on in these countries because in many ways they're partners with us, whether it's Nigeria, China, certainly trade deals and other things. We need to recognize what this is. If we don't call it out, we're not making America safer, more secure, or more prosperous. And that's what an America First agenda is all about, right? So we have to acknowledge when these things are going on. Right. I would encourage you to watch Faith Under Siege at faithundersiege.com. I would encourage you to continue to read and learn about what's going on in Nigeria and support the Christians being killed there. And I would encourage you to use your economic power. That's what you can do individually to push back on a communist party in China that is putting pressure on American citizens like Grace and her family and imprisoning not just Christians, but people of all faiths. Right. That would be what I'd encourage you all to do.
Frank, just to wrap up here, what's your message, your brief message here to the
All right, thank you. My message is very straight. The 43rd president of the United States, who was once a governor of this state and a distant predecessor to Greg Abbott, George Bush, during his second inaugural address, he said in paragraph 12 that the United States will not ignore your oppression, nor will it excuse your oppressors. When you stand up for your liberty, we will stand up for you. Yeah. And so this is what we're calling the United States to do. And I also want to ask you to go to equippingthepersecuted.org and see what we're doing and make your support. And your support will go to the devastated Christian communities in Nigeria and to the 6.6 million Christians living in the IDP camps in Nigeria.
Equippingthepersecuted.org. Grace, what is your message to your father?
Thank you so much. My father is in China. He is unable to hear from us, but we want him to remember that he is not being forgotten. And just like President Trump had the opportunity to raise it with the Nigerian president, we know that the president has an opportunity to raise these Christian cases with Chairman Xi Jinping and the upcoming summit in May. And we want, please help us to get it to his portfolio. Please call your Congress people, call your senators to say that you have heard the story and that we have to stand with Christians and defend our values. My family has been targeted even in the US, and we have to say that that is not allowed, that I want to be safe in America, and we have to stand up for our values. Thank you.
And thank you, Texas, for banning Sharia law. That has to happen throughout the country. Thank you for doing that, for standing up for Christians. And I just want to say, please pray for Frank and his family. Please pray for Grace and her family. They are very brave to come out here on the CPAC stage to be able to share their personal stories. And again, we're all in this together. It is about humanity. It is about saving lives and ensuring that, again, you know, we're able to do what is right in saving people from this horrific Islamic radical ideology that they're trying to impose, not only in other countries, but in America as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was great.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to vote in the CPAC straw poll in your app. The CPAC straw poll will close Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
The golden age is a choice.
A choice to cherish the greatest gift we've been given.
Waking up every day an American citizen. It flows from our founding fathers.
Through our grandparents.
Through our parents.
Through us.
To future generations.
Our heritage is our future.
The golden age is a choice.
Let's choose well.
As conservatives, we believe in public safety. We also believe in fiscal responsibility. On the left, what they've done with the criminal justice system has undermined both. So it ain't rocket science, okay? This is not. You get the violent criminals off the streets, make sure that the people that are going to reenter society have a pathway to do so successfully, and that's pretty much it. That solves so many of these issues.
In 2022, the United States recorded an incarceration rate of 541 per 100,000 people, higher than any other major democracy.
The annual price tag is $182 billion spent on prisons, jails, probation, and parole.
Wrongful convictions remain common, separating families and costing lives.
The system is broken, expensive, abusive, and ineffective.
That's when I learned to fight. That's when I learned to fight and to uncover the injustices that happen. And the government shouldn't be allowed to break every single law in order to get a conviction.
Human trafficking breaks human beings. And I believe everybody in this room believes in the dignity, value, and worth of every human being, and we have an obligation to put those human beings, try to put them back together. You got to educate, you've got to legislate, but you also have to prosecute.
Cartels are making $33 million every week off human smuggling alone.
Reports indicated that Mexico remains a major hub in the global trade of vulnerable individuals.
The United States plays a significant role in both the supply and demand sides of this issue.
The elites in this country are not going to stop it.
If they were going to stop it, they would have already.
This is an issue that I think we not just have a legal obligation, but a moral one as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Cigars, Steaks, and Ivermectin, a Maha survival guide. Please welcome Pro Rodeo Hall of Famer, Luke Branquino. Host of American Sunrise, Real America's Voice, Dr. Gina Loudon. Homeopath, Barbara Lowry. And CPAC board member, Dr. Brooke Miller.
And the gentleman, you're so sweet, thank you.
Don't sit.
Well, hello again, CPAC. Those of you that were here yesterday recognize the hat. I was part of the Yellowstone talk, and today I'm part of the Maha Alliance. Cigars, steaks, and ivermectin. Now, I think everybody understands how steak and cigars are healthy, but I'm not sure why Matt Schlapp said cigars. I mean, yeah, steaks and ivermectin are healthy, but not cigars.
I know.
I know you do, and we're going to find out. I would like to welcome our panel here today. We have 3 people, very accomplished, who figured things out on their own. They don't have any formal medical training like myself, but like I saw during the pandemic, I mean, lay people were as good or better than a lot of medical professionals in figuring things out and what they needed to do to stay healthy. So we're going to get some alternative views today. But before we do that, I'd like to lay out my 4 pillars of health that I would hope each and every one of you would take home and try to change your lives in order to improve your health or reverse chronic disease. 1 is what you put in your body, and that's mainly diet. But it also means avoidance of toxins and chemicals, which are out there. Number 2 is the dreaded word exercise. Make time to exercise. I guarantee you when you go to the gym or go to exercise, you'll always feel better afterwards than you did beforehand. 3 is sunlight. Sunlight is often vilified by today's world, and they say put all this toxic sunscreen on. Well, start rethinking that.
Yes.
Sunlight is the source of all life on the planet. And then 4th is sleep. Make sure you get a good night's sleep. So with that being said, I'm going to move on to our panelists and hear what they have to say. I'm going to go to Barbara first. Barbara?
Yes, sir?
As a grown woman, you decided to go back and educate yourself on homeopathy. Tell us why and tell us about it.
All right, well, first, a lot of people don't really know what homeopathy is. They think it's synonymous with holistic, and it's not. It's actually a form of medicine that's used by millions of people in America for injuries and for minor illnesses at home, and by health practitioners that are licensed and or certified in their respective disciplines. It's an incredible form of medicine. I got into it because our son was having chronic ear infections when he was like 5 years old, and it was round after round after round of antibiotic, and I didn't know what else to do until I met somebody who said you should take him to a homeopath. I said, what? Okay, and I found one, and she talked to me, and she talked to him, and prescribed a remedy, sugar pellets, that are carrier for the medicine. And I gave him the remedy, and he never had another ear infection. And a few years later, I decided midlife, when I was 54 years old, to go to homeopathy school, to a 4-year program and become a homeopath. And it's a lot harder, folks, than a bachelor's degree, I'll tell you that. But I was so passionate about it, and it works so brilliantly and so deeply. And it works well, plays really well with any other kind of modality. If you're taking 8 different drugs, I feel bad for you, but this heals mind, body, and spirit, mental, emotional, and physical. Homeopathy is a holistic medicine, a holistic form of medicine, but it is its own distinct form of medicine.
Thank you. Thank you. Gina.
Yeah?
An accomplished talk show host, a mother of 5.
Yes.
A busy businesswoman. How did you go down this rabbit hole of health and wellness, and tell us what you've learned?
First, I want to say, I've been coming to CPAC since I was 20 years old. Phyllis Schlafly, you guys still remember her, right?
I remember.
She brought me my first one. This is the freest CPAC we've ever had. Hats off to Matt and Mercedes and the whole team, because if you had even named a panel, yes, you can clap for them. Absolutely. Let's think back 4 years. If you had even named a panel, cigars, steaks, and ivermectin, first of all, I think we would have been raided. I think they would be raided, yeah. And they would have hauled us all into J6 jail cells. Who knows what they would have done? And they would have investigated all of us. And yeah, it would have been a whole travesty. But here we are. What a beautiful celebration that we can even, and Matt Schlapp gets credit for naming this. I asked him, did you think of that? And he said yes. But it is such an honor to be with you guys again. And I got into this. My husband was in the Senate in Missouri, and there were parades of people that would come through that were just voiceless. Moms and dads who lost children because of vaccine mishaps, because of the children being born in hospitals where infection rates are much higher than when children are born at home. Our state of Missouri, it was a felony to deliver a baby at home. The American Medical Association is one of the biggest lobbies nobody talks about. It's not just big pharma, it's big APA, American Psychological Association, big medicine, AMA, and all the rest of it. And they do a great job of making you feel like a quack. At least they did then. So my husband and I made it our effort to flip that bill on its head and made midwifery one of the freest states, Missouri one of the freest states where you can have a home birth. But it was those parents that came into his office every day. I was there homeschooling my 5 children, and I would listen to their stories, and everybody would say, oh, that's anecdotal. When I try to talk to the doctors, lobbyists, or people like that, they'd say, oh, that's anecdotal. Those people are crazy. I'm like, well, they've got a dead kid, or they have a disabled child, or you know, this horrible thing happened in their family, and there's a lot of them, a lot more of them than there were people saying, no, you should believe all of the allopathic medical advice that the AMA wants to give us. So anyway, that's what started me down my path. I adopted a little boy with Down syndrome. He had 10 congenital diseases when he was born. I followed holistic homeopathic, I'm still learning because she's teaching me the difference, but I followed advice. He was born with Down syndrome and these other conditions today. He's 20 years old, working full time, having a great life. He's the laughter in our family, and it was because I ignored the AMA. So that taught me.
Thank you, Gina. Luke, I have to admit something. I was really nervous meeting you. I'm in awe of you.
Yeah.
5-time world champion in steer wrestling. This guy slides off a galloping horse, jumps on the back of a 500-pound plus steer, and that's a big steer, and wrestles him to the ground. It's a violent sport. You've got to have some injuries. You've got an interesting story. Tell us how you have turned from a rodeo cowboy to a professional athlete who takes care of his body.
Yeah, so I started my rookie year was 2000. I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes in 1998. So starting my professional career, I didn't think I was going to have the opportunity to excel at the sport I loved, and that was steer wrestling. You know, and through mental toughness and everything that goes with being a professional athlete, I worked hard and became a 5-time world champion. I have got to see the sport of rodeo go from where we were just rodeo cowboys to now we are rodeo athletes. And when I mean athletes, like you take the NFL, MLB, and NBA, these guys have trainers, they have nutritionists, they have sports therapists. Cowboys had to do that themselves. They still do, but they're taking it to the next level where we're eating better, we're working out regular. I retired back in 2021 after my 8th injury where I ruptured my hamstring. And you know, I got to the point in my career with the diabetes and everything, I was like, am I gonna be able to continue and have success? And when you start doubting yourself, especially in the sport of rodeo, because like you said, it is so violent, you might as well just step back and retire, because you're gonna get hurt a lot more often if you have those doubts going through your mind. So I retired in 2021, and I did get to see from 2021 how the sport had evolved with the professional athletes that we call cowboys, taking care of themselves. Towards the end of my career, I kind of got into that rhythm. But after I retired, you know, with anything that you do for so long and then you just quit, I had depression, I had issues that I didn't talk about. My out was working out and eating right. And it is absolutely amazing. What I found was if I would have done that earlier in my career, how much more success I may have had. I went from about 280 pounds while competing to now I'm down to 235 pounds. My A1C went from roughly 8 to 6.2, 6.3, and that's just from cleaning up my diet and working out 4 to 5 times a week. And now I came out of retirement. I went to the American Rodeo last year and competed at a few events and had a chance to win $1 million. I fell short, but I felt great. I'm doing it again this year. I'm going to compete again. So, for me, it was getting back into the mindset. And we talked earlier, being healthy is an easy way to think, but to actually go do it is tough.
Yeah.
You could sit back like, I'm going to be healthy. I'm going to eat healthy. Okay, now I have to go do it. That is tough, especially in the sport of rodeo, because as much as we travel, 280 days out of the year, we're on the road. And anybody that travels a lot, that it's McDonald's, Subway. These places aren't healthy for you, right? But it's the options we have. So seeing the sport transition to more of an athletic cowboy competition it's been fun for me to be a part of and witness. And watching these athletes have a chance at the money they have, it's been great.
Great, thank you very much. Just a quick follow-up on him. For those of you, you heard him say he dropped his A1C from 8.8 to 6.2. That's an average of your blood sugar over 3 months. And in order to do that, you got to have tighter control. And for a type 1 diabetic to have an A1C of 6.2, that is outstanding control. And we want to lower insulin levels, and that's what he's done through diet and exercise and changing his life that way. But we got to talk about ivermectin, okay? Much discussed since 2020, much maligned, and now just really hailed as a savior in medicine. It has antiviral properties, antibacterial properties, anti-inflammatory properties, anti-neoplastic or cancer properties, and obviously it deworms people. It also helps the gut microbiome. Barb has done a deep dive on ivermectin. Share us with the audience what you've learned about ivermectin.
Well, I can tell you a personal story, and if anybody else suffers with acne rosacea, then you know what that is. I have had it for years when I was in my 30s. I'll make this really quick, because we only got a limited amount of time. But you're given an antibiotic for it, Metrogel, back in the day. I don't know if that's still what you get. And it helps great, but it doesn't really knock anything out. And then you've got antibiotic constantly ruining your gut biome. So I used, you can get it on the internet, the ivermectin horse paste, and it's great stuff. I tried slathering that on my nose, and it was gone, probably 3 applications, gone, hasn't come back. The stuff is amazing. It will also do a lot of other fun things too. The ivermectin, as a homeopath, I delve into a lot of research about a lot of things, and it's my thing. And with getting into, with clients, that have cancer, which we know is pretty prevalent right now, getting involved with that, you can only do so much with homeopathy alone. It's great because it will heal the mental, emotional level, so you can roll with things and you can get better. It stimulates your immune system while you're doing something else. That homeopathy in conjunction with ivermectin, fenbendazole, mebendazole, different repurposed drugs that have been shown through medical studies to be incredibly powerful, along with supplements, over-the-counter type supplements, most of them, that will prevent the cancer stem cells from growing back after the cancer is gone, whether you use chemotherapy, immunotherapy, or radiation. It will keep it gone. And ivermectin is a big deal because it's always the one that's combined with the mebendazole and the fenbendazole, which are dewormers as well, but they do different ones.
Yeah, it really is an amazing medicine and probably the most useful medicine of our time with the least side effects. I want to shift gears right now, and I just want to talk to Dr. Loudon about screen time in kids and adults and the harmful blue light. Can you educate the audience on that?
Yeah, the screen time is such a big thing. We saw a victory this week that now companies can be held accountable for social media and increasing screen time. How many of you know how much screen time you have per day? How many of you know that number? For how many of you is that over 10 hours a day? Over 5? It's crazy numbers. The average American, 7 to 10 hours a day. If you're in media like me, it's more like 11 hours a day. I think, my gosh, what in the heck am I doing? Do I ever see a person? But you know, the thing that I think we have to recognize about screen time, because in our schools especially, it's not just the screen time. It's not just the time on their phones in the evening. Now they've switched from pen and pencil, right? Now everything's on a tablet. Every test you take is on a tablet today. The kids, their recreation is on a tablet. That's not even to mention the times you might be letting them be on a
What exactly is the blue light doing to our brain, though?
Yeah, well, it increases dopamine, and that tends to addict them because it's such a quick surge of dopamine that it tends to addict them. And you guys, this is exactly what the left wants. They want that constant feed of dopamine so that they can have low information voters, so that they can have people who need a constant fix so they can control them. But you already knew that. It suppresses melatonin. We all know, we're running out of time, so I don't want to talk too much, but we all know how critical melatonin is to your, not just your mental health, but your physical health. Very important. Increases anxiety and depression. Causes weight gain.
What are some solutions?
Insulin resistance.
What are some solutions? My kids got me some blue light blocking glasses.
Yeah, that's one thing.
The first day I wore them, I looked at my phone and I didn't even want to look at it.
Yeah.
And I slept so much better.
Red light sauna, and homeschool your kids.
Great. One last question, Luke. How did you manage your diabetes on the road, traveling, not getting too low on your sugar, and not getting too high? What did you do?
Yeah, that was just movement. Like, I was the type of guy that I couldn't stay still. I didn't want to be stuck in the rig in the trailer. We'd stop, I'd go out and stay active, you know, especially at a young age. The more movement I could do, the more that my insulin numbers were lower, right? So I made sure that we tried to exercise. Eating right was tough, but I knew if I could move and stay active, that was one thing that really helped benefit, regulate my blood sugars.
Thank you. Final thoughts. What are we going to leave the audience with? Barb.
I have a final thought about that, about diet and homeopathy. Where with homeopathy, you can use that as a single remedy that will override chronic problems and get you healthy. But what in homeopathy, what we call a maintaining cause, like living in a damp basement and coughing all the time, that's a maintaining cause. You can only get so healthy when you've got a maintaining cause. A bad diet is a maintaining cause. And real quickly, somebody with enlarged prostate eating a horrible diet, if you just clean up the diet and do nothing else, you get healthy again. I have seen it happen to people.
Gina, what would you like to leave?
Super important to recognize the reason this panel was named this, cigars at the beginning of it. That's because nicotine has been found to be very healthy. Just know this, everything they told you for the last 50 years is probably a lie. So question everything. But you're conservatives and you already do that.
Luke, you have anything you want to add?
I do. If we're going to talk about some steak, make sure you eat clean. If you're going to follow myself, I have a big announcement coming out here in a little bit with a company that is making clean beef jerky, and it's going to be amazing and keep our country healthy.
Right on.
Thank you all.
The golden age is a choice.
A choice to cherish the greatest gift we've been given.
Waking up every day an American citizen. It flows from our founding fathers.
Through our grandparents.
Through our parents.
Through us.
To future generations.
Our heritage is our future.
The golden age is a choice.
Let's choose well.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, the obscene nonprofit of AARP. Please welcome Senior Vice President of Legal and Public Affairs, Center for Individual Freedom, Tim Lee. Executive Director of the Committee to Unleash Prosperity, Tim Descher. Economist, Steve Moore. Moderated by Director, CPAC Center for Regulatory Freedom, Andrew Langer.
Wow, it's 18. Gentlemen, please sit. Well, how's everybody doing this afternoon?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to get you a little bit more fired up about things. I'm Andrew Langer. In addition to directing the CPAC Foundation's Center for Regulatory Freedom, I also run our Coalition Against Socialized Medicine. Let me further introduce our panel. Tim Lee and Tim Descher, both active participants in our coalition. And Steve Moore, of course, noted economist. So glad you all could come to Dallas. Thank you very much for that. Steve, I want to start with you. We've been trying to make healthcare less expensive for decades now, but certainly in the last 15 years, it hasn't. Why is that?
Good to be here with everyone. Boy, everything really is big in Texas, isn't it? So thank you for having me. And well, first of all, anytime we as conservatives and free market people talk about healthcare, especially now, the first words out of our mouth, and I've been telling congressmen and senators this, and I want you all to be aware of it too. Obamacare was a fraud and it raised prices for everyone, and Obamacare should be totally repealed. Every single word of it, and we have to replace it with the healthcare system that is free market oriented. Second point related to health, I say this every time at CPAC, but we have to say it over and over again. Never, never, never again when we have a health crisis will we allow our government to shut down our schools and our churches and our playgrounds and our hospitals. Never again. That was the greatest abuse of power by government in the history of this country, and we can never, Andrew, let that happen again. By the way, 3 times more people died from lockdowns than were saved by it. Third point, the 2 areas in our economy where we've seen the most rapid rise in prices, as you know, Andrew, are healthcare and education. Gee, what do they have in common? Government, of course. Right. Isn't it interesting? The 2 areas where we have the government run the industries are the ones where the price are out of control. When I ask my liberal friends, gee, why do we have, because these are 2 of the most important industries in America, our education of our kids and our health. And I ask my liberal friends, why do we have the government run the healthcare system and the education system? And they say, to make it more affordable. Oh, gee, they're doing a wonderful job of it, aren't they? So we need to move back to free markets. We cannot have price controls for drugs. We have led the world over the last 25 years in developing all of these wonderful new drugs. If you have price controls, you will destroy our American pharmaceutical industry, which saves lives. A third point I want to make, by the way, is AARP is completely
I want to ask Tim about this,
I hope is anybody in this room a member of AARP? I hope you are not. There are plenty of other senior groups that you can join, but AARP is a functionary of the left-wing socialist party of the United States, which of course is the Democrats. And a final point, we have to do something about another organization that is regulatory agency that is really destroying America is the Food and Drug Administration. They are keeping life-saving drugs off the market. And in this country, if you've got a drug that's been proven safe, Andrew, you should be your human right. What does the left say? My body, my choice, right? If I want to use a drug, we get to use them.
So, Tim, let me go to you. Actually, I'm going to go to Tim Descher first, Tim Lee. Two Tims, 2 Unleash Prosperity folks on the panel. So, Tim, first of all, you also are a type 1 diabetic.
Represented
Do you carry a supply of tangerines with you wherever you go? How do you?
I carry everything with me until I don't have it, and then I function on the help of strangers.
So let me ask you this, because Steve Moore touched on this, the issue of AARP, the relationship between AARP and United Health. Talk about this.
Well, I don't know if you've seen this, but a study was just released today. We found out, and you can tell me why, but AARP has received $9 billion with a B dollars from United Healthcare. $9
billion.
$9 billion. You could hire, I did some math, Andrew, you could hire 15,000 lobbyists each of them making $600,000 a year for $9 billion. That's real results in Washington, D.C. And let me tell you something. They are not lobbying for cheaper health care, for better access. They are lobbying for status quo. They are not advocates for seniors. They are advocates for a corrupt, broken system that has sent health care premiums up 138% since Obamacare was passed. And insurance companies have only gotten wealthier and richer. And this unholy alliance between AARP and United Health has to be exposed. You got to talk about it.
Without a doubt. And talking about this, Tim Lee, the issue of affordability, we know this is rooted in abundance and innovation. Talk about that. Talk about the importance of protecting intellectual property. How does this play into all of it?
So intellectual property, for those who aren't familiar, it may sound a little bit esoteric, but it's just property of the mind. So if you think of patents that an engineer might get, copyright, you write a song or write something, you get a copyright. Trademark, the Apple logo, something along those lines. Trade secrets, your company has your Coca-Cola, and you have the trade secret of the formula. Those are very, very important to innovation, because when you create something, you need to be able to recoup your research and development and your costs. Now, the founding fathers of the country considered intellectual property so important that they put it not in the text of the Bill of Rights, in the text of Article 1 of the Constitution. So we protect intellectual property like no nation in human history has. Well, let's make the connection here logically. No nation, before or since, comes anywhere close to the United States of America in terms of innovation. Putting the man on the moon, television, the recording industry, cinema, medicines. The United States, year after year, generally accounts for about 2/3 of all new medicines introduced in the world. Why is that? We amount for about 5% of the world's population. We've got the biggest economy in the world, but it's about 25% of the world's economy. We account for 2/3 of new pharmaceuticals. It's because we're so inventive, and we are the country that most protects intellectual property and patent rights. So if you have an idea, where do you come to create it and invest in it and market it and develop it and sell it? The United States of America. No nation is even close. Ask yourself, currently or in human history, what nation stands out like we do in terms of innovation? And what distinguishes us most, we are a free market economy generally, and we have been. That accounts for a lot of it. But a lot of economies are. Sorry, Steve. Some economies are, not a lot maybe. More should be. But nobody comes close to us in terms of intellectual property. So a lot of us like to call that the secret sauce of innovation. One last thing in terms of affordability. You can't have affordability for something that's not available. So everybody wants to talk about how much cheaper drugs are in foreign countries. What they don't tell you is a lot of those foreign countries, even advanced countries, Britain, Germany, Japan, Australia, they get somewhere around 1/2 to 2/3 of the new life-saving drugs that we get in America. They just don't sell them because you can't sell them there because you'll just lose money on it. So affordability, sometimes used in air quotes, can just make things unavailable. So when we start imposing price controls, if you're a developer, why are you going to develop something and sink billions of dollars into creating it if you can't make a profit off of it? And so keep that in mind, and that's why it's so important in intellectual property.
Tim, let me, Tim D. Let me come back to, I know, it can get a little confusing. Timmy D.
Sounds too close to Lee.
Yes, let me come back to the issue. Another issue we've all been working on is the issue President Trump talks about middlemen. Right? He talks about this issue of, and your colleague Phil Kerpen has done some great work on this, both of your colleagues, Steve and Tim, on the issue of the middlemen and PBMs. This is a big debate. Talk about the middlemen, talk about why this is a problem, talk about the work you guys are doing on all of this.
Well, look, I mean, if you try and understand how a drug comes to market, it's going to take you an undergraduate degree, maybe an advanced degree to figure it out. It is the most complex system that we have, and it's been that way because of groups like AARP and Democrats and liberal Republicans who have labeled the system to be this way.
Hold on, you're laying up. Tell us all how you really feel about AARP, Tim, please.
Sorry, FAARP.
Amen.
Sorry about that. We can all rise up. Sorry, Mom, but I have to say it, FAARP. But really with the PBMs, you place somebody in the middle that's doing something that they don't have to report. They don't have to report how much money they're negotiating for, how much money they give. Does this sound like the transparent government that we were promised in 1776? Does this sound like it? Because this is all federal law that enables them to do it. And so when you include that in a system, prices go up, drugs become less available, and people like me suffer for it.
And this is part of what the president's doing with Trump RX is one way of tilting at this windmill. What the FTC has been doing. There was language in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act to get rid of the nasty rebates that don't actually get rebated back to consumers. So this is all progress here. Steve, as an economist, the issue of scarcity, right? We understand that when insurance gets involved, and it's not really insurance in the traditional sense, right? It's a cost-sharing mechanism. It obfuscates the way that the market is supposed to work, but we also simply don't have enough doctors, nurses, and physicians' assistants to go around. How do we deal with this? How do we get the greater abundance with the AARP and United Health and others sort of getting in the middle there?
No, I'm going to make this really simple to people because I think you'd all agree with this. In this country, we could get better health care for half the cost, right? For half the cost if we simply had a more rational system.
Right.
And so who's making all this money? By the way, our health results in the last 10 years are not very good. You're right, Tim. The cost. Remember, by the way, do you all remember what the title, the name of the Obamacare bill was? The Affordable Care Act.
Right.
Does anybody really think it's affordable today? So what I'm here to tell you is we could cut these costs dramatically by cutting out these middlemen. And so there's two groups that are right now, as we speak, on Capitol Hill, lobbying for more and more and more subsidies, and more, by the way, subsidies coming out of your and my pocket, taxpayer subsidies. Now, what do you think those two groups are? Number one, the insurance companies.
Right.
The health insurance companies are the villains here, folks. They are the ones right now lobbying for more and more and more Obamacare subsidies in just the last 2 years, the health insurance companies in America made $150 billion.
Wow.
Now, look, I love profit. I'm not against profits. I want our companies to be as profitable as possible, but they're making their profits out of your tax dollars. And so that's number one. And number two, it's been the conglomeration of the hospitals.
Right.
And by the way, the other group that's getting screwed by this is doctors.
100%.
Physicians aren't being paid what they should be because you've got an oligopoly in the healthcare industry created by government that is screwing our doctors, screwing our patients. And here's what I love about what Donald Trump said in his State of the Union message. And how many of you agree with him on this? The dollars should follow the patients. They shouldn't go to the health insurance companies.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. And it's one of those things where a lot of folks don't understand that the Affordable Care Act was ultimately a buy-off for big insurance, right?
Yes.
Our coalition against socialized medicine. For those of you who understand your Karl Marx, right? Socialism is the transitional phase between capitalism and communism, pure communism. The Affordable Care Act was the transitional phase between a free market economy and socialized medicine. It's part of what we're working on here. I mean, Tim, you have thoughts, we're at the 15th anniversary of the Affordable Care Act. You guys are, again, doing more work at Unleash on this as well.
Yeah, and one of the things that you see with the Affordable Care Act, as Steve mentioned, I mean, the prices have just gone higher. Families are paying now for an employee-sponsored coverage 30% more than in 2009 when we were promised to save Remember when Barack Obama said we're going to save $2,500, families are going to save that? Yeah, that's not the case here. And what's happened is the left, the Democrats have said, well, we'll just subsidize. We'll just throw more money at it. Andrew, and you know it's not a good idea to throw good money at bad, so we need to reject that. And then the other thing that they're proposing are price caps, which is exactly what the Soviet Union did. They put price caps on everything. You can't sell it for this, you have to sell it for this. So what happens when you get price caps? You get less of it. And you get less innovation because the companies that bring them to market don't have the money to do it. So people like me don't get better insulin. And I'm sorry to make it about me, but healthcare is the most personal thing.
It's fine.
It's
it
the
can
most
all be about
personal
you.
thing people have.
Tim Lee, So, on this issue, we know that the vast majority of savings when it comes to pharmaceuticals are from generics, right? And that the next phase of all of this is biosimilars, what should have been called biogenerics, but they're called biosimilars. But again, talk about this, talk about the issue, 90% of the cost savings in pharmaceuticals comes from the introduction of generics. Let's go back to this issue. If we don't have innovation today, we don't have innovative generics or innovative biosimilars 12 years down the road. Talk about this.
Right, so speaking about intellectual property earlier, obviously these aren't perpetual rights. You don't have a patent that lasts forever, and it kind of varies depending on the type of drug. But it runs out after a few years, at which point generics come in and they do cut costs. But what we want to do is allow that patent to last long enough that the company that created it can make profits. And so once you do go to generics, though, and that has happened, it moves on to that. And so, speaking about what other nations don't have in terms of available life-saving pharmaceuticals, because they impose price controls, I mentioned earlier, some of these advanced countries that we think of as advanced have something like half, 2/3 of the new drugs that we get. Instead of importing their price controls here, and the Trump administration has done great work on this, we are telling them, stop imposing drug price controls on products that are developed here.
Right.
Because you guys aren't paying your fair share. So instead of importing price controls, we need to export the free market on that. One last thing going forward, one of the most helpful things that you all can do, sign up for the Unleash Prosperity emails. Every day they have like 5 topics. They include a lot of very useful graphs that help clarify things for you, but you can send them to your friends, post them online, that sort of thing. It's extremely helpful. Coming into your inbox every day. It's
UnleashProsperity.com. Thank you.
Yes,
absolutely.
You get that. No cost to you, because as we all here with basic knowledge of economics, we know there's no such thing as a free lunch or a free item, but we know there is no cost to you. The daily email, Steve does, Phil Kerpen works on it with him, but it's all good. Steve, what are we missing here? In terms of this fight, in terms of the issue of AARP and big insurance, what do we do about that now?
Well, by the way, just go to unleashprosperity.com and you can get it for $1,000 now. It's absolutely free. So we want all of you to sign up for that. Listen, the free market works in every single industry in America. It's the reason we're the most powerful, richest country in the world. And yet we don't use free markets in healthcare. It just doesn't make any sense. So we need to have people knowing what things cost. By the way, it's the only industry when you go into a hospital or you go to your doctor, when's the last time you asked what these things are going to cost?
100%.
We've got to have a pricing system that works, and we have to have a right to try, so Americans have the human right to try. If you've got a terrible disease like, Alzheimer's or any of these. And by the way, we have promising disease. I mean, seriously, we have promising drugs right now that are sitting on the shelves at FDA to deal with Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, ALS disease, diabetes, epilepsy. I have a niece who has epilepsy. My sister would give everything she has for her daughter to be able to use this drug, and the government says no. And I say hell to that. The people should decide, not the regulators.
Well, folks, please give a round of applause. Tim Lee, Center for Individual Freedom. Tim Descher, Unleash Prosperity. Steve Moore for Unleash Prosperity. Thank you guys very much.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to vote in the CPAC straw poll in your app. The CPAC straw poll will close Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
Arise, O sleeper! Awaken!
Benjamin Franklin, your brother said he could use your help at his print shop. You have my blessing.
Gonna do good things, Pa. Great things.
From the oceans through the valley.
George Whitfield, you will be an extraordinary preacher.
Remember the source of your power.
You don't believe the stories from London are true?
I am doubting Whitfield's claim that he can be heard and understood by so many. Without evidence, I won't believe it.
Let us proclaim freedom to the captives! Whom the sun sets free is free indeed!
Have you ever heard a voice like that? The blast from heaven.
Benjamin Franklin.
Reverend Whitfield, partnering with me would guarantee the maximum benefit to your cause.
A match made in heaven.
Or just a deal made in a print shop.
General George Washington.
Today, we stand in an even darker valley.
The survival of this country must be our chief concern.
This Constitution cannot fail.
We cannot let the sun set on this nation.
You are lighting a powder keg, my friend.
When you follow him, you are led by love.
Why can't I get through to you? I choose evidence over faith. Stop trying to change me.
You have promoted the greatest awakening these colonies have ever seen.
You are the lightning bolt, George. I am just the lightning rod.
And who is the source, Ben? Let them receive your gift of salvation.
One tiny candle illuminates 1,000.
Arise, O sleeper! Awaken!
I think a lot of times that these bureaucrats, they do things, and even when they get caught, nothing ever happens. And what we want to do, and what our committee wants to work with the Trump administration on, is holding these deep state bureaucrats accountable.
It is more important than ever to promote government transparency.
CPAC has tracked how lawmakers actually vote, separating rhetoric from record.
That is why holding lawmakers accountable is no longer optional. It is essential.
Voters deserve to know who is standing up for them and who is selling out behind closed doors.
For decades, politicians have promised one thing at home and voted the opposite in the State House.
The public has a right to see every vote and to judge their leaders by actions, not slogans.
We're the only group that ranks and rates every state legislator, every state senator, every state House member, every U.S. senator, every congressman, every governor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome founder of the Walk Away campaign, Brandon Straka.
Thank you. Thank you, CPAC. It's always good to be here with people who still believe in this country, even when it is not easy. Because let's be honest, this is not an easy moment for our movement. There's energy, there's passion, there's momentum, but there's also something else. There's frustration, there's division, and there's a growing sense that something doesn't feel right, that the right is not all right. And if we don't address that honestly, we're doomed. I have become, for many people, a symbol of changing one's mind, for standing up for one's principles against tyrannical mobs of ideologues, and for fighting for the truth. I am the former liberal who walked away from the Democratic Party and created the first and most successful national movement National movement of former liberals walking away from the anti-American left. To date, over 1 million people have joined Walkaway, and over 100,000 people have shared their Walkaway testimonials with us. I walked away back in 2017 for many reasons, but the bottom line is that existing on the left became intolerable. Asking questions became forbidden, and in fact, often met with anger, contempt, and vicious backlash. Expressing support for somebody the left deemed to be canceled was a one-way ticket to getting canceled yourself. And daring to express an opinion outside the approved narrative and belief system would ensure that my former side would label me a racist, a bigot, or some sort of morally bankrupt submissive to the cause. When I came over to the right back in 2018, I was exhilarated. After years of feeling suffocated, stifled, and oftentimes bullied by my fellow liberals, I felt that I had finally found the promised land on the right, a place where I could tell the truth, express my opinions openly, and disagree with others without being disagreeable. Where a difference of opinion didn't turn into an attack on someone's character or their right to exist within the movement. What a refreshing change after being pushed out of a movement overtaken by mob rule of mindless apparatchiks who would gladly destroy anybody who questions the status quo. That's how I felt from 2017 through 2020. But the truth is, I don't feel that way anymore. In the past year, a great divide has taken place in the MAGA movement. The movement has been split. This divide is ideological, it's tribal, it's fanatical, it's doctrinal, it's irrationally emotional, it's generational, and in fact, if you're getting most of your news from Fox News or Facebook, there's a good chance you probably don't even know what I'm talking about right now. But perhaps most distressing of all, it's personal. Every day now, I watch as friends and former friends, colleagues, allies, and followers of mine participate in savage character assassinations of people who 1 year ago, they considered heroes to our movement. But even worse, there's now a demand that everyone must participate, that if we're truly moral, truly good, and true patriots, we must take a side in this divide. 5 years ago, the FBI raided my home, put me in handcuffs, and charged me with multiple felonies based on 100% false claims against me related to being outside of the Capitol on January 6th. On that day, my life became a brutal nightmare, and that nightmare went on for 4 years. During that time, at least half of the conservative movement turned their backs on me. I watched as the very same people who clamored to be in my spotlight suddenly didn't know who I was anymore. And despite the fact that I was completely innocent, many Republican elected officials would no longer meet with me or take my calls. Many TV shows would no longer have me on. And suffice it to say, it was a challenge to find high-profile people within our movement willing to support me and stick their necks out for me. Now, to be clear, many people did stand up for me. Noble and honorable people, people with integrity, decency, and good character. And when I look back on that time, when I desperately needed friends, allies, and support, the two men of highest stature within the movement who did not close their doors on me, who had me on their shows and gave me a platform and a voice when I needed it the most, were Mark Levin and Tucker Carlson. And now I'm being told I must choose between these two men. I'm either Team Mark, which according to one group would make me a warmongering neocon and a shill for Israel, or I'm Team Tucker, which according to another group would make me a rabid, Jew-hating anti-Semite, cried all the people with their torches and pitchforks. None of these assertions are true. And the truth still needs to matter more than slandering people's characters to win political arguments. When I was going through my hell, only 2 members, elected members of Congress, took my phone calls. 2. That was Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie was one of the only elected members of Congress to visit J6ers in prison. She was the only member of Congress to sponsor the Matthew Lawrence Perna bill, named after one of the J6ers who committed suicide due to the brutality he endured at the hands of the United States government. And a few years ago, she came to the walkaway booth at CPAC and held my hands and prayed with me while the media took pictures of us and mocked us. And now a directive has gone out that Marjorie Taylor Greene is a traitor. And if you want to be a part of the in crowd, it is mandatory that you must hate her too. If I were to ask, probably at least half the people in this room would say that they didn't like her anymore. And if I were to ask why, I bet the majority wouldn't even know themselves. When did we become the left? When did we become hive-minded, mean, and tribal? When did we decide that not only must we cancel those we disagree with, but we must control the people around us with intimidation, demanding that they think the way we think and join the cancel mob too, or be branded themselves? And when did we allow some of the most toxic, nasty, and vicious people on the planet to become the spokespeople for MAGA and the arbiters of purity tests, deciding who is and isn't worthy enough to continue to call themselves MAGA? But perhaps, most importantly, when did we decide that it was off limits to question our own government or the government of any other country? Let me tell you something. If you call yourself a patriot, but you believe that it is your obligation to only praise and only worship your president, then you must not be a patriot of this country. Because leader worship is how citizens behave in nations that aren't free. You can love your president, and you should. But it is your duty and your obligation as a free citizen of the United States of America to challenge and question your government every day, regardless of who the president of the United States is. To demand action, answers, and transparency. In fact, the most unpatriotic thing you can ever do is go with the flow and give your unquestioning loyalty to the government and demand that others around you do the same. So no, I will not be choosing between Mark Levin and Tucker Carlson. I love them both. And both of them have political ideas that I strongly disagree with. And both of them have controversial beliefs that I support. And regardless of both of those things, they are both good and decent men. And just as I walked away from a movement that tried to demand my submission, conformity, and silence, nobody on the right is ever going to tell me what I have to think or believe or who I'm allowed to be friends with. I would rather walk away. I'd rather lose everything I have, again, than go along to get along with a mob that no longer cares about the truth, because that's what strong men do. Weak men choose anger and hate and destruction. And may I remind you, God is truth and love. Identity politics begin when a movement deems any group of people untouchable. The left has done this with blacks, gays, trans, placed these groups on a pedestal where they are not allowed to be criticized. Then guess what happens? Radicals, operatives, saboteurs latch on and infiltrate, and nobody is allowed to talk about it for fear of being labeled a bigot. We cannot have untouchable things. We cannot have groups or individuals or foreign governments that we are not allowed to ask questions about. That is a pathway to our destruction. Limitless debate, open discussion, and anti-censorship must always be the cornerstones of the conservative movement, with absolutely no exceptions. When I left the left, people on both sides of the aisle asked me, why didn't you just stay on the left and fight to fix it? And I would tell them, because it can't be fixed. The left is too far gone. I've questioned a lot recently if I can continue to be a Republican. I know many of you out there agree. Everything seems at times very fake and gay. And I strive to be authentic and gay. I think we should all strive to be authentic and gay every day. We need to see justice for the victims of January 6th who were financially destroyed and seem to have been completely forgotten. Completely forgotten. We need accountability for Fauci and the horrors inflicted during COVID. We need to see accountability for Fani Willis and Letitia James and all the rotten apples who still exist. All the rotten apples who still exist in the FBI and DOJ. We need the SAVE Act passed right now so we can begin to trust in our elections. We need affordable housing and lower interest rates so that people under 30 can believe that home ownership and the American dream are still possibilities for them. We need promises kept on mass deportations and the prioritization of American jobs going to American workers. And we need to fight against censorship online and offline every single day because that fight never ends. I don't want to walk away from the right. I want to stay and fight to fix it. Because if we can continue to talk to each other openly and honestly without engaging in personal attacks or assuming bad intentions, our differences are not so great that they can't be overcome. My organization, #Walkaway Campaign, will continue to dive into the conservative divide this year with an ongoing series of panel debates for social media. This week we filmed the first one, Conservative Boomers versus Conservative Millennials, with the hope of bridging the divide and bringing us closer together to the golden age of our movement. Please follow our work and our mission by going to walkawaycampaign.com and signing up for our email and text list so that you can stay notified as these videos come out. And please support our work. That's walkawaycampaign.com. We only lose when we stop telling the truth and when we stop allowing the truth to be told. And if there's one thing you can count on, it is that I will never stop telling the truth. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Peace Room. Please welcome host of the War Room, Steve Bannon.
Thank you. Look, there was a lot of wisdom in what Brandon had to say, right, about all these fights, etc. And that's going to be worked out. The most important people here are you. You have to be convinced. We're in the middle of a war right now, or let me say probably the start of a war. The decision in going forward is obviously the commander-in-chief's. But he's got to have, people have to have his back, and you're only going to do that with full information. You have to be convinced that this is the right thing to do, particularly now that we're on the eve of potentially the insertion of American combat troops. Your sons, daughters, granddaughters, grandsons could be on Carr Island or be holding a beachhead down by the Strait of Hormuz, a place I had the pleasure of transiting on a Navy destroyer back in 1980. And let me tell you, it looks like the surface of the moon. It couldn't be more foreign to folks in the United States. But as all this debate goes on and, who's right, who's wrong, what's going to happen, it's a debate that has to happen. We have work to do, and we have work to do today. In a room next door, there are 150 grassroots leaders in the state of Texas that have brought about one of the biggest changes in this country. They passed a Proposition 10 to ban Sharia law in the state of Texas. starting with no resources and no support. They got almost 2 million votes. That's the work we need today. Because I'll tell you what, a bigger threat to this country right now is in City Hall in New York City, in these mosques in North Texas. The Dallas Morning News, normally I'll bring up as a heuristic device the Financial Times or the Wall Street Journal, but here this is the Dallas Morning News. Paxton Cornyn divided on CPAC, right? Cornyn's not coming. You know why? He didn't think you were important enough to talk to. Politico reports this morning in an article called Texas Hold'em that President Trump, in all likelihood, is not going to endorse in this race. Why is that? Because the hard work of the grassroots community got in back of Ken Paxton. They dropped almost $100 million of negative ads on Ken Paxton. And right now in the latest poll, Ken Paxton is up by 8 points. That's a victory for you. Ken Paxton's emblematic of the grassroots and the MAGA movement throughout the nation. It's more than just an attorney general, more than just an individual. It was about the establishment causing a mess in the state of Texas, refusing to deal with it. And when Paxton came out and ran for the Senate, he didn't have to be defeated, he had to be destroyed. Just like they tried to destroy Donald Trump. And you had his back. And that's why Paxton is grinding this out to victory. I also believe there needs to be a major investigation of the Cornyn political operation, how they raised this money, who put the money in, and how the money was spent to destroy Ken Paxton. It's not acceptable. The grassroots are winning all over the place. Look in the state of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia. They're trying to shift the House to be 10-1. The Republican establishment there absolutely epically failed, and then Youngkin walked away after a horrible putting forward a campaign this last election cycle. The grassroots under Jeff Ryer, a grassroots chairman of the GOP in Virginia and the Commonwealth, have got thousands of grassroots volunteers, people just like yourself, going door to door right now. And Spanberger's landslide on April 21st looks like she could be defeated. So her entire plan to flip the House and impeach Trump and become Newsom's vice president is being thwarted right now by grassroots people. In a courtroom in Georgia right now, they've got the toughest, most expensive lawyers from the left. Norm Eisen and Abby Lowell in a 5-hour evidentiary hearing. What? To get the evidence back, to get the ballots back. Why? The 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump and they know it. You think they have them down there and just like in this room, grassroots people fought for 6 years. They threatened them with prison. They threatened them with bankruptcy. They threatened them to lose their jobs, lose their families, all of it. And those heroes stood in the breach. And now we have the evidence. We have the evidence that the Republican establishment did not want you to see, that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump. Everywhere you look around, the Republican establishment creates a mess that you have to go in and clean up. Amen, brother. Too good for him. Victory begets victory. The victory of Paxton will drive us forward. A victory in Virginia will drive us forward. A victory in Georgia will drive us forward to ultimate victory. Don't listen. I don't want to hear talk about the midterm. I don't want to hear talk about 2028. There are decades in which nothing happens, and there are weeks in which decades happen. We're in those weeks, one after the other, after the other, after the other. You put your shoulder to the wheel, and we are going to win. We're going to hold the House and hold the Senate and have President Trump come back to mass deportations, right? mass deportations, to unchain Bobby Kennedy, who you're going to hear tomorrow. We have the right policies. We just need the resolve to see it through, finish what we started. Over a year ago, when Matt and Mercy decided that D.C. wasn't the right place for CPAC, they picked Texas. How providential was that? Given what happened on Proposition 10, given this long shot bet of Ken Paxton right here, right now. And you know why? The state of Texas is the jewel in the crown of the Union. Where Texas goes, so goes the nation, and where the nation goes, so goes the world. Now, there have been people here that I highly respect, guys like Josh Hammer. I have him on the show a lot, love his book, a good man and a smart man. But came up yesterday in attacking MTG and Matt Gaetz and Megyn Kelly and Tucker. What's important is not Candace and Tucker and Megyn Kelly or Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro. What is important is you. You need to come to your own conclusion, to weigh and measure the evidence, to think about the direction of this republic, to think what America First actually stands for, to think through who are our real allies and who are out for themselves. And most importantly, you need to think about a country that puts American citizens first, that American citizens have priority over everything. People are sitting there going, oh, this person didn't come, this person didn't come. Yes, there are many great people that couldn't make it. Either they didn't want to come or they're tied up running wars and looking after the country. It doesn't matter. You came. This is the power of this movement. The only way we're going to win in November is to go back what got us through in 24, what got us through in 20, what got us through in 16. Grassroots effort, going door to door to get low propensity, lower information voters, Trump supporters to the polls. And if we do that, the Sunland Uplands is in front of us. If we don't, if we just have these quarrels and this bickering and this fighting, and lose the fact of what happened in Texas in January and February, if we lose what's happening in the Commonwealth of Virginia now, if we lose the fact of 6 years of struggle in Georgia, we now have the evidence of the 2020 stolen election. If you lose what's important, then we're going to lose the country. Fight on.
Arise, O sleeper! Awaken!
Benjamin Franklin, your brother said he could use your help at his print shop. You have my blessing.
Gonna do good things, Pa. Great things.
From the oceans through the valley.
George Whitfield, you will be an extraordinary preacher.
Remember the source of your power.
You don't believe the stories from London are true?
I am doubting Whitfield's claim that he can be heard and understood by so many. Without evidence, I won't believe it.
Let us proclaim freedom to the captives! Whom the sun sets free is free indeed!
Have you ever heard a voice like that? The blast from heaven.
Benjamin Franklin.
Reverend Whitfield, partnering with me would guarantee the maximum benefit to your cause.
A match made in heaven.
Or just a deal made in a print shop.
General George Washington.
Today, we stand in an even darker valley.
The survival of this country must be our chief concern.
This Constitution cannot fail.
We cannot let the sun set on this nation.
You are lighting a powder keg, my friend.
When you follow him, you are led by love. Why can't I get through to you?
I choose evidence over faith. Stop trying to change me.
You
You have promoted the greatest awakening these colonies have ever seen.
You are the lightning bolt, George. I am just the lightning rod.
And who is the source, Ben?
Let them receive your gift of salvation.
One tiny candle illuminates 1,000.
Arise, O sleeper! Awaken!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what Chrisley knows now. Please welcome reality TV personality Todd Chrisley and CPAC Senior Fellow, the Honorable Mercedes Viana Schlapp.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, come on. That was like, it's Todd, guys. I know. You know what it is? You know what it is, Todd? We brought Savannah here, and Savannah was a huge hit. How much do we love Savannah Chrisley? I was about to say Presley, like Elvis Presley. Savannah, we love your daughter.
Thank you.
And let me tell you something that's so remarkable about her. When you and your wife ended up in prison, she was the most fierce advocate in fighting for your freedom and being a voice for those that have experienced injustice.
You know, Savannah, as a parent, you look at your children when you're raising them and you're like, this one will probably go this way, or this one will probably do this. And she turned out to do exactly what I always thought she would do, which would be a champion for those that had no voice. I just didn't know that she would end up being the champion for her parents who lost their voice.
Yes. Well, and I will tell you, I know you spent time in prison, but orange was never your color. Never your color.
Well, thank goodness I never had to do the orange, so.
But I gotta ask you, you go through this, we all know this. We've talked about this at CPAC, about lawfare and the weaponization of our judicial system, and you've got those horrific people like James Comey, John Brennan, I mean, these horrific people who tried to take down your president. And you experienced something very similar when it came to your case in Georgia. And what did they call you? What did the prosecutor call you and your family?
He said that we were the Trumps of the South, that we...
I'm glad you're laughing, but I gotta tell you, can you believe that? Set the stage. You were sitting there with your family.
We're sitting in a courtroom, the jurors are there, and he gets up to present his case, and he says, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna show you, he said, first of all, let me commend you for your being here to do your civic duty. This case will not be boring. He said, it's a Lifetime movie. He said, it's a cast of beautiful people, excessive wealth, private planes, homes. When I'm finished presenting my case to you, I will have officially presented to you the Trumps of the South.
I mean, that's outrageous, coming from the prosecutors.
But you have to remember the administration to which all of this was being allowed to go on.
So were you targeted, you and your family?
Absolutely, and that's come out now. But you know, I had an Obama-appointed judge, and then we were prosecuted by a Democratic office at the U.S. Attorney's Office. And they had no desire for the truth, none whatsoever. I mean, they actually put false evidence up that now they're having to face the music for right now under this administration.
Yeah. Tell us your darkest day during this period of time.
I think the darkest day was, because Julie and I have been together for 31 years, and we had never spent the night away from each other until the day that we both self-surrendered. And so that was a dark day, but I remember going to bed that night when the lights went out, and I cried myself to sleep. And I was angry with God, and I was like, I've tried to be a loyal and faithful servant, but yet you have forsaken me. And in my dream, God came to me and he said that night, he said, I have planted you where I need you, and when you leave, they will rise. And I didn't understand that.
Amen.
And it took me about 6 months to understand, when I was helping the elderly men that was there at the camp that I was at. Some of them had dementia, they were getting no proper medical care, they had no families showing up for them anymore. And I remember Mr. Winters, who was a gentleman that I started being his caregiver while I was there. He looked up at me one day and he goes, "You're not my son." And I said, "No, sir." He said, "But you are an angel." Oh. And I remember thinking, this is what God means when I've planted you where I need you.
Right.
Well, when I left, thank God for our pardon, and thank God for the work that my daughter put in, and for President Trump for giving us that. But when I left, I was given such a voice, and I had learned so much in those 28 months of how broken the system is and how much fraud and waste goes on in the Bureau of Prisons. And I realized since May the 28th, I've brought home 178 men and women through the proper calculations of the First Step Act due to President Trump and the Second Chance Act. And I realized that that's what he meant by when you leave, they will rise. And so my life today is much richer than it's ever been because my purpose, I'm truly leading a purpose-driven life.
A lot of folks felt that this could break you. This could break your family.
You know, you can't break what God makes.
Amen.
And I think that I never had that thought because that was not to break us. Again, I'm a child of God. So, and you got to be careful when you start.
A really funny child of God, by the way.
You got to be careful when you start putting your hands on the anointed. So, I feel like that I'm in my purpose now because I know the corruption that has gone on. I know how these prosecutors are given prosecutorial immunity, which I don't believe in, because I believe that if you're expected to go into a courtroom and to tell the truth, you certainly should expect the people that you're paying their salaries to go in that courtroom and tell the truth. And that didn't happen with President Trump. It didn't happen with us. And there's so many people that are incarcerated today due to corrupt prosecutors. And I will spend the rest of my life exposing the corruption that goes on in our country, and to make sure that what I leave behind for my children and my grandchildren and yours and all of yours, I want to make it a better place. I want to stop this stuff from happening.
I know you all might not be familiar with this, but CPAC, we actually held CPAC prison in Pennsylvania, and we were with a lot of prisoners there, some who were never going to get out, but others that were going to get out. And they wanted to figure out how they were going to have the second chance. And so it's part of the work that we do, and I do believe in prison ministry being such an important part. I want to ask you this. Tell us about the day you heard from President Trump that you had been pardoned.
I was actually coming back from the library there at the prison camp that I was in, and a staff member stopped me. And he was coming down the sidewalk, and he said, "Where have you been?" And I said, "Checking my emails." And he goes, "I got to keep eyes on you." He says, "You've been pardoned."
Oh, wow.
And I looked at him and I said, "Yeah, right." And he goes, "You've been pardoned." And I said, "Are you kidding me?" He goes, "No, and I have to keep eyes on you from now on." And I'm like, okay. So I went back to my dorm, and I was walking down the hallway, and the unit team manager comes down the hallway and he goes, "You've been pardoned. We've got to get you out of here." And so I literally just walked down that hallway, and the tears was rolling down my face. And I had started kind of taking care of these younger kids that were coming in for marijuana charges that's now been legalized throughout our country, which I don't believe in. But at any rate, you send these kids to prison for marijuana for 10 years, and they're 20-something years old, and then you wonder why, when they're out at 30, that they have no family standing behind them or whatever. But I call them my kids there. And, I've been a parent since I was 21 years old. And so...
Wait, I thought you were still 21.
It's a lie I tell. But, I've been a parent since I was 21, and that was the thing that hurt me the most, is that I was not there to parent my children. And I say that God delivered those young kids to me so that I could parent someone else's children. And I went into my dorm and into my pod, and 2 of the kids had just gotten back from their work detail, and they said, "What's wrong?" And I said, "I just got pardoned." And they started crying.
Oh.
And they said, "Please don't forget us." And I said, "That'll never happen." And so I started giving all of my stuff away to people that needed it, because I did have a lot of extra stuff. I know that's shocking. But so I started giving all my stuff away, and I've kept up with my kid. I call them my kids. I've kept up with all 14 of them, and all of them are now home, and I've got them on jobs and in school and doing what they need to be doing. And so I'm grateful for that. I don't have, I just did an interview with the gentleman, Tommy Habib, and he asked, "Are you bitter?"
Right.
And I said, "No, because that's what the devil wants." I said, "I'm not going to allow the devil to steal my joy." I said, because God sent me on a mission. God walked me in, he walked into the valley with me, and he brought me back to the top of the mountain. So I was never forsaken, so I was never alone, and I never felt alone. It was sad and lonely to be away from my wife, because the prison system would not allow Julie and I to ever speak. We could only email. And people would say, do you think your marriage will survive? There was never a day in my life that I questioned that. And Julie never did either. And she could send me an email, and it would be about something that I was getting ready to email her about.
Oh.
So it was almost like we stayed on that same page. So what they intended to break us was never going to happen. What they have created is they have fueled me now to expose all of it, and to make sure that no other family has to go through what we've gone through, and that may not be able to come out and survive it the way that we have.
And in so many cases, these families that don't have the resources to defend themselves, and they end up stuck in this never-ending cycle of then ending up in jail, and the need for sentencing reform in so many cases.
Well, you have these judges who are on these benches, and they have this godlike complex.
Yes.
They want to
Oh, we know activist judges, right?
Yes. And, and I've been very vocal and candid about the judge that we had. It's such a disrespect, for the position. Our judge would come in every morning of that trial with no shoes on. And I would think,
of course you would notice that.
Well, yeah, because you're looking ratchet. You're looking ratchet. You're not.
And I thought the prosecutor you said wasn't too attractive.
We had no attractive prosecutors. That would have helped. But now you're being prosecuted by people that are just, not even their own mother loves that face. So I just think that it was a situation, it was a perfect storm. It was a perfect storm, and the press didn't want to report that, we settled a multi-million-dollar settlement against the state of Georgia.
Right.
They don't talk about that, because then that would expose the state of Georgia for what was going on.
Well, there's someone called Fannie Willis there.
Is it Fannie or Fonnie, whatever? I think that's just an embarrassment. Look at how she shows up dressed. And you're going to go on television looking like that, like two pigs in a blanket fighting. And then you're going to put pink on top of it.
Oh.
That's the color you wrap it in.
That was bad.
But you look at how they put it, again, creating a perfect storm.
Right.
They all worked behind the scenes to take down the President of the United States. When I was in school growing up, in 6th grade, you had a picture of all the presidents in your civics class, and you did the Pledge of Allegiance, and you were not afraid to say you were a Christian, and you were allowed to have a Bible. And today, we're to be ashamed of that. And you're going to talk about the president, the leader of the largest nation on earth. We're going to create skits to talk about this man, to try to tear him down. Even if you don't like him, he's still your president.
Right.
And you treat that office with respect.
So you're talking about President Trump, and you're a celebrity.
Yes.
That doesn't go together. The Hollywood life and I know you don't live in Hollywood, but you know that Hollywood industry and being conservative. I mean, you're a target too.
Well, listen, I can remember when our show first started, we always pray before we eat. And production came to us and said they would like to cut that scene out. And I said, well, then you're going to get a one-season show. I said, because I won't hide my faith. I said, my children have been educated in a Christian school. I says, their grandfather's a Southern Baptist minister. And I says, and they know their Lord and Savior. And I says, and we won't shun that. And so they kept it in. And so I will tell you that I have great friends in Hollywood. I have great friends in Hollywood. They're on the other side of the aisle. And we have great, healthy conversations. It may shock you at how many people that are in television actually voted for our President Trump.
Oh. Give us names. No.
That's their story to tell. But I will tell you that there are many in Hollywood that voted for President Trump. And they, to secure their jobs, to make sure they keep getting their pay, they look to the world that they're on the left side, but they're voting on the right side.
Well, I'm convinced Joe Biden voted for President Trump, right? So,
I'm not convinced that Joe Biden was ever awake during his administration.
They used an auto pen for the vote. Now let's talk about the state of world affairs, right? Let's talk about politics. So there's a big race here in the state of Texas. All right, who's for Paxton? Ken Paxton. Okay, you are.
I am.
Who's for John Cornyn? All right, that explains why he's not coming. Okay, so Todd, talk to me about this race.
I'm moving to Texas, and our family has brought all of our production to the state of Texas. And I love Governor Abbott. I love what he stands for. And I like Ken. I don't care who Ken sleeps with. I like who he is. At the end of the day, I need to know how you're going to vote when your vote needs to be counted.
Right.
And, you know, John on one hand says, you know, I'll vote to do away with the filibuster.
Right.
Then when he's interviewed, he's like, well, no, I said I'd look into that. No, you didn't. When Ken stood up and said, if it's for the betterment of our country, if President Trump needs one of us to step down, if John will vote to pass the SAVE Act, I will step down.
No.
That gave me what I needed. That was the tiebreaker for me. I think that we focus, you know, we get wrapped around the axle too much about what someone's doing in their private life versus what they're doing for the betterment of the country.
Right.
And at the end of the day, we need to focus on what's in the best interest of our country as a whole. And that does not mean that I don't have to agree with everything Ken says. I don't have to agree with everything that this politician says, and normally I don't. But at the end of the day, I need to pick the less of the two evils. I need to pick the one that I believe is going to do something great for our nation, for our young children that are growing up, that we can try to pull them back to center and be able to have a more loving and kind and compassionate society.
What's your message to, these are the workers, these are the leaders, these are the people who are going to win elections.
That's right.
You all are what matter. Talk about being the anointed one. You all are anointed ones in this work that you are doing. What is your message to them? We're going into these midterm elections. What's your message to them?
You know, we all have to get out and work. We have to further the message that we're trying to deliver as a conservative party. And you know that we're not up against someone who's fighting fair. We're not up against someone, anytime anyone fights for against the right thing being done, like the SAVE Act, you know, everything has a twist to it. We as conservatives put our twist on it, just like the other side puts their twist. They're a little better at theirs because they will all get together and they will come together and they won't divide on that lie. They will die on the hill for that lie. We will split every now and then. We need to come together as a group of people, and we need to stay united to the core values of what our party stands for.
Yes, yes. Your show, give us an update. When are we going to be watching our segments here? We're all ready.
We go back into production next month. And thank you. God has redeemed and restored our family 7 times. So we are very blessed. We're highly favored. And God is good to us. So we're looking forward to starting our next chapter here in the great state of Texas. And we hope to deliver a faith-filled family show that you can sit down with your family and your grandchildren and your children, and that you walk away with whatever lessons is going on in our life, whatever our situations are. We want to share with you, and hopefully we will give you something that you can build from.
Well, you bring us great joy.
Thank you so much.
You're so funny and just so real.
Thank
and we need so much more of that. Not only in Hollywood, but in our world. So thank you, Todd Chrisley. It's such an honor to be with you.
Thank you so much. God
What
bless
about Todd Chrisley?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to vote in the CPAC straw poll in your app. The CPAC straw poll will close Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
Hey y'all, we're Jessica and Jeff Robertson, and we've got some exciting news to share. We're joining the Great American Media family.
Our new unscripted series is a journey that takes us out of our Louisiana comfort zone and into a brand new chapter, expanding our roots to a ranch in Texas.
Along the way, you'll meet our kids, grandbabies, relatives, and a community who reminds us of what matters most.
We can't wait to invite you on this faith-filled adventure exclusively on Great American PureFlix, Great American Family, and GFAM Plus.
People suffered under, continue to suffer under this regime. This regime kills its own people, kills its young women, young men, that all they want is freedom.
The moment the unity is shown against these despotic regimes, it's the first day of the last day of those regimes.
Reports indicate that over 600 individuals were executed in Iran within a 6-month period. Observers report the imprisonment of political dissidents alongside funding for overseas operations.
Human rights monitors say hundreds of activists and journalists are currently imprisoned in Iran. An estimated 4 million Iranians living abroad continue to advocate for democratic reforms.
It will be a big task, but it is worthwhile, and we have to do it.
Let's do it.
The people who were kidnapped from them had nothing to do with this conflict, had nothing to do with this war, and they should have never used as a currency in this war. It's our loved ones, they are suffering much more. And when we think about the pain that they have to endure while still in captive, we get strength and we get the power to do everything we can to help them.
Anti-Semitic incidents in the United States have reached record highs.
Attacks range from assaults and vandalism to online harassment targeting Jewish communities. Hostage families continue to speak out, reminding the world that Hamas still holds civilians captive.
Protecting Jewish Americans has become a frontline issue in the fight against anti-Semitism.
Just keep this issue front and center. Keep praying. Really, this is the time to pray.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, breaking stuff and killing bad guys. The case for Western military dominance. Please welcome retired Navy SEAL Lieutenant Jason Redman, CPAC board member Eric Prince, Force Recon Marine and host of The Resilient Show, Chad Robichaux, and CPAC board member Gordon Chang.
This is day 38 of the war. Eric Prince, what do we do now? I counseled as loud as possible against doing this in the first place. We face an extremely difficult challenge. The Iranians learned their lesson
from what happened to Iraq. Decapitation of the leadership structure of the Iraqi army. The Iranians have done the exact same thing. There's 31 different military districts. All clear direction given to those 31 commanders is to continue to wage war against whoever they can with whatever they can. That's why you've had so many strikes across the GCC. That's all kind of entrepreneurialism. The only person that can countermand that order is the supreme leader. Not the president, not their foreign minister, not their chief of military, only the supreme leader. And we've killed the supreme leader now, his father, his wife, his sister, other family members in an ancient society. In an ancient society that understands blood oath. So I don't share the optimism of the administration that there's going to be a peaceful stop to this. They will burn it down. And my real concern is that if they try to put boots on the ground, force the Straits of Hormuz, you will see imagery of burning American warships in the next couple of weeks. And I don't think people are really prepared for that. The U.S. military for 2 years tried to bomb the hell out of the Houthis and to open the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandab, and it didn't work. And to think that we're going to force that on the IRGC that's prepared for this moment for the last 46 years, I am extremely concerned. So Iran doesn't have an Independence Day because they've not really been conquered since Alexander the Great. I would stop with a very conventional approach and go to a very unconventional approach. There's a lot of doors that can be unlocked through the different ethnic minorities. For all the talk of regime change, there's never been a real preparation of an armed opposition inside the country, and a lot of ways to do that from the periphery that doesn't require U.S. boots.
Jason, you just heard that this is going to be an extremely difficult task. Your thoughts, please.
I do agree it would be an extremely difficult task, but I also believe that unfortunately, whether you agree or disagree, we have launched on this endeavor. And unfortunately, I served in Iraq and Afghanistan, and if you look at the time we spent in both those nations when we decided, in Iraq when we said, hey, we're pulling out and we're leaving, and it led to the collapse of what was there and the collapse of that government and the uprising of ISIS. Same thing in Afghanistan with the Taliban back in power, the same Taliban that Chad and I fought against for 20 plus years, friends of are buried fighting against them. I think in Iran, we have given an opportunity to the people of Iran to step up and have a level of freedom against a repressive regime that hasn't existed in almost 40 years. Iran has been a clear and present danger against the United States of America. I lost friends on my deployment in 2007 due to Iranian EFPs. We knew that Quds Force commanders were on the ground. Unfortunately, I think this will get more difficult, as Eric alluded to, but I think, unfortunately, the American people have to understand we can't stop now that we've started. And here's why I believe that. I fought for 21 years. Amen. I fought for 21 years and almost sacrificed my life and sacrificed the lives of friends of mine against terrorism, so that hopefully my kids would never have to take that fight against terrorism. I have my first grandchild coming. I don't want my grandchild to have to fight Iran in 20 years.
Eric, I know that however this war in Iran ends, and I know that President Trump will win it, for the reasons that Jason says, we're going to have to rebuild our military. Our stocks are way down, our ships are worn out, our people are worn out. What do we do to get the United States military back to the point where it is the strongest in the world and when no one will take us on?
Look, in the Ukraine-Russia fight right now, 70% of the casualties are caused by drones, small, cheap drones. the cost of delivering energy, right? There's two things a military commander does: coordinates information and releases energy. Fly that ship from here to there, move that aircraft, put that warhead on a forehead. The cost of doing that in the West has gotten grotesquely too high. When it takes a $4 million interceptor to shoot down a $20,000 Iranian drone, we have a fundamental problem. The lessons learned, the innovation that's happened at the edge of battle in Ukraine, those lessons have to be absorbed here. Look, the Department of War has started that with a drone dominance program, a rapid fire competition for that space. They need to do that across all parts of weapon development, because for the last 30 years, we've allowed basically a defense cartel of 5 super majors to massively overcharge what it costs to deliver energy for a U.S. decision maker. And that's why, I mean, that's why you've had to pull 50% of your interceptors, your war stocks that are supposed to protect us in Indo-PACOM, the Pacific theater, to make up and to try to fill that gap in Iran. If they decide to put combat troops into Iran, it will be vastly more expensive, and people need to read stories about Gallipoli and what happened there and what happened at the Battle of Jutland. Empires don't live forever, and you have to be exceedingly cautious in how you expend force. Just because we've won the last few we've been through doesn't mean it's inevitable.
Yeah, the important thing here, warfare, of course, is changing, but we also need a Pentagon that will adapt. We need a Pentagon that will be able to do the things that Eric talks about. And, of course, the rebuilding of the military starts with people.
Yeah.
Chad, when my wife and I were having dinner at Sassy's truck stop in Limestone, New York, when we got the news that President Trump had nominated Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense. And my wife said to me, he has put #1 priority, the president has put the #1 priority on retention in the military and recruitment. This is an important issue for you.
It's a very important issue with me, and it's why I got behind Pete Hegseth when he was not nominated to be secretary. I believe in my time around the military, the #1 issue in our current state is morale, recruitment, and retention, and Pete Hegseth had aligned with that. Bringing someone from inside the institution, the military, we've seen that systemically had been continued to be a problem through multiple administrations, but primarily during the years of the Biden-Harris administration. What I seen in my 30 years in and around the military was the lowest morale that I had seen in 30 years, the worst recruiting since Vietnam, and the retention. We were losing all of our GWAT warfighters who had tremendous amount of experience, and they were going away. And look, we have the biggest, baddest, best military, not in the world, in the history of the world. However, if we don't, it doesn't matter what equipment, what technology we have, if we don't have the right men and women, the best and brightest of our nation, raising the hand to serve, then we're not ready. And readiness is important to our national security. I believe it's an imminent threat to our national security. And Pete Hegseth not only was up for that challenge, but in 2 years, we've seen him turn all those things into the best morale, the highest morale I've seen. And I work through Mighty Oaks Foundation. I'm always around troops. I've spoken to over 500,000 troops. I'm at base to base to base. Jason and I just went and did Marines and Navy 250. We have a motivated military force right now. The recruitment is at a 15-year high, and the retention, we have the retention that we need to be able to fight these wars. And so Pete, it's amazing to see. Pete is in the trenches. I mean, we see him doing PT and getting out there with the guys, but he's on ranges shooting. And it's not just for photo ops. He's wanting to hear from them. He's wanting to hear from the warfighter what they need, and it's a long stretch away from the double-masked, triple-vaxxed, absent on duty Secretary Austin. And so it's very, very necessary.
Amen, Chad. Jason, what does the warfighter need?
I'm having a hard time hearing.
Say that again. What does the warfighter
What does the warfighter need?
Warfighter needs the support of the American people. The warfighter needs the equipment, they need the training, and they need the technology to move forward on the battlefield. They also need a leadership that's willing to be smart about when we employ them. I think peace through strength, this idea, it is how do we build the latest technology? How do we build the greatest fighting force? And we have been that for years, but that's been degrading. After the war on terror, there was a degradation in the amount of ships and the amount of technology in our jets, all the infrastructure that now is needed to be built back up. But there's an additional caveat to that, which is when do we employ our forces? When do we utilize that peace through strength? Where do we project power around the world? How are we smart about that? I think for decades and decades, we have placed ourselves in locations around the world to project that power so that we can support the warfighter, and we're strategically positioned around the world. I feel like we're pulling away from that. I feel like there's this idea, oh, if we place a base in this location, this is a poor representation of the American people, or it's a fallback on this colonial idea, or things like this, colonialism. Well, why didn't we keep the base in Afghanistan? In my opinion, we absolutely should have kept Bagram. We should have parked strategic bombers there. We should have left troops there and special operations forces. We could have prevented the fall of Afghanistan if we had been smart and strategic and had been willing to focus on that peace through strength instead of this pullback. That is what will enable our troops to be successful, build morale, and know that they have the strength and backing of not only the American people, but the leadership.
I think, Eric, I mean, what Jason said is so important. Had we kept Bagram Air Force Base in Afghanistan, you know, we would be in a lot different strategic position with Iran right now. I mean, we had told that we are maybe warmongers for keeping our sons and daughters at risk by having these contingencies around the world. We withdrew from Afghanistan with this lie that we had been in this endless war, this 20-year war, and we had America's sons and daughters there. We had 2,500 troops there. One time, at the time of the withdrawal, we had 4,000 troops. We still have 80,000 troops in Japan, and since World War II, we have 40,000 or so in Germany, 35,000 in South Korea. We don't stay in wars because of these contingencies around the world. We prevent wars through our presence, and so.
Eric, you are, I believe, the preeminent thinker on the U.S. military. What do you think about what the warfighter needs?
Look, the redirect of the administration has been fantastic in terms of focusing on merit and lethality. A military should not be a social engineering organization. It should really be a snarling attack dog that's held on leash until it's off leash, and then it's go time. So cutting away a lot of the completely distracting aspects that happens to every federal bureaucracy. And then when it is go time, then they need every possible resource. They have, but again, in a year, in a couple of months, it's not enough time to fix decades of true mistakes in procurement, in promotions, and everything else. One of the problems of the global war on terror is nobody got fired. Remember, when what took Lincoln 5 heads of the military, he fired 5 chiefs of staff to finally get to victory. The generals that finished World War II were not the ones that won. So I don't think the thinning has gone nearly deep enough into the General Officer Corps, into the Officer Corps. We have about the same level of flag officers today that we did in World War II, but we have 10% of the troops. So in an era of digital instantaneous communications, you have an extremely bloated top-end organization. So my hat's off to Pete Hegseth for trying to change the wheel of the vehicle while you're rolling down the highway. But there's a lot of work to be done, and I think we need to be extremely cautious before we stress, because remember, if you're going to force the Straits of Hormuz, Ketchum Island is the size of Okinawa. Lyric Island is the size of Iwo Jima. Any American with any memory knows how many tens of thousands of casualties and dead we took taking those islands. And that's before you even get to Carg Island, another 500 miles up the Gulf. So proceed with great caution.
Eric, while you were talking, you were mentioned about Lincoln firing all the generals until he got to Grant. This is the same thing that George Marshall did at the end of the 1930s. He actually established a firing board. He got rid of his friends who were in the military because they were not war fighters. And really what you're talking about is absolutely critical. You need to have at the top, we got war fighters here. We got Chad, we got Jason. But what we really need at the top right now is a military leadership that are fighters. And we had, because of peace, we've got a lot of people there who shouldn't be there. And because of that, those bad decisions that you talked about, those generals and admirals were responsible for them.
Sure. Can you imagine a General Patton today, how long ago he would have been drummed out of the military, but he killed and captured more enemy territory than any general in U.S. history. I don't care how many F-bombs the guy dropped, he knew how to fight.
We're running out of time, but I'd like to ask each of you what you want to say to the American people right now. We'll start with you, Chad.
I mean, I agree. First of all, I agree with Eric. Like, I'm praying that we do not put boots on the ground. I believe in an unconventional solution to this over a conventional solution. But whatever route we go, the American people need to know that we have the most amazing, bravest young men and women that are out there standing in line for us, for each of us, that we can sit here free. And Jason and I get to, and I'm sure Eric too, we get to go and see them at their units and around the world and speak to them, and they are just, it's hard to believe, because when you turn on the news, we just still have such a patriotic nation, and these young men and women are representatives of that as they raise their hand, as only 0.5% of our nation, by the way, and serve our military. So just keep them in your prayers, and I ask that you continue to pray for each one of them, whichever choice our administration makes.
Jason.
You know, I am the last person to want to go to war. I mean, I've lost friends. I mean, I'm wounded. That being said, my message to the American people is to understand that sometimes we have to endure short-term pain to endure long-term gain. And that's easy. Well, it's easy to say when I have kids who are now fighting age. They can serve in the military. They can go forward no different than us. 20 years from now, I'll have a grandson that will be in the same place. So it's easy to say that, but we have to recognize that for the future of our country, we need to address the threats that are out there. And if we've started something, and in my opinion, we must finish it. Because if we don't, we only create larger problems later down the road. We only embolden our enemies greater if we don't finish. Eric is 100% right. We must tread lightly, but we've committed to this, and I think now, I hope the pressure of the American people don't back off and don't say, hey, we have to stop because this hurts too much in the short term. Think about the long term and the future of our nation.
Eric, we started with you, and we're going to end with you. USA, 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 USA.
Beware the dangers of foreign entangling alliances, and beware the leverage of foreign governments and foreign influence on decision making. And for all the people that want to, I agree, USA all the way. But for all the people that are cheering, make sure you put skin in the game. Because we have an all-volunteer force. Don't put up, or don't shut up unless people are going to put up. Put skin in the game. These guys have had skin in the game. I have skin in the game. Let's make sure America is first, not any other country, period.
Chad, thank you for being a war fighter. Eric, inspiration. All of us should follow you. Jason, I can't tell you how much I admire you. Thank you. Come on, guys.
Hey y'all. We're Jessica and Jeff Robertson, and we've got some exciting news to share. We're joining the great American media family.
Our new unscripted series is a journey that takes us out of our Louisiana comfort zone and into a brand new chapter, expanding our roots to a ranch in Texas.
Along the way, you'll meet our kids, grandbabies, relatives, and a community who reminds us of what matters most.
We can't wait to invite you on this faith-filled adventure exclusively on Great American PureFlix, Great American Family, and GFAM Plus.
Human trafficking breaks human beings. And I believe everybody in this room believes in the dignity, value, and worth of every human being, and we have an obligation to put those human beings, try to put them back together. You got to educate, you've got to legislate, but you also have to prosecute.
Cartels are making $33 million every week off human smuggling alone.
Reports indicated that Mexico remains a major hub in the global trade of vulnerable individuals.
The United States plays a significant role in both the supply and demand sides of this issue.
The elites in this country are not going to stop it.
If they were going to stop it, they would have already.
This is an issue that I think we not just have a legal obligation, but a moral one as well.
The battle for the soul of the nation moves to CPAC. Your mission? Amplify conservative voices, shape the narrative, and drive the movement forward from the inside. This isn't coffee runs and busy work. It's war room strategy, boots on the ground execution, and front row access to power. The next generation of leaders starts here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is The Diplomat. Please welcome Special Presidential Envoy for Special Missions of the United States, Ambassador Rick Grenell, and CPAC Senior Fellow, the Honorable Bianna Mercedes Schlapp.
Looks like the RNC stage.
Huh?
Looks like the RNC stage.
But all right, Rick Grenell.
Rick Grenell.
We always say that Marco Rubio, yes, that's right, he's the best. We're like, Marco Rubio wears a lot of hats. Tom Homan yesterday told me he wears a lot of hats. You, my friend, you wear a lot of hats. But let's talk about the first one. As now you're exiting the Kennedy Center.
Yes.
You know, I know the left tried desperately to destroy this incredible place that you were building so strong. Tell us, what are we moving into now? What phase are we doing, and what are the successes that you've had at the Kennedy Center?
Well, you know, one of the things about Washington is they love to kick the can down the road. They don't ever solve problems, and we're so frustrated. You look at the border, you look at any issue, Washington, D.C. doesn't know how to fix problems. President Trump came in, and the then Kennedy Center, which was financially a mess and structurally a mess. And I actually think people should go to prison for the deferred maintenance on the Kennedy Center. When you look at what they said that they were going to do, which was fix the Kennedy Center, they were getting federal dollars to maintain the building. They were not maintaining the building. After 10 years of all of that, the place was literally falling apart. Lawsuits from the ceiling falling on cars. Every time there was rain, it poured in through the roof. The sewer system would back up. Pipes would burst. I arrived, and we didn't even have the fountains out front that were able to work because they were going down into the parking garage and flooding the parking garage. The marble was literally falling apart. And President Trump, when I first came, he came over, and we took him to the bowels of the basement. And he saw it immediately, and he said, wow, this place needs to be fixed. Some of our engineers were saying we should tear it down and start over.
Right.
But President Trump said, we're going to fix it. And we've tried to fix it as we've gone along, but the best thing to do is to shut it down, turn it into a construction site for 2 years, bring it back better than ever. We have to do that because of years of neglect,
Right.
of people literally saying that they were going to spend money on maintenance and they didn't. So they were lying. You also think about the programming, which was so far left that corporations had abandoned the place. So the model of how we paid for the arts was not working. And let me just say this. The New York Times, which I don't quote very often, they've done 2 front-page stories about the arts in America. One was that Broadway was dying. People weren't buying tickets because the shows were just not the traditional Broadway shows that people wanted to go see. That was one. And 2, the Met was $300 million in debt. So this phenomenon of arts institutions not being able to pay their bills and ticket sales plummeting, shame on the media for suddenly holding the then Kennedy Center to this standard that they didn't hold the rest of the arts institutions across America to. And we actually stepped out and fixed the problem, and now we're fixing the building. So we will be able to say we fixed financially and physically the new Trump Kennedy Center.
Yes, the new Trump Kennedy Center. And what can we expect, real quick, what can we expect coming out after the construction is completed?
I think one of the most beautiful buildings ever, which will not have any structural problems. You're going to arrive at the new Trump Kennedy Center and think, wow, this is an amazing building. We're going to have state-of-the-art technology, which we don't have right now. And I also think you'll see the programming go back to the traditional big stuff that sells. For instance, we've had, Chicago the Musical, which comes to the Trump Kennedy Center next week, sold out. We've had all sorts of big programming that appeals to the masses. What doesn't appeal to the masses are these niche little programs that programmers have been spending millions of dollars on, and corporations don't want to support. So when you don't have the combination of corporate dollars or enough ticket sales, and remember, the Trump Kennedy Center has 19 unions, so it's incredibly expensive to put on a show, and the theaters are very small. So the challenges there have been enormous. And then, lastly, I'll just say, the previous administration allowed there to be the building of this brand new section of the Trump Kennedy Center called the Reach, a modern section of that. They told people it would be $100 million to build the Reach. We didn't need to build it, but they went out and raised, and they said it would be $100 million. When all said and done, they spent $280 million, not 100, $280 million, and took out a $30 million loan.
Oh my.
Now, the Washington Post, the New York Times, who cover the Trump Kennedy Center, have never printed any of that because they don't understand finances. You've got these woke arts culture reporters who all they want to talk about is the latest soprano that's coming to the center and how much money we might be paying for this and how we're cutting edge programming. And what I was saying is, you need somebody to run this organization more like a common sense business person, so that when you're all said and done, you're paying for these performances without going in debt every single time. You can do it. You've just got to have common sense programming that corporations support.
Okay, from arts to war. I've been reading these articles.
The arts were a war, just so you know.
The art of war. We've been moving, we've been reading these stories about there's a MAGA riff on the Iran war. There's a disagreement amongst conservatives. What's your sense of what you're hearing, what you're learning, and viewing it also from a diplomatic standpoint, not what we just, we witnessed this military campaign here on the stage with Eric Prince and several others, but really shifting that gear into the diplomatic world. So talk to me about what you're seeing in terms of the riff, if there is a riff in MAGA, number one, and number two, looking into, are there potential diplomatic solutions, in this Iran conflict?
Well, first of all, the one thing that I love about the MAGA movement is that we actually have opinions. We share our opinions. We're proud to be transparent about those opinions, and we try to work through these issues. It's, the Democrats really demand that people just fall in line. Well, we don't do that. We have a messy debate, and sometimes you see it play out. What we're unified on, though, is trusting President Trump. I think what everybody understands is that President Trump is looking at intelligence that we aren't. President Trump is talking to our allies more closely than anyone else. The media doesn't know, and most of us don't know exactly what President Trump knows. And so I think the first rule is that we trust him. What I would say is what we just saw from the last panel, they were talking about the need to confront our threats, right? And we all agree that we should confront our threats. But what I want to see, what I've advocated for my career, is that when we confront a threat, that we don't just immediately assume that this goes to the Department of War or the Pentagon, right? We have to be sophisticated enough to know that if you're going to confront these conflicts and you're going to problem solve, then you better have a State Department filled with diplomats who are really tough. Because nothing is better when you do negotiations, and I've done tens of thousands of negotiations, and nothing is better than when you sit in a room and you're negotiating as diplomats across the table with a foreign diplomat, and you're talking about solving a problem. Nothing is better than to have the diplomat on the other side know that I've got a president of the United States, I've got a boss who doesn't just have a threat, he has a credible threat.
Yeah.
And when President Trump says, I'm gonna do something, and I don't just mean military action. When President Trump says, if you don't do X, we are going to increase tariffs.
Yeah.
People know, countries know, he's increasing tariffs.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to happen. And what I love about this president is that he doesn't do the typical Washington thing of, you know, we're going to talk to the Treasury Department or the Commerce Department, and the deputy assistant of this and that is going to give us a white paper, and we're going to look and study issues. President Trump says Tuesday, if you haven't moved, we are going to increase tariffs.
Yeah.
They move because they don't want the tariffs increased. This is a difference between a threat, which is what Kamala said, no, don't, and a credible threat, which is President Trump saying, you have until Tuesday.
You're giving even too much credit to Kamala Harris, let me tell you, because then she'll say no, don't, and then she'll go into some sort of word salad that no one understands. But, you know, it's interesting because I would say President Trump, you know, our theme is actions over words. President Trump is the ultimate actions over words leader.
Yes.
That's exactly right. That's it. What do you think the end game is going to be in Iran?
For Iran, well, first of all, I've been working on this issue for a very long time. I was at the UN for 8 years. I was inside the UN Security Council. We were confronting the Iranian issue. And this is what I mean by having this constant Washington, you know, the Iranian proxies immediately attack. They kill people. We then go and try to do sanctions. And there's this constant cycle of not solving the problem, but reacting. And I think President Trump was just sick of it. He was sick of this constant cycle and said, how do we fix this? Let's talk about what we do know. We do know that Presidents Obama and Biden decided to believe the Iranian regime enough to say, okay, let's cut a deal. We believe you. And we're going to give you billions of dollars in sanctions relief, cash, and credit. One of the threats that we have right now is an Iranian regime, barely alive, but what we had was an Iranian regime that has the cash, thanks to Presidents Obama and Biden. They have enough money for 25 years. They have the motives to still come at us. The intelligence is frightening when you look at all of their proxies. And I think that the threat is very real, so the president decided to confront that. What I love about President Trump confronting this is that he's decided to fix this problem. Is it messy in the short term? Of course. But is it ultimately going to be a good thing? I think we're going to look back in a couple of months and say, thank God that we fixed this problem. The Iranian regime is not a threat any longer. Gas prices will absolutely be fixed. When you think about the problems that President Trump has solved by getting us more access to oil in Venezuela and more access for oil in Iran, which we know is coming because he's concentrated on Kirk Island. I think we're going to look back and say, thank God we're not having to spend so much money to recycle this problem of terrorism, that we went in quickly, we took out the threat, and we're able to benefit from the fact that we have a stable region that's going to be able to do stable trade.
Speaking of Venezuela, you know the Latin American region very well. We're seeing, obviously, the successful removal of the dictator Nicolás Maduro, thanks to President Trump, and also the pressure that's on Cuba right now, you know, and you know my background, so many Cuban Americans in my hometown in Miami and in Florida.
And in your blood.
And in my blood, that's right. But what do you think happens there? There's a lot of pressure. And I really do believe President Trump is the only president who could actually achieve a free Cuba. So what are the steps to get there?
Look, you're always going to hear from me diplomacy because I'm a diplomat, and I believe that we should have really hard diplomats with skills that are able to solve problems, not wimpy going to dinner diplomats, but diplomats who actually solve problems. If you want to solve problems and avoid war, you better have a class of diplomats who are really good at solving problems. President Trump gives us the ability to have diplomats at the State Department that are tip of the spear and able to solve problems. And we see that happening. I think with Cuba, that's what we need. The Cuban leadership knows exactly that there is a very credible threat from President Trump. Our diplomats now need to go in and solve these problems before we have to take military action. I don't want military action. Again, I'm the guy who's at the State Department. I'm the guy who is a diplomat. And we have to have really strong diplomats. We can't just look at every crisis or threat and immediately transfer it over to the Pentagon. First of all, having diplomats is much cheaper.
Yeah.
And if they do the job, it can be much quicker.
How do you see, you know, as former ambassador to Germany, how do you see Europe right now in terms of their own, you know, economic stresses that they're having, their own migration problems? I mean, is Europe salvageable?
Well, first of all, we have to say it is salvageable because Europe is a great partner for us. But wow, have we been disappointed over the years. And I think it started with Merkel, I have to be honest with you. Chancellor Merkel, I think, ruined the continent. She's the one who didn't have an immigration policy. I've said this when I was ambassador in Germany, and it wasn't very popular, but the European Union became smaller and weaker when Chancellor Merkel was there because of Brexit. Remember, Brexit happened because of immigration. They looked at what was happening across the continent and they said, we're out of here. If you can't have rules, we don't want that coming into our country. You've got to have rules. Every single country has immigration rules. We should never be apologizing for having strict immigration rules. Matter of fact, I've said this on this stage and I really mean it. The fact is the United States of America has the most generous immigration policy in the world. You all should never be put in a position of apologizing for having strict rules. Every country has strict rules. We are extremely generous. Roughly 1 million people a year get to become US citizens, a lot more with visas. We are extremely generous. No other country does that. No other country comes close to our generous immigration policy. And we are stronger when we have legal immigration. President Trump has first and second generation Americans that are more excited about the American dream than fifth, sixth, seventh generation Americans. First and second generation Americans are teaching us how much to love this country, fight for this country, and make sure that we have strict rules in order to come in.
Final question. What do we do to defeat communism in the globe and ensure that it doesn't come into America?
Well, I'm old enough to remember that we almost came to the point where it was defeated, but we didn't quite finish the job, so it started coming back, right? So we have to be able to demand that our European partners see the world like we do. All of the warnings that we gave Germany and the rest of Europe about Russia, and they didn't listen to us. And to go back a little bit on that last question that you had, I think the way that the Europeans have undermined NATO is going to have major consequences. The American people have been skeptical for a long time of our tax dollars going to defend Europeans and others in NATO, and they not paying their fair share, doing their obligations. And what just happened with Spain saying, no, we're not helping America, and the UK saying you can't even use their bases, I don't think Europe understands just how angry the American people are going to be to say, this isn't the NATO that we thought we signed up for.
Yeah. All right, Rick Grenell, the diplomat. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You'll live it, Pat. This is your moment.
As conservatives, we believe in public safety. We also believe in fiscal responsibility. On the left, what they've done with the criminal justice system has undermined both. So it ain't rocket science, okay? This is not. You get the violent criminals off the streets, make sure that the people that are going to reenter society have a pathway to do so successfully, and that's pretty much it. That solves so many of these issues.
In 2022, the United States recorded an incarceration rate of 541 per 100,000 people, higher than any other major democracy.
The annual price tag is $182 billion spent on prisons, jails, probation, and parole.
Wrongful convictions remain common, separating families and costing lives.
The system is broken, expensive, abusive, and ineffective.
That's when I learned to fight. That's when I learned to fight and to uncover the injustices that happen. And the government shouldn't be allowed to break every single law in order to get a conviction.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
Puts a very bright light on the two-tiered system of justice that only seems to go after President Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination.
He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job.
He's a very inquisitive person who loves to talk about the economy.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
Ladies and gentlemen, this one's for George Soros. Please welcome CPAC Chairman, the Honorable Matt Schlapp.
Hello, CPAC. Thank you. I like that. That's a good color. Are you tired? Have we given you too much to think about? No. Americans don't get tired. Have you seen that we've taken CPAC all over the world to over 12 countries and 5 continents? Here's what we figured out in our travels. Initially, the chairman of now CPAC in Japan, Jay Aiba, said, would you take CPAC overseas to Japan? And I was kind of in a state of shock. I was like, do they know about CPAC in Japan? And then we started going to these countries. We went to Brazil with Eduardo Bolsonaro, and we realized that's okay, Eduardo. I'm not jealous. We know everyone in America loves you and your father and your brother. But we went to Brazil and we realized in the textbooks in Brazil, they were teaching kids as young as 9 years old about all the different ways they could be sexually active and change their genders. We went to Australia and I ran into this group called Antifa that I was told in America didn't exist. But there were basically trans activists on the streets of Australia with signs that said Antifa, and the CPAC people in Australia stole their sign and brought it into CPAC, which was a great Australian way to end that. But all of these evil forces that we faced in America, the good freedom-loving people in these other countries and these other democracies were facing as well. And then we had this idea. George Soros and his ilk are trying to fund this coup of culture. What if we, the scrappy guys, the grassroots guys, the small government guys, started sharing what was happening in our country with other countries to try to get ahead of the bad guys? And that's exactly what we've been doing. And so I'm going to introduce some real heroes to you. We started off CPAC this morning with heroes who are running for office. Now this is a different set of heroes. Some of them are running for office, some of them are in office, and some of them are just organizing their countries to make sure things like borders are enforced and families are protected. And we're going to start off with a country I've learned a lot about. They are fun-loving, they are independent, they don't like big government, but they've really been abused by big government and too many times by a failure of the party that they associate with. Andrew Cooper, Coops, come on out. Here they are. So Andrew came to CPAC up there by Washington, D.C. and said, I'm a smart guy. He's actually a very successful entrepreneur. I'm going to have the first CPAC in a foreign country. And you almost were the first CPAC in a foreign country, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I didn't realize that Jay Aiba of CPAC Japan had stolen my thunder. But I think we were the first to be officially endorsed.
Yes, that's right. That's right. So tell us what's going on in your country.
Look, when we had the first CPAC in Australia, we were attacked. Matt's not lying. Antifa are in the streets protesting. They were rabidly trying to... they shut down the streets of Sydney. Later on, the government organised to threaten me with incarceration because they were claiming that I was under foreign influence. So you have foreign influence laws here, right? They targeted Chinese influence in the Australian political system, but they were charging me with being under his influence. Now, he's very compelling. He's a very compelling man, but I don't think he's going to, he's not that compelling that I'll be a traitor to my country.
Not your thing.
I had to go to the equivalent of your Supreme Court to get out of that. They were threatening me with 6 months jail. That was our first CPAC. Hell of a start, right?
So you got sued.
Got sued.
You got canceled.
Got canceled.
You've had to find hotels with like how many days before an event would start?
We've been cancelled from hotels weeks before an event was due to start.
Because you're such a hateful speaker.
because we are CPAC, and Australia has gone through a period of being dominated by the left and the socialists, but it is swinging back, and I'm proud to report that part of that is because of CPAC.
So you've been sued. You went to the equivalent of the Supreme Court in Australia. You won.
We won. Well, I'm not in jail. I call that a win.
It was a win. You've had to take CPAC to more red areas inside Australia. So us coming to Texas, we actually learned from you guys because you couldn't be in your big cities anymore.
Yeah, so we're in the third largest city in Australia because the other two cancel us. We cannot get a venue. So we're in the state of Queensland, my hometown of Brisbane. It's the most conservative state. It's the Texas of Australia, and we love it. And that's why we love coming here too, because this is ground zero, as far as I can tell, for conservatism in the US. And my state, Queensland, is ground zero in Australia.
So at CPAC USA here in Texas, is it fair to say the freedom-loving people in Australia will be watching what's happening here?
With great interest. I'll tell you who will be watching this mostly, the left. They'll be writing their stories, they'll be plotting how they can make us look bad, Matt. But you know what? We don't care, do we, Matt?
No, we don't care.
We don't care.
We don't care. Now, let me tell you, you learn a lot about a culture when you go several times to a country. And I realized in Australia, you cannot have a CPAC in Australia without a break for a pint of something that gets you through the rest of the day. It's just part of the culture.
It's part of the culture, and I think that's something that you guys should look at adopting.
And we have a lot of great parties at CPAC, but no party is quite as in demand as you guys when you have your party.
Yeah, we have the Australian party on tonight. I won't be giving you the location.
It's in an undisclosed location?
We got into a lot of trouble last year, so we just got to keep it a little bit down.
Who's here from Australia? There we go, stand up. Oh no. There we go. Oh, they look thirsty, Andrew.
They look very thirsty. One of the great programs that we've developed actually in Australia is we bring in a bunch of young people that are sponsored by donors and supporters, typically older people that are concerned about the wokeness of the younger generation. That's one of the programs is every year we bring a lot of young Australians over here, experience a bit of American culture, open their eyes to concepts that they may not, or I guess, a social environment and a cultural environment that they don't get back in Australia, and hopefully that de-wokes them. They're all pretty solid. They're not woke anyway, but they can go back there and talk to their friends and be equipped with ideas and arguments that we don't really, don't really talk about back home. So it's fantastic. I want to welcome, we call them our global explorers. Please welcome them again.
Andrew, do we have dates for CPAC 2027?
Yes, we do. So 2026.
End of the year?
It's October 10 and 11. I encourage all of you to make the short flight down to Australia and join us for a pint. Should be fun.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for everything. Awesome. Okay, so this is America, and we have a kinship to the people of Australia. Obviously, a lot of common things like language, and it's our great honor to bring up next the former Prime Minister of the UK, Liz Truss. Great to have you here at CPAC again.
It's fantastic to be here again.
So your book said we only had a short time to save the world. Have you gotten a wee bit more optimistic?
Well, my book was written 2 years ago, 10 years to save the West. And the big thing that's happened since then is President Trump got elected. And that, to me, That is the start of a tidal wave of taking on the globalist leftist establishment, but we need to make sure that it spreads beyond the United States.
So I remember when I was a kid reading about the Tories. These were the conservatives. These were the hard chargers. This was the party that you had your great career in. Something happened between Margaret Thatcher and today, and there's a lot of change in UK politics.
So what happened was the Conservative Party used to stand for a strong economy, a strong defence, and strong borders. But what happened in Britain is Tony Blair took over, and he rigged the system against the Conservatives. He changed the justice system. He put in the Human Rights Act that made it impossible to deport illegal immigrants. He put in the Climate Change Act that made it impossible to frack and drill and have energy independence. And unfortunately, when the Conservatives got into government, we didn't change any of that. And believe me, I tried. But when I tried, what I found were there were too many people on my side who wanted to go along to get along. They weren't prepared to fight the left, and that is why our country is now in terrible trouble. You know, people are being arrested for posting on the internet. They're being jailed for speaking out. We have a problem with Islamism. We've got a problem with grooming gangs, which are being covered up in our towns and cities. So fundamentally, the Conservative Party lost its way, and we need a counter-revolution. We need a counter-revolution to overthrow the globalist regime that is now in power. And it's not just the politicians. It's the deep state, it's the bureaucrats, it's the blob who are running Britain and are running it into the ground.
So, how many of you have ever met a lazy politician? I know they weren't from Texas, I understand. You're kind of the opposite. So you have this great career. Now, you've decided that the way you can be the most effective is not necessarily continuing to seek glory in elected office, but to try to change the whole system in your country and really affect Europe.
Yeah, I mean, what I learnt from 10 years as a government minister, trying to do things, is that all the power had been handed away. It had been handed away to unelected agencies. It had been handed away to bodies like the Climate Change Committee. And we did not have, as Conservatives, the movement, the infrastructure, the media, the independent media to take that on. So what I now am working on is how do we build the infrastructure in Britain? How do we build an equivalent of the MAGA movement? A mega movement, make England great again. How do we build that? How do we build the independent media to take on the blob media like the BBC? Because I know we will not get change in our country just by changing who's in number 10 Downing Street. We have to change the system.
And as part of that, what do you want to do with this beautiful...
Today, I can announce that we will be having the first ever CPAC in Great Britain. We want to bring the energy of the Conservative movement internationally to Britain. But what we also want to do is wake up the people in Britain who have been asleep while our country has been taken over. And we have a huge number of people, most people in Britain, they want to have a good job. They're proud of their country. They want Britain to be a Christian country. They don't want all this woke claptrap. And what we need to do is bring those people together, create the momentum for real change. And that's what we'll be doing at CPAC Great Britain.
Awesome. And an apology, CPAC Great Britain. That's the way to say it.
And CPAC Great Britain will be on the 16th to the 18th of July this year. It'll be in London. And tickets will be on sale from next week. And can I ask for the number in this audience who are going to come to CPAC London? Who's coming? They're all coming. Fantastic. That is great to hear because we need your support. We need your help. A lot of the great liberties of this country were first created or first developed in Britain, but we have lost our way. We have lost our way on everything from free speech to free markets to controlling our borders, and we need to get it back.
You're going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Everybody's looking at Travago or whatever right now, I know. You got to get to Australia. You got to get to Great Britain. Our next speaker deserves maybe a standing ovation because he's been working on CPAC for almost a decade in Japan. And guess what? They finally got their Japanese version of Margaret Thatcher or Ronald Reagan. This great new Prime Minister of Japan, Jay Aiba, please come out and join us. Oh, you are standing. All right, Jay, you did it. What does it feel like? What does it feel like to have a prime minister who's finally doing the right things?
今の大統領に関しましてとても正しいことをなさっていると思います。どういうお気持ちですか？
はい、安倍さんが暗殺されてからですね、日本は本当に暗いリベラルの時代に入ったんですけれども、そこから立ち直って今力強く保守のリーダー高市首相が誕生しました。
After Mr. Abe was assassinated, there was this wave in Japan, a democratic wave that was taking over. But right now, fortunately, everything has flipped slowly, and we are celebrating the victory.
So Prime Minister Abe was a seminal leader in Japan, had a very close relationship to President Trump. But what happened when he was assassinated is that his party started to drift. And now you're getting it back.
彼のアサシネーションの後に、彼に対する、Can I have the question one more time? I'm so sorry.
Abe helped fix the party.
安倍さんのパーティーは今とても再生されたという意味でしょうか？
その通りです。安倍さんが亡くなってしばらくは本当に保守派のリーダーは自民党からもバーッと消えてたんですけれども、高市さんが手を挙げて、そして力強く立ち上がったことによって自民党は今もう最後の大きな盛り上がりを見せていると、そんな感じです。
After the assassination of Mr. Abe, the Democratic Party, the Conservative and Democratic Party of Japan has fallen really dramatically, and there was really a few conservative democratic people in the party. But right now that has recovered, and right now we have a healthy Democratic Party right now running in Japan.
And what are the plans for CPAC for the next year, Jay?
次の CPAC に対する I'm sorry, one more time.
For Chairman Aiba, what are the plans for CPAC? Are there dates or time?
日本の CPAC につきまして、日だったり日付だったりお時間だったり開催についてお知らせください。
今年CPAC ジャパンは10回目、10年連続で10年目を迎えます。10周年です。12月の5日、6日に東京で行おうと思っております。もう最初スタートからですね、マットと一緒に立ち上げてきました。マットも2015年に ACU の議長に就任し、私も2015年に CPAC ジャパン、JCU を設立し、お互いいろんな苦労がありましたけれども、本当にインターナショナル CPAC をここまで育てることができて、マットの功績に心から感謝したいと思います。
This is going to mark the 10th years of the Japanese Conservative Union in Japan, and we are holding. 日付はいつでしたっけ？12月5日6日です。It's going to be held December 5th in Japan this year.
December 5th in Tokyo.
In Tokyo.
So they have to go to Australia, London, and you have to go to Tokyo. So keep looking on your phone.
And he started the CCAP in Japan 2015, and you were also here 2015, and he's appreciating the cooperation and alliance together for 10 years to build the successful
Thanks
community in Japan.
Thanks for being the first one through the gate, Jay. Thank you.
最初の人になってくれてありがとうございました。
So you all know that we just got back from Europe, Central Europe. We had CPAC in Budapest, where this very important election for Viktor Orban's continuation as a prime minister is at stake. In a matter of days, Megor Ernier, please come out. Megor. So,
Texas.
You love Texas?
I love Texas.
Let me see your shoes. Do you have shoes or do you have boots? Someone get this man some boots.
I just tried the barbecue. It's excellent.
It's amazing?
Yeah, I love it.
Are you ready for a nap? That you didn't
let's do this interview first.
Okay. You know you've had good barbecue when you're ready to sleep it off. That's my opinion of good barbecue. Warren Mundine, will you please stand up? He's the chairman of CPAC Australia. Great to have you with us, Warren. He's another hero. Okay, so I don't want to put you on the spot. We want to know if the prime minister is going to win. I feel guilty asking you that question. I'll let you answer it while I'm talking if you want. But if he...
They are, but he's winning.
Good.
That's the short answer. We're winning, and we're winning big. You were in Hungary just a few days ago. We had CPAC Hungary. We just concluded it 5 days ago. And it was an immense success. So thank you so much, Matt, for all your support, for endorsing Prime Minister Viktor Orban. We also just received the endorsement from President Trump.
Slightly more important.
But CPAC Hungary has been a great success. So we had President Milei there, we had Andy Harris from Freedom Caucus, and so many leaders from Europe, from Israel, and from Latin America. So Matt, we're so grateful for all your support. And yes, we're in a critical moment right now in Europe because we're having elections, and our elections go beyond the scope of Hungary. So because Viktor Orban represents a vision of conservatism, of common sense values, and the globalists, they want to get rid of him. So I think you saw what battle we're in right now.
So let me just say to everyone, got a couple questions, people saying, hey, Viktor Orban's in this tough race. How's he going to pull it out? We've looked at these polls. He's behind in a lot of polls recently. He's now up in polls. Something happened with the war in Ukraine. You have this vital pipeline that's been damaged. You're missing, is it natural gas that you get through that pipeline to your people that would come through Ukraine? Yeah. President Zelensky of Ukraine has such animosity towards Viktor Orban that there's this whole question about whether we're going to get the pipeline fixed. They're going to get the pipeline fixed. It's changed the whole dynamics of the race. Is this right?
First of all, it's not just about the pipeline. We're definitely under a lot of pressure from Zelensky because he knows that we support peace and we support President Trump's efforts to end the war in Ukraine. But we also got a lot of pressure from the European Union. So unelected bureaucrats.
Trying to influence the election in your country.
You might have heard about the Digital Services Act, which is basically trying to silence conservative voices in the European Union. So the first time in the European Union, the European Commission has just activated a so-called rapid response mechanism so they can suppress conservative voices on social media, on search engines. Just before the Hungarian elections, there's an open interference going on in the Hungarian elections from the globalists. So that's why CPAC Hungary was so important, to show to our voters that there's a very strong support from common sense conservatives from all around the world.
Well, you honor us by being here in America. Please fly back home quickly and get the job done, okay, Megor?
Thank you, Matt.
Well, we have a special person in the audience and a special person backstage because we've, I think, developed quite a kinship between the freedom lovers in America and the freedom lovers in the great country of Brazil. Yes, there we go. Is that Alan there? You know, people don't know, Alan, that people had to literally, as Trump was being prosecuted and persecuted, people from Brazil started to be prosecuted and persecuted. We had what they called an insurrection. They had what they like to call an insurrection. They're jailing journalists. They're going after the Bolsonaro family. They're going after allies. So our next speaker is a true hero. His family is standing up at great consequence for the things that make Brazil great. Eduardo Bolsonaro, come on out and join us. So you have somebody special in the audience here?
Yeah, and I did not pay them.
You did not?
But I have my brother here, is the front runner. What is he?
Flavio.
He's older than me. He's a senator. He's running for president. Ladies and gentlemen, the next president of Brazil that will be elected in the election in October, Flavio Bolsonaro. For the very first time, I have my older brother clapping for me here in the stage, so please record it.
The first thing that we all care about is how's your father?
Today, he just got out from the hospital, so we are very happy with this news. But he really almost died the last time that he did go there, and for the first time also, it's an unfair jailing. But at least now he's at home for house arrest. So things are getting better.
Things are better, but you're basically like a congressman in exile. You really can't go back to your country because they're going to do the same thing to you they're doing to your father.
Sure, no, if I go back to my country now, very likely they're going to jail me, not because connected with drug cartels, corruption, laundering money, nothing of that. It's only because speaking, loudly against a human rights violator. His name is Alexandre de Moraes. He's a justice from the Supreme Court that we have.
Boo.
That's a good T-shirt. And they charged me for crimes that could bring me up 20 years in jail. And yes, he got really mad when Trump and Rubio sanctioned him.
Yeah. So that, combating all that, nearly impossible psychologically, spiritually, financially, but the people of Brazil. I'm in shock because I'm looking at Flavio's polling, and he's leading. Now, in Brazil, that's tough because I really never saw your dad in front of too many polls, right? He was always lagging, and there's a great consequence, just as there was here if you supported Donald Trump, so God bless all of you who supported him throughout all those days. But in Brazil, there's a consequence to standing up for somebody with the last name Bolsonaro.
Yes. I want to give you one example. I have my bank accounts frozen. My wife, she has nothing with my work. She has her bank accounts frozen. They got my passport. They took my mandate. So now I'm a former congressman. And now they are running to do not let me even be a federal police officer there in Brazil. So this is how I am a threat of democracy. I'm really dangerous man, but I'm very happy, Matt, because if you look here, we have a record of, this is the CPAC that is #1 by far of authorities from Brazil here. You have congressmen, you have city council, state congressman, the front leader candidate for the presidency. So basically what we are doing is we're speaking loud that we do not fear you, Alexandre de Moraes. We are going to win this election. We are going to pardon Jair Bolsonaro, and the United States will have the biggest ally ever in Brazil in the presidency next year.
No, you can do much better than that. I think you need to let the government in Brazil and this corrupt Supreme Court Justice, hear a little louder from CPAC how happy you are that the Bolsonaro family are here today. Let me let you hear it. You know, Eduardo, they say that heroes wear capes, but there's some devilish guys who wear capes too, including your Supreme Court Justice. And this idea of judges and justices running rogue, playing politics, it has to stop. If your brother wins, can we make it stop?
Sure, yes. Also because there is a very good prognostic that we will have the majority in the Senate, and the future senators are going to impeach Alexandre de Moraes and all other corrupted justices from our Supreme Court, kicking them out from there. And on the following day, I will sue them in the courts to arrest these kind of people for the crimes that they did. Because other way, they will always try to arrest us for the crimes that we did not do.
Good for you.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Are you feeling hope yet? Have you seen the video with all the successes we're starting to have around the globe? Do me a favor. Don't tell anyone. We seem to be sneaking right by them. All the globalists and all their money, guess what? They're not winning. And you know where else they're not winning? Liz Truss, it takes a lot of courage in Western Europe because they've done so much damage, right? So you have France, you have Great Britain, we have Germany. George Weinberg, come out. Traveled all the way from Germany to be with us. George, I really like your hair.
Thank you so much.
It's fabulous.
Thank you so much.
We gonna have a CPAC in Germany?
Well, I had a dream. Somebody was before saying this. I had a dream to bring Matt to Germany for the CPAC, and if it's gonna work this year,
all right,
it'll be great.
That's great. So, where and when are you thinking?
Well, you know, the question will be, we have a couple options. Berlin is, of course, the capital of Germany. Berlin is, unfortunately, a little bit too left politically, so probably Munich will be the best place to have a CPAC in Germany, and we really need you to come to Europe, to come to Germany, to support the conservatives in Germany. Germany used to be engine of the Europe. Unfortunately, now it's a problem in Germany. We used to have last three governments that, in my opinion, really made a lot of mistakes, starting with Mrs. Merkel, who got about 4 million people from different countries, mostly from Arabic countries. And this is a real problem right now, since even it's many years from 2014, 50% of people that really came in, they are still on a social security. And the costs of this are about 200 billion of euros. And if you mean, you know, that the US is spending $1 trillion on defense, so we're talking about 1/5 of the budget of the American defense, just for the security, social security, for people that mostly are illiterate, they don't have a professions, and they are not supporting basically the society of regular Germans who are working hard every day, starting morning and at 8 in the morning and working till late hours, paying the social security, the insurance, the health insurance, and they are coming people, they basically just taking the advantage of the social system in Germany, without bringing any advantage for the system themselves.
So, George, we talked about Liz's book. A lot of people have said Europe is dead. You want CPAC to come to Germany. We shouldn't go to Germany unless there's hope. Can we turn things around in Germany?
Absolutely, I think yes. You know, generally, the German voters or the German society is a conservative society in the majority. And unfortunately, the old conservative party, the Christian Democratic...
They failed you, didn't they? The major center-right party failed you.
The major center-right party, and we have now on the right side the AfD. So if you count basically the percentage of the voices between, let's say, CDU and AfD has in the eastern part of Germany that used to be, under communistic occupation for many years, they now roughly between 35 and 40%. And even in the western part of Germany, the AfD is by 20%. So if you add the percentage AfD and CDU, we would have in Germany a really conservative government. Unfortunately, the CDU created some new expression, what they call firewall, and they are not willing to cooperate with the AfD.
So this is the problem we have in a lot of these countries, where you have multiple parties on the right, and instead of working with each other, one that gets the most starts working with the left.
Exactly.
And then we get this mushy policies out of it. And this is a lesson for us in America. We have to work together.
Absolutely. And I'm a construction engineer by training, and I can only tell you that firewall is not protecting for fire. Firewall is postponing the fire. So I hope the firewall will in Germany for going to be away pretty soon, and we're going to get real conservative majority and conservative policy and conservative majority. And please come to Germany.
It's a deal, George.
And help. And help. And help.
We'll save Germany too. Let's get a class photo, everyone. You want to come up here? And can I get back here? All right. Maybe a thumbs up too. All right, CPAC, let's give our appreciation to all these great leaders.
History isn't written in the classroom. It's forged in the fight for freedom. At CPAC, you won't just watch the movement, you'll help lead it. From strategy sessions to national stages, your work will matter. This is where passion meets purpose and where interns become leaders. Step up, stand out, join CPAC.
And in this country, there's no reason that every person in this country is not wealthy. There's tremendous amounts of wealth here. There's no scarcity.
In a country that promises freedom, most people live financially enslaved by debt, by fear, by a system they don't understand.
Federal regulatory compliance cost U.S. businesses about $3.1 trillion in 2022, or roughly 12% of GDP. In manufacturing, regulatory costs total around $350 billion annually, exceeding the economic output of nearly 30 states.
Small manufacturers with fewer than 50 employees face the steepest costs, averaging more than $50,000 per worker each year.
The government cannot do this, folks. This is all on you guys. The people that make a commitment to creating legacy wealth, okay, are actually doing the greatest, giving the greatest contribution to their country and their community than anybody else.
In a time of broken promises, one man stood apart and kept his word. He secured the border, unleashed American energy dominance, cut taxes, defended women's sports, crushed crime, ended government weaponization, brought back jobs, defunded Planned Parenthood, cut off USAID giveaways, ended taxpayer funding for PBS and NPR, and protected American values. Promises made, promises kept. Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, a conversation with FCC Chairman Brendan Carr and General Counsel for America First Legal Foundation, Julie Strauss-Levin.
Good to see you.
Hello, CPAC. It's great to be here today. Wonderful crowd. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to be here with Chairman Brendan Carr. He was elevated to chairman of the FCC on that blessed inaugural day in 2025 by our president, Donald J. Trump, after having served 8 years or so as as commissioner of the FCC. I think you started as a staffer, right?
I did. I started all the way back in 2012. I started the FCC. I had hair back then. That's how long I've been at the agency.
Although it was not President Trump who caused you to lose your hair. It was probably during the Biden administration, right?
That's right.
So before we get into the substance of our conversation, just explain what the FCC does and what its mandate is under Congress's charge.
Sure. The FCC is an administrative agency based in Washington, D.C., and we regulate the telecom sector and also the media sector. There's a lot of work that we're doing right now, including on affordability. Since President Trump has took office over the last year, cell phone prices are down over 6%. Prices are down over 8% since Biden era highs. Internet speeds are up. Competition's increasing. Digital divide is narrowing. So we're delivering a lot of results for the American people.
So before I ask you to go into that a little bit more, I want to take the opportunity to embarrass the chairman for just a moment. On March 20th, the president had, I would say, an impressive number of people in the room. And he said of you, and you can explain, there were generals and others in the room, and he described Chairman Carr as probably the most powerful man in the room. And he said that what you are doing to restore respect to the fake media, hat tip to the fake media somewhere in here, back there, for the first time in 25 years, you are tackling and taking on the fake media in ways that have not been done, quite frankly. So walk everybody through that, because each and every day we rely on the media. Although now we've gotten smarter, we find alternative ways to get our information, but to a large degree, the media has formed and informed our thought process. So what have you done that caused the president to give you such a shout out?
Yeah. Look, President Trump, when he ran for office, he ran directly at the fake news media. So many other politicians and Americans simply gave way to the legacy national media. They let the legacy media set the narrative. And President Trump smashed the facade. He said, you don't get to decide what we say, what we think, how we're going to vote inside the voting booth. President Trump took on the fake news media, and President Trump is winning. Look at the results so far. PBS defunded, NPR defunded, Joy Reid gone from MSNBC, Sleepy Eyes Chuck Todd gone, Jim Acosta gone, John Dickerson gone, Colbert is leaving. CBS is under new ownership, and soon enough, CNN is going to have new ownership as well. So we're not.
So this is significant.
We're not at the point yet, of raising the mission accomplished flag, but President Trump is taking on the fake news media, and President Trump is winning.
And this is significant Because everybody in this room has had their tax-paying dollars for years go to PBS, go to NPR, and it's all been biased,
It's
right?
even more than that. You know, the legacy national media, the broadcasters, they have for generations had free access to a public resource, a valuable public resource, which is the airwaves. And broadcasters are fundamentally different than every other distributor of news and information and program. Different than cable, different than podcast, different than streaming. If you're a broadcaster, you have a license from the government, and you're required by law to operate in the public interest. And the FCC has very specific rules on this. No broadcast hoax, no news distortions. You need to look out for the needs of your individual local community.
So when you say broadcast, just to be clear, you're talking about ABC, NBC, CBS, where a huge number of people get their news.
Yeah. The way to think about media is you can break it into two buckets. On the one hand, you've got we call the national programs, that's Disney, Comcast, Paramount, others, and they create all of the programs that you're used to seeing, but those programs are distributed by individual licensed TV stations. What's happened over the years is those national programmers, Comcast and Disney in particular, have amassed an enormous amount of power and control, and they're effectively pushing this New York and Hollywood foie gras down through all of these local stations. So what we're doing at the FCC is we're working to empower those local broadcasts to actually push back on Comcast and Disney. You saw that in the instance with Jimmy Kimmel, for instance. You had local TV stations for the first time push back and say, we don't want to run that program in our community right now. And if you step back, the legacy media is in absolute decline right now. Trust in legacy media is something at 9%. More Americans have trust in gas station sushi than they do in the fake news media. And there's reasons for that. The legacy media is just wildly, wildly out of touch with the American people. Recently on Super Bowl Sunday, Washington Post had a sports writer, put a piece out that said the most important person to the Super Bowl is Colin Kaepernick, someone who had not stepped on a football field in 10 or 20 years. You had ABC reporters saying that the gold medal winning U.S. Olympic hockey team missed the moment by spending time with the President of the United States after winning the gold medal. You had Time Magazine go out and put a CCP athlete on the cover of Time Magazine before the Olympics rather than an actual U.S. athlete. And the other issue with the legacy media is they've been called out for running hoax after hoax after hoax. Covington Catholic, mostly peaceful protests, Biden's of sound mind, Hunter Biden laptop, the list goes on. And now people actually have access to news information that's telling them the truth. And again, for years, the FCC, where I work, walked away from enforcing the public interest standard. And I don't think we're better off as a country for doing that. So if you're a broadcaster, you've got a license, you have an obligation to operate in the public interest. And if you're not doing that, then you very well could lose your license. It's not a property right.
Right. I mean, look what happened with the election. When it was candidate Trump for the second time, 94% of the media coverage was negative. Yet this man won an overwhelming, the win was, he won every swing state. So basically, if you think about it, Kamala Harris, thank God we're not calling her President Harris, had 94% positive coverage. And the reality, thank God that there are smart people like those in this room who know and have enough of you have such a smart thought process to ignore the legacy media, to see beyond it.
Yeah, I mean, the core ingredient of being a broadcaster, again, is you're supposed to identify the needs of your local community. And if your coverage is 97% negative towards a particular politician, they end up winning in a landslide election, that's pretty good evidence that you're not really identifying, responding, and serving the needs of your local community. And look, if you're a broadcaster and you don't like the fact that the FCC is going to enforce the public interest obligation, again, that's fine. You can turn your license in. The FCC has our address out there publicly, 45 L Street. You can send it there. You can become a podcaster, a streamer, a cable channel. But if you want to use America's airways for free, you're going to be held accountable now to the public interest standard.
Right. And one would think that they would change their ways, at least just a bit, right?
Well,
to catch up with the times, right?
Yeah.
So explain what the equal time rule is, or the equal opportunity rule, and how that applies to the Stephen Colbert example, and of course the women on The View, because in this room, conservatives do know how to define what a woman is, so we're able to say the women on The View, unlike the other side. So explain how that all connects.
Well, years ago, Congress decided that they did not want media gatekeepers to decide the outcome of elections. They wanted individual people and voters to do it. So there's a rule on the books called the equal time provision, which means if you're a broadcaster and you're going to have a legally qualified politician for office on, you have to offer comparable time to all other legally qualified candidates. And again, for years, the FCC walked away from enforcing this. Now, there's an exception for programs that are called bona fide news programs in the statute. At the time, Congress had in mind things like Meet the Press or real, legitimate, hard-hitting news interview programs. Now, you have Disney out there claiming that The View, of all programs, The View and Whoopi Goldberg is a bona fide news program and therefore exempt from the equal time rule. I hear you. And so the FCC has launched an enforcement investigation into The View for failing to comply with the equal time provisions. And here's the thing. A lot of people, when they get gavels in Washington, particularly on the conservative side, they take the gavel and they go to the farthest flung corners of the country and they take the gavel and they bury it in the sand. And they say, we better not use the power when we're in charge because Democrats are going to weaponize it when they're in charge. But I got news for you. Democrats are going to weaponize it when they have it. They have weaponized it. And rather than weaponizing ourselves, let's just apply the law the way Congress written in a fair and even-handed manner. And that's what we're doing. Because if you look even at the FCC, during the Biden years, there was massive weaponization. So for instance, there was a local Fox TV station in Philadelphia who had a renewal coming due. And the FCC in the Biden years took the unprecedented step of seeking comment on not renewing, effectively revoking, that Fox broadcast license because people disagreed with programming on Fox News cable. That had never happened before. You had Democrats in Congress writing cable companies, pressuring them to drop OAN, Newsmax, and Fox News because they disagreed with the decisions being made in those newsrooms. You had Senator Markey and Senator Blumenthal, Democrats in the Senate, writing the FCC letter to get us to investigate news distortion complaints against Sinclair, an owner of broadcast TV stations, because the Democrats thought that Sinclair was too conservative for their liking. And those actions delivered results. The FCC in the Biden years had hundreds of routine licenses come due for Sinclair that they simply did not renew. They just let them sit there. That had never happened before. You had a Spanish language radio station in Florida getting bought by conservative buyers, and the DNC came out and said the FCC has to block this sale. The outcome of the 2022 midterm election depended on it, and that sale didn't go through. So the track record is very clear. When the Democrats were in charge of the FCC, they did not apply the law in an even-handed way. They weaponized it. And what I think we should do is not weaponize it, but also not just sit on our hands. We should take the authorities we have, apply it in a fair and even-handed way, and we're doing it. There's a lot of people that don't like that. There's a lot of people in Hollywood that don't like what the FCC are doing. They've enjoyed their ability to have free monopoly access to the airwaves, to run whatever programming they want, regardless of the public interest. But we've been very clear that those days are over.
Right. It's always a good test. If Hollywood doesn't approve it, if the left doesn't approve it, and you're following the law, you know you're doing something right? Like that's the good litmus test right there. Let's turn for a minute to one of my favorite subjects, calling centers. So I don't know if any of you have had this experience. Venture to say that pretty much everybody has. You have a question, you call whatever 800 number it is, and you get a call-in center, somebody in a foreign country. I love to travel, I love people in foreign countries, but I'm calling an American company. I'd like to get answers. I'd like to have it where I can understand the person. What is the FCC doing to address this issue?
This has been a big frustration for people. You call up a business, end up connecting with a call center located half the world away. There's language barriers, communications barriers, frankly, security barriers. These workers at foreign call centers can get flipped by bad actors to steal your information, or they take their training at these legitimate call centers and go work for illegal robocall centers abroad. And so the FCC voted just this week to require certain regulated entities by the agency to move and onshore their call centers here, and to require any call centers that remain to require the call takers to be proficient in standard American English. I think that there should be American call centers
Bravo.
for American callers.
That's great. That's really, look, I guess everybody's experienced that, right? So another thing that I think that is important to emphasize that is happening under your leadership is you're trying to get, at a more affordable price, greater access to internet across America. Talk about that briefly. We don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, we're running a Build America agenda at the FCC. You remember during the Biden years, Vice President Harris was put in charge of a $42 billion plan to connect high-speed internet to millions of Americans. Well, after thousands of days, not a single American was connected, not a single shovel's worth of dirt was turned. President Trump came in and he has quickly turned that program around, and now we are seeing internet builds accelerate in this country. Again, prices are coming down, speeds are increasing, competition is intensifying, and we're gonna get some really good results for the American people.
Right. Well, we saw what a success she was with respect to the border wall, right? Yeah. So we're a little over, but I do want to mention one last thing. You, under your initiation, under the guidance, of course, of our amazing president, have started something called the Pledge America campaign. Yeah. And I think everybody in this room would love it, and they should encourage their local members of Congress and senators to push this through. It's not a congressional action, but just to voice support for the Pledge America campaign. Tell us really quickly about that.
Yeah, we're entering the 250th birthday of America. It is a wonderful year. And at the FCC, we're doing our part. We've launched a Pledge America campaign that allows broadcasters, consistent with their public interest obligations, to run patriotic, pro-America programming. You can start the day with the Pledge of America, Pledge of Allegiance. You can run all sorts of programs highlighting the great wins from presidents from George Washington all the way up through President Trump. We've had some great reception. Of course, there's the predictable people on the far left who are upset about that. Apparently they don't like patriotic pro-America programming, but we're going to keep doing it. Look, it's the honor of our lifetime to work at the FCC, to run the agency. It's an honor to work for President Trump. He's told everyone in Washington, D.C., be bold, be aggressive, and we're taking our lead from him in terms of the energy and the number of actions that we're taking in D.C. We're delivering great results. We're about a year in. There's more to come, but President Trump has set the pace, and we're all following his lead.
And you're doing it, and we
Thanks.
appreciate you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, CPAC.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to vote in the CPAC straw poll in your app. The CPAC straw poll will close Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
Puts a very bright light on the two-tiered system of justice that only seems to go after President Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination. He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job. He's a very inquisitive person who loves to talk about the economy.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is CPAC Prison Break. Please welcome former Arkansas State Senator Jeremy Young Hutchinson, criminal justice reform advocate Alice Johnson, Director of Advocacy and Engagement at Three Strands Global Foundation, Holly Nadell, and CPAC Chairman, the Honorable Matt Schlapp.
CPAC Prison Break, I like that title. I used to think that everybody in prison was a bad guy, and then my eyes got opened up. Alice, you have the most interesting life I think I've ever seen. You go from being in prison to running down that hill, you say having your sentence commuted, and now you sit at the White House running the pardoning program for the President of the United States.
It is a very incredible story. I'm sure many of you out here to know about it, but I literally went from prison to working for the president, from the jailhouse to the White House. So God is good. And after I received a full pardon 2 years later, I became that face. Even before then, I was a face of the need for criminal justice reform. America had a totally different image of what a prisoner looked like. They didn't know that you could be an everyday American and get caught up in something. We have so many who have been caught up just because they supported the president. That was a cause for weaponization. We have many who are serving too long of a prison sentence or were sentenced too harshly. So after my pardon, I continued to work. And the president asked me even before then if I knew of people like myself. He said, how many, Alice, do you think there are like you? And I made this huge gesture. And he said, go find them for me. And that's exactly what I did.
So, David Savavian used to run this for us at CPAC, and we have a whole division for criminal justice reform. And David had been convicted, had to accept a plea. This story is, all these stories bring a tear to your eyes. They're just so, there are more miscarriages of justice than anything else. Obviously, with the exclamation point of what they did to try to go after President Trump. But I remember President Trump calling me. Your guys, you know, when you heard about your pardons, it's just, I can't even imagine what the emotion is. But the president called me and he said, tell me about your friend, because CPAC does a lot of work to advocate for people who need pardons. Matter of fact, the truth is we advocated for all three of you. It's a little emotional for me because it's a beautiful thing that the president has really embraced. And he said to me, why are you asking for a pardon for your friend, David? And I tried to find the words, and I tried to explain, it was at the beginning of all this, and I tried to explain what the prosecutors did, which I thought was wrong, and how they cross-leveraged my friend, and how what they were accusing him of, Democrats seemed to do all the time, and it was fine. He just cut me off. He said, did your friend get screwed? I was like, he got screwed, sir. He goes, tell him he's gonna be okay.
Mm-hmm. I love that.
So Jeremy, we failed in the first go-round. I failed in the first go-round.
Oh, you did?
And Trump won to get you out of prison. How did it feel the second time to have the president step up and Alice step up and the team?
Well, first, I want to, before I do anything, thank you, Matt, and thank CPAC. I would still be rotting in prison if not for you and your leadership and your compassion and the fact that you care about people who got left behind and you don't forget them. And you, clearly, Ms. Johnson. I believe I was a victim of abusive prosecution and all you've discussed it, the leverage they have, coercion that they can apply to you. It was overwhelming.
3 different U.S. attorney's offices, basically at the same time, conducting 3 different investigations.
After we fought the first indictment, they came and said, well, we're going to get you a second indictment, and you're going to have to pay more for attorney's fees. And I had gone through my savings, my wife had gone through her savings, my dad was working, he wanted to retire, but continued to work to pay attorney's fees. And they came and threatened a 3rd district indictment, which you can't win. You can't fight 3 different districts. And so
the lawyers always eventually tell you, no matter how many millions you give them, they say, Jeremy, you can spend another $5 million, or you can accept this plea, right?
Yeah, and if I had lost all 3, if I would have had to win all 3, run the circuit, win all 3, if I had lost all 3, I would have been a career offender on that last sentence and gotten 25 years. So I pled, and thanks to you, thanks to my dad who never gave up hope, I was sitting ready to go to chow, had 4 o'clock count, and I'll get a call from another unit, Hutchinson, report to Montgomery unit, and I was confused. I thought I was in trouble, but I walked over, and the officer, I walked in his office, and he said, "Get the F out of here." And I said, "You called me over here. I'm Hutchinson?" And he couldn't place me for a second. He finally said, "Oh, yeah, we got to immediately release you. Your pardon came through." And I just fell against the wall. My knees were just, I said, "Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus." And he said, "Get the F out of here." And I said, "You don't have to tell me twice." But it was the greatest blessing I've ever received in my life. And I, like Alice, I'm dedicated to spending the rest of my life to help those guys that I left behind, who many of them, well, not many of them, some of them are bad guys. Some of them are scary guys, but there are a lot of really good people who got caught up in a system that is unfair, and like Ms. Johnson said, over-sentenced. Sometimes they're innocent. Even if they're not innocent, the sentence they got is just unconscionable. And their kids are suffering, their spouses are suffering, and I'm so grateful that CPAC cares about this issue when most people don't.
Yeah, well, the way they're handling politics in this country, we're all afraid we're going to be right behind you one day, and that's
we should be afraid.
Frightening idea. Holly, you guys know I'm married to a saint, right? Mercedes.
I do.
She's a rather fiery saint, but she started hearing these stories of what's going on in human trafficking. She watched the movie. How many of you watched the great movie, Sound of Freedom? And realized we got to set up a center and get conservatives to understand. There's 2 things, for some reason, some conservatives were slow on realizing. Number one, human trafficking and how bad America's role is in this, right? The other thing is Christian persecution that's going on all over the world. So your story is you're a victim. You're part of this terrible, evil network of human traffickers. You're the victim, but yet you're the one that has to do the crime because they make you do the crime. They make people do the crime from a young age. And even though you're the victim, you have the criminal record.
Yes, exactly.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so over the course of 8 years, I experienced sex trafficking, labor trafficking, domestic servitude, and then finally, what you're referring to is known in the anti-trafficking movement as forced criminality. And this is when, as part of the victimization, the traffickers will force their victims to commit crime for their benefit. The victims receive no profit, just torture and abuse. And so unfortunately, that was the case in my situation. And so I wound up with a felony for bank fraud and money laundering. And it was only thanks to, again, you and Mercedes and CPAC and Miss Johnson here. And honestly, like it took a village of fighting, for so many years, trying to get this reversed, and not finalized, and everything I did. And all while doing this, I was fighting for other survivors. And I was educating law enforcement on how this happens, getting in front of lawyers and prosecutors, continuing to work to pass laws. Another huge victory that we had on this same non-punishment principle that, again, I was so thrilled to partner with CPAC on was the Trafficking Survivors Relief Act, which amazingly, it was an incredible week for me in January, when in 1 week, President Trump literally signed my pardon and also this bill. And what this bill does is it makes it that survivors like me, for which there are so many of us that have been wrongfully criminalized, will be able to vacate and expunge their records for certain nonviolent offenses. It also created a way forward for affirmative defense to hopefully prevent this from happening to survivors to begin with. And so it just was absolutely incredible. And, all things between the victimization, between fighting to clear my name, it was 17 years of my life. And so when I got that phone call, it changed everything.
So you don't have to be in prison to kind of be in prison.
Right.
Can't get a job, can't participate in financial things as you would.
Right.
You able to get a job now?
Yes, I thankfully have a wonderful job. I work as the Director of Advocacy and Engagement for an amazing organization called Three Strands Global Foundation. We work on prevention education across the United States. We have a drop-in center for survivors where we really meet them where they are. We have an Employ Plus Empower program to make sure that survivors can obtain skill sets and professional development to move forward into sustainable employment.
Great.
And then where I come in is I lead all things policy and legislative at both the state and federal level. So I'm continuing to fight for survivors.
Well, I need you to get with Jeremy because Jeremy comes from a big political family. He was a state senator in Arkansas. You got to help her be a really good lobbyist for this cause, okay, Jeremy?
Well, we would love to visit, and I would love to help. And Arkansas needs similar legislation as probably do most other states.
Well, I will definitely be reaching out because there are actually some survivors in Arkansas that I'm trying to help right now. So
Great, you're going to get it done. Alice, the president has a heart for this, clearly.
Yes, he does.
He's been a victim of this on the political side and on the non-political side. What's next in these years for the Trump administration? Do you go through each of these areas like the human trafficking victims? What do you call them? The forced, crimes that happened? And are there thousands of those people you focus on? Do you do that while you're still looking at the people who, because of their politics, have been prosecuted? It's a big job. What's the next step?
Well, the next step is to continue to identify those who have suffered the way that both Holly and Jeremy, and there's so many out there. You'd be surprised the number of individuals who are still in prison. I'm going to tell you about two types of prison. There's a physical prison where people are incarcerated and they've lost their liberty. Then there's another type of prison where people have lost their liberty to be productive in this country. The president recognizes that, and he is a president for all Americans, the Americans who need a second chance. Amen. The way that Holly did, even though she was set free, she still wore invisible shackles around her. She was unable to be productive in the manner that she wanted to be. She wore that label of felon, which prevented her from doing so many things. You would not believe the collateral consequences of having a felony on your record. There's too many of them. And there are people who have been out for years who deserve, they can't even vote, they can't own a gun. Everything has been stripped from them because of that label of felon. And then you have people like Jeremy, who was over sentenced, who took a plea. They will find a way to beat you down financially until you're forced. Over 90% of the people who are incarcerated are people who have taken a plea because they were so afraid of what the next was going to be for them. So as pardons are, my assignment is to help identify those individuals. And when I do, and they're set free, you have created warriors, because now Holly is a warrior for those who have been unjustly sex trafficked. Jeremy is now a warrior who's joined forces with us to help find those people who have been wrongfully sentenced. And then you have the people who are serving decades in prison who pose no safety risk to the community. Safety is number one. This is not a get out of jail free card. These people have proven that they deserve this second chance. They've rehabilitated. One day, over 90%, about 94, 95% of those who are incarcerated, but not myself, would not have been set free except for President Trump, because I was given a life plus 25-year prison sentence as a first-time nonviolent offender who was offered 3 years and wouldn't take it.
Unbelievable.
Because I didn't want that felony. So I thought the justice system was fair, and it was not fair. And it is our mission to help, not only help those come out of prison, but to take off those invisible shackles and give Americans a second chance in life. This nation that sits high on the hill as a country of second chances, we need to care for our own people first and make sure that they get that second chance.
Right. Your friend, Todd Chrisley, was on the stage, said that first night in prison he had to cry himself to sleep. You understand?
I understand.
I do. First thing I learned, my first cellmate was a lawyer from Memphis, and I was blessed to have him. And he told me, he said, if you're gonna cry, go to the showers and cry. Don't let anybody see you. And I spent that first night in the showers crying, and I missed my wife. I'd only been gone for 12 hours, and I honestly didn't think she'd stick with me. I had an 8-year sentence, and I wouldn't have stuck with me if I were her, but she did, but it was a rough night. And Todd Chrisley and I were pardoned on the same day,
Yes.
Which was pretty special.
I know your dad. He was a senator from Arkansas. By the way, had a great CPAC rating while he was a senator. He was a good conservative. He always supported President Trump, unlike maybe some other people in your family.
Yes, you're.
And I had to work through that one too.
I know you did.
I saw the love your father has for you.
Great.
This is what people don't understand. You understand this, Holly, is when someone's going through an unfair, you're not a perfect man, I'm not a perfect man, none of us are perfect. When you're going through a system that is just trying to ruin you, and they make the process be the punishment, and then at the end of it, they put you in prison, it's not just the prisoner who might have been treated unfairly, the wrecking ball for families, for marriages, for loved ones, for children. Is that why you feel so passionately to fight?
I do. I met so many. I know it was hard on my father, who I call him a prodigal son father, who just met you halfway down the road, and is an amazing man. But my wife suffered, but my kids were grown. I saw so many young men who were desperate to be a good father to their children and couldn't. And I believe that, again, there are people who need to be locked up, but for a lot of people, when they get a 10-year sentence for a marijuana charge, or Satan rubs his hand with glee because he knows those kids now are easy targets for him, and you create cyclical, generational problems. And so I think we ought to be very careful before we sentence somebody to prison. They need to be a real threat to society, because you are sentencing their children as well when you do it.
One of our credos at CPAC in this work is that we should only put people in prison we fear.
There you go.
We put people in prison in this country because we're trying to make a point, because we're mad at them,
That's right.
because we're posturing politically. But prison is for violent people who will kill people or harm people. It's not for politics and playing politics. The other thing that the president did that is revolutionary is he closed down that border. and he's going after these cartels. Is that going to make a difference on human trafficking?
Well, human trafficking, I mean, one of the largest misconceptions that I always talk about is it's really prevalent everywhere. You know, every training that I do, I always say, it is happening here.
Yes.
It is just happening.
We're one of the worst countries.
We are.
It is, and it's very unfortunate, and that's why prevention education is so important. That's why awareness training, making sure that prevention education is in all of our schools, that parents gain understanding, teachers, all professionals across the board need training in this, because this is something that thrives everywhere in plain sight. And the more that we are aware about it, the harder it is to thrive. And so I just can't say that enough. You know, the other thing I just want to say when talking about trafficking, you know, the foundational bill that defined what it is, the Trafficking Victims Protection Act by Congressman Chris Smith, that also instilled principles and created pathways forward for prevention education and protecting of victims, prosecuting of traffickers, the actual people that are committing these crimes. And this is something that, you know, we are aggressively working on to make sure that we can get this reauthorized, to make sure that we can keep providing this education nationwide, because it's so important, and that's really how we combat this crime.
Well, God bless you for the work you do. God bless you for the work that each one of you does. And Alice, you got a big job, but we know you're going to do it right. Tell the president to keep signing those pardons.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
Puts a very bright light on the two-tiered system of justice that only seems to go after President Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination. He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job. He's a very inquisitive person who loves to talk about the economy.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
Human trafficking breaks human beings. And I believe everybody in this room believes in the dignity, value, and worth of every human being, and we have an obligation to put those human beings, try to put them back together. You got to educate, you've got to legislate, but you also have to prosecute.
Cartels are making $33 million every week off human smuggling alone.
Reports indicated that Mexico remains a major hub in the global trade of vulnerable individuals.
The United States plays a significant role in both the supply and demand sides of this issue.
The elites in this country are not going to stop it.
If they were going to stop it, they would have already.
This is an issue that I think we not just have a legal obligation, but a moral one as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the president will sue you now. How the legacy media was defeated. Please welcome, from Prager University, Xavier DeRusso, executive producer of The Benny Show, ALX, and your host, editor of townhall.com, Larry O'Connor.
Stay standing.
All right. Let's go to it. How you doing?
There we go.
So the media sucks. We can agree with that, right? Sorry, guys. And part of the reason why all those Gen Z or young people in your lives are no longer getting their news from George Stephanopoulos or Jake Tapper, not that they were ever getting news from them in the first place, but the reason why they don't go to cable news and broadcast news anymore is pretty much because of these guys and what they've been able to do. And we're going to spend some time exploring that. First, guys, the title of the panel, which is kind of funny, "The President Will Sue You Now," that's because the media lied about Donald Trump. We know that, right? But Donald Trump did something that no other politician has done. He sued ABC News and George Stephanopoulos and won a settlement. He sued CBS News and 60 Minutes and won a settlement. And he's now threatening like $1 billion lawsuit against the BBC, and we'll see how that goes. Guys, and I'll start with you, Alex. How important is it that Donald Trump is leading the way in demonstrating that we don't have to take being lied about anymore, we can fight back?
Yeah, one of the biggest things about Donald Trump is, despite being one of our oldest presidents, he is very social media savvy. So if you remember back in 2016 and even before 2015, he went viral all the time for his tweets, and he's well known for his tweets. So taking that same energy to holding the media accountable, not only calling them out online, but then taking them to court and winning. Like one of the best examples is what you mentioned, the BBC, is they lied about January 6th. They said that, he said, they're going to the Capitol or whatever, and they spliced together something that he never even said. And they cut out like the peacefully and patriotically and everything, and I think they just spliced like fight or something like that. And it was completely BS.
They made it look like he led a mob to the Capitol that day.
Exactly, yeah, and he held them accountable by taking them to court. And now George Stephanopoulos and CBS, all of these media entities are finally being called out on their BS. And it's largely because of social media, because we don't have to listen to them on TV, and they get to basically have the final word on everything. We now have audiences of ourselves, they go viral, and then they get humiliated themselves, so.
Well, and Xavier does work with PragerU, right? And PragerU wouldn't exist if the media didn't lie so much in the first place, right? That's sort of why Dennis started this thing.
Yes, Dennis Prager's a huge hero to me, and he's really the OG of knowing that the media is going to lie to us and trying and doing everything that he could to get the truth out there. And now with PragerU, we're continuing his legacy, and shout out to the CEO, Marissa Streit. She's always saying that education is how we got in this mess, so education is how we're going to get out of this mess. And my entire story is a testimony and proof that the PragerU system works. And I'm so embarrassed to say this, but
you know what? Can I just, if we were doing CPAC 6 years ago, Xavier would not be here. He'd be outside with the BLM protesters screaming at us. I kid you not.
Yes, the allegations are true. I grew up
I
was in a liberal household. I have a lot of Marxists in my family, and I was a BLM activist long before it was even popular. And trust me, I know it was the most ghetto mess I ever participated in. And I sought out to become this big left-wing political activist, and I was going to make an entire series where I debunked PragerU videos. And what I did instead is I debunked myself on accident.
Amazing.
And as I dismantled the entire narrative that I was indoctrinated with my entire life, I then decided I was going to dedicate my life to combating propaganda just like Dennis Prager.
So as soon as people actually see the truth, they actually get it. And that's what starts doing. And so let's bring it back then to the 2024 election, because President Trump didn't just defeat Joe Biden on the debate stage and leave him as a quivering, huddled mass of mashed potato-brained oatmeals. And he didn't just beat Kamala Harris and embarrass her so much that, well, I think she's going to run again, don't you? Wouldn't that be awesome?
I hope she runs.
But he also beat the media. The media was irrelevant in that election. He didn't do the obligatory 60 Minutes interview. He didn't do all of the things that a candidate is supposed to do. Instead, he did shows like your show and podcasts. Why was that so important? Why did that work?
Well, they saw the first time around how they treated him. And, voters really reject all of this corporate media nonsense these days. One of the things that he did that was very non-traditional is he skipped one of the debates and did an X space with Elon Musk instead.
Oh, one of the primary debates, right? Yeah, I remember
exactly.
that.
Yeah, and let's face it, he had no competition in the primary, so he didn't need to do that. So he did something different, and he joined a space with Elon Musk. That's completely revolutionary. You couldn't think of something like that, a couple of years back, where he's on a space with the richest man in the world, and back then Twitter kicked him off 4 years before that. So for him to do that and to cut through the noise and to go to the people where they actually are, and you can actually communicate with voters on those spaces, that's completely revolutionary.
Xavier, if CNN were analyzing the 24 election and Trump going to podcasts, they'd say, oh, well, those guys weren't real journalists and they didn't ask him tough questions and they're not smart like Anderson Cooper. Is that exactly? Is that what happened there, or was there something else about those podcasts in the election?
It's so funny that CNN even still exists, because I don't know anyone that still views them as credible at this point, no shade. But, I really need people to understand the psychology that went into the success of President Trump's podcast tour. Because yes, the virality and the views and the clicks were very important, but that really wasn't what it was that won over Gen Z. If you are comparing Gen Z to prior generations, and walk with me through this analogy, before Gen Z had influencers, prior generations had socialites, for example. If you're of a particular age, you might remember Zsa Zsa Gabor. All the way to the millennials had Paris Hilton and Kim Kardashian. They were unrelatable, unattainable. They were always showcased with a flawless presentation, just like the politicians of that era. They were always over-the-top polished. They had to be perfect. They had the perfect, predetermined talking points, and they had to stick to that script because they had to be flawless. Then you compare that to nowadays, where Gen Z and young people, we reject that because we know that it's artificial. We want to see people be as real and authentic as possible. If you look at the type of influencers that gain notoriety now, it's because, oh, we like watching your morning coffee routine and your get ready with me's. We like to see you yap for 10 minutes about some niche personal experience in your life because it feels real. So when you look at someone like President Trump and he goes on these podcasts, what we're able to see is that, oh wow, he's that authentic that he can spend 2 hours elaborating on the principles and the values that he stands for. You compare that to Kamala Harris, Kamala Jong-un, as I like to call her. If she doesn't have her script in front of her, she sounds like a babbling idiot because she is soaking in artificial mediocrity.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was told Kamala Harris was a transcendent political figure and totally authentic. I guess I was told wrong. There's something else about what we do on streaming. So I have a traditional talk radio show on WMAL in Washington, D.C. I do the morning show. And then I do a streaming show for Town Hall every day at noon, right? And talk radio, we get to hear from our listeners. They call in and they can tell us if they disagree with us. On a streaming show, you can read the comments. You can read the live chat in real time, right? And they can talk back to you and interact with you. I'm now doing a thing on the two-way platform. If you heard of this with Mark Halperin, I do a show where not only do we have a live chat and comments, but you all can join with your Zoom cameras at home, and we bring listeners and viewers onto the show with us to ask us questions and interact with us. So, Alex, how important are these guys? Elon Musk always says, you are the media. We are the media. This is the quintessential aspect of that, because you can't tell Anderson Cooper he's full of crap, even though he is. George Stephanopoulos will never take your call, but we have to hear, read, listen, and respond in real time.
Yeah, so one of the things we do on the Benny Show too is we have the comments on screen. So it's very visible what the audience is saying about what's going on screen and what the guests are saying. So that's one part of it. And then just another part is, things like traditional polling too is completely non-responsive to what's going on. Say something goes viral or whatever. The polls are going to take 3 weeks and whatever to reflect that. But now we have like online polling, like Polymarket or whatever, and you get real-time feedback from the people and what they're feeling. And basically that's better connected than like you said, or a TV viewer that can't communicate with the host. And you know, it feels like they're screaming into the void, basically. Comment sections, social media, you're the media now, basically what Elon Musk is saying. Another example, Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley exposed Minnesota fraud. Now there's a national conversation on fraud.
Yeah.
We've never seen something like that before. So basically, if you're a citizen journalist, you go out there and you cover something, and now you're forcing legacy media to report on exactly what you've exposed. And now there's a national conversation on that. So we didn't see that power like a couple of years ago.
Well, and it's not like Nielsen ratings and all the other traditional old-fashioned corporate media stuff that actually drives a show and makes it popular. It's your participation. Like when you get more comments, more live chats, people sharing the videos, that's how you know you've done well. That's how you know you've gotten a success, right? It's driven by them.
Of course, it's like, that's why I'm so grateful for every single person that supports the work that we do. I always call my fans, I call them my cousins, because I feel like we're really just sitting at a big dinner table. But you know, the court of public opinion, it really does have value. And, you know, one of the things that people are always asking me now, they're like, why are conservatives always on defense? How is it that we get MAGA from being on defense? But I reject the premise of the question. We don't need to worry about being on defense. We need to just keep showcasing who's on offense. It's like, oh, God forbid we like having a family with 2 parents in the household, and we like to have strong borders and a good economy. Over on the left, while they're demonizing us for eating red meat, they have people like Zohran Mamdani, his wife, and his constituents that are constantly, you know, showcasing their support for literal terrorism and for the demoralization of our country. You have people over on the left, these leftists, you will have grown men will take a shake and go Party City wig and put it on and think that that's all it takes to be a woman. You have these people that want to see criminals and illegal immigrants just wreaking havoc in our country. That's who's on offense. So don't you dare try to tell me that I'm an awful person because I have the audacity to be a patriot.
Let's go. Can I be your cousin too?
We do look alike.
We got a lot in common. You have no idea. Well, that was a great point about how, you know, there are a lot of conservatives who are acting like they're in a crouch in a defense and like taking all these punches. We were talking backstage about the efforts right now online with the Save America Act. Do you all support the Save America Act? Crazy notion that you should prove you're a citizen before you register to vote.
Yeah.
So take this as an example, Alex, about how we're driving the conversation about the Save America Act and how some of the senators get it, like Mike Lee.
Yeah, so Senator Mike Lee has really been leading the charge for months and months on this. And like each night lately, he's been holding X spaces and hearing from constituents, getting all of their opinions. And the biggest criticism is, oh, we don't have the votes. That's what Leader
They keep
Thune
saying
says.
it's a lost cause. What's the point?
But like, what's the problem there? Are we the problem? Because, you know, 71% of voters, not just Republicans, want this passed. Whose fault is it that you can't get the votes? It seems like you're out of touch with your constituents. If you can't find the votes and it's 71% like supported by everybody, like whose fault is that? And for him to say that we're paid influencers just because we like care about this, it's just like, it's such a slap in the face to like all Americans who simply want people to vote in our elections that are Americans, not illegal aliens.
Yeah, imagine that. So the sound of the applause, and I'm not asking you to affirm anything, I'm just curious. If you feel like now you're getting more of your news and commentary from podcasts, YouTube, Facebook, social media, versus broadcast and cable news, I want to hear from you. Do you feel like, is that where you are? So that's huge.
You know, I want to just say, I have to say thank you to Elon Musk, because if it wasn't for him buying X, I think we would still be in the situation that we would have been in 6 years ago. Because now that we have a platform like X where we can put the truth out there in real time, we are able to access the truth faster than mainstream media can try to propagate a lie.
Yeah.
Before they can try to twist the narrative, we are able to see what is actually happening. You look at even recent situations with like the ICE shootings, and everyone's like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this ICE agent shot this woman, but nobody wants to talk about how the deranged wench hit him with her car
right
before she FAFO'd.
Where's the lie?
True.
All right, so real fast, we did a panel on the media last year. Xavier, you weren't with us. Kurt Schlichter, who looks a lot like you, was on the panel. Yeah, they're very similar. And the panel was titled, it was something about Joy Reid. And we spent like 15 minutes just mercilessly destroying Joy Reid. It was embarrassing. It was horrible. Alex, what happened the next day?
She got fired.
So going back over the last 15 minutes, I would just like to finish by saying, Jake Tapper, we're really, really sorry, but good luck. Thanks, everybody.
You're next, buddy.
Thank you.
Trump 2044.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to vote in the CPAC straw poll in your app. The CPAC straw poll will close Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
People suffered under, continue to suffer under this regime. This regime kills its own people, kills its young women, young men, that all they want is freedom.
The moment the unity is shown against these despotic regimes, it's the first day of the last day of those regimes.
Reports indicate that over 600 individuals were executed in Iran within a 6-month period. Observers report the imprisonment of political dissidents alongside funding for overseas operations.
Human rights monitors say hundreds of activists and journalists are currently imprisoned in Iran. An estimated 4 million Iranians living abroad continue to advocate for democratic reforms.
It will be a big task, but it is worthwhile, and we have to
Let's do it.
That's
Let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Censorship Industrial Complex. Please welcome Executive Director, Foundation for Freedom Online, Mike Benz, physician and biochemist, Dr. Robert Malone, and your host, Editor-in-Chief, Daily Caller, Amber Duke.
Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you to Mike and Dr. Malone. I want to start off with really mapping out how we got to this current place in censorship, particularly online, because I feel like we look back at the days of shadow banning or even having your account suspended, and that all seems really cute in comparison to what is happening now as we look across the international global censorship complex. Mike, I'd love for you to start with just explaining how we got to this moment.
Well, the censorship industrial complex, which is government, private sector, nonprofits, and media all working together to pull their own levers in order to achieve that censorship state, came about really in significant part because Donald Trump won the 2016 election and something called the First Amendment of the United States Constitution stood in the way. And so to end run the First Amendment, instead of having the government directly put its finger on the trigger, they would use essentially a public-private partnership model to have university centers, NGOs, nonprofits, foundation grantees, and government grantees do the dirty work for the government. And what that ended up resulting in was a very serious push by informed citizens, by the hearts and minds of the American people and allies across the seas, and the election of Donald Trump to scale back an incredible amount of that infrastructure at the NGO layer that resulted in the closure of USAID functionally, that resulted in the shutdown of the State Department's Global Engagement Center at the head of the center of the Twitter files, that resulted in hundreds of millions of dollars of censorship grants being cut to the NGOs. But this problem now persists on the international stage as there is an encirclement. While we've cleaned up so much in the United States, there is a censorship class in exile who are not out of jobs. They've simply gotten jobs in Europe with the EU. And that remains, at this stage, in my view, the main theater of battle. What is happening internationally to encircle the First Amendment rather than appeal it. And on that note, I have a breaking CPAC exclusive. I'm honored to announce that this week I've actually begun to work with the administration on a transparency drive about the nature of those NGOs so that the American people can have more visibility about what they've been paying for to create it in the first place.
That's fantastic, and congratulations to you, Mike. Dr. Mullen, I'd love for you to talk a little bit more about what Mike was laying out in terms of where we are now with the international censorship that we've been seeing. You've written about these problems in the EU and in Brussels. What do you think Americans should think when they see that? Because I feel a lot of Americans say, well, it's happening over there, but it's not happening here, so we shouldn't have to worry. Why is that not the case?
So what's going on now is all of these, and it's largely bi-coastal or Silicon Valley-driven companies, are global. And they don't have the structure, it doesn't fit their business model to have separate policies for censorship and management of information between different market spaces. And so what's been done with the Digital Services Act in the European Union, and also in other ways, really across all the NATO countries and the Five Eyes Alliance, is to implement policies that ostensibly are just targeted at those regions and those political structures, but because of the nature of all these companies are globalized, what happens in Europe doesn't stay in Europe. It gets deployed here in the United States. And so we have, in the case of the Digital Services Act and the organization that Mike is talking about, is that all of this infrastructure, including the non-governmental organizations that are empowered to essentially identify speech that should be, by their determination, blocked, that becomes functionally blocking in the United States also. So what the standards and policies are implemented in the European Union become implemented in the United States. So when, I experience it all the time. Mike was talking, and you were talking about, well, shadow banning is so yesterday, but small rooming isn't. This policy of controlling, as Elon Musk has acknowledged in interacting with the DSA and the European Union, it's freedom of speech, but not of reach. And so you're allowed to say things to some extent, you're small roomed into who can see that, and you're blocked from allowing any information that if so designated, to be disseminated in any wide range, including even domestically within the United States, because if you violate European policies, then any of these social media companies are at risk for being fined, and massively fined. I think it's 6% of gross revenue. So what they're doing in implementing, which is very much impacting on for instance, elections in the European Union. And I mentioned in our breakout session what happened with Ceausescu in Romania, where essentially an election was annulled based on accusations of Russian disinformation, manipulation of TikTok, as I recall, which turns out not to have happened. But just the justification that, well, we, the European Union and the DSA, say that it happened is enough for them to then take action and censor anybody who is violating whatever the criteria are that they establish. And as I mentioned, that blows back on us in the United States.
And I want to put a fine point on the threat that Dr. Malone is identifying here, which is that we have all of these American social media companies or big tech companies that have invested so much time and money into innovating and creating platforms where Americans can speak. And of course, Elon Musk purchasing X was a really big moment in sort of breaking the dam in some ways on this online censorship complex. But if those companies are then trying to operate in other parts of the world and they're being fined incessantly, and in some cases even being threatened with jail time,
yes,
that could potentially destroy those businesses.
And that's exactly what the purpose of it is. This was a very deliberate construction by elements of the Biden administration and by some rogue elements within the U.S. State Department and USAID previously, which was to use the power of foreign regulators to go after American companies to compel them to rig the internal politics of every country on earth. And there's really nothing an American company can do to defend itself against millions or billions of dollars of threats against a foreign government. You need your own government to stick up for you. And we're at a crossroads right now in an election season across Europe and in Latin America. For example, the EU has activated its rapid response disinformation units under the Digital Censorship Act to basically play favorites in the Hungarian election that's happening on April 12th, I believe. And all across Europe this year, as there's a rising tide of MAGA-aligned or populist, conservative, or right-wing political movements. And the diplomatic response has to be commensurate with the severity of the situation. Elon Musk was fined $140 million for basically not complying with this extortion shakedown. What happens when that fine is $140 billion in the months leading up to the U.S. presidential election in 2028 or ahead of the midterms? I believe that leverage has to be created and a serious diplomatic response has to be initiated so that we can protect the American companies against foreign regulators who are trying to conduct a boomerang attack against our own politics by preventing them from platforming us.
This was formally launched in 2022, and strangely there was alignment between Barack Obama giving a speech, you may recall, about the necessity to censor in order to protect democracy and the launching of the Digital Services Act. The truth is that this is a coordinated effort to shut down populist movements. Populist movements appear to be the threat that is the real vector that they're all responding to here. And this is being really, in many ways, coordinated by United States political interests using European interests as surrogates in order to achieve their objectives. So that's what's really going on here, and it very much has a Democrat Party angle to all of this activity. But it's all justified that it's necessary to censor in order to preserve, quote, democracy.
And I think explaining that is so key to this because oftentimes we say, well, the people who are in charge of determining what is misinformation or disinformation have gotten it wrong. But I don't think it's actually sufficient to say they got it wrong. They deliberately identified things that they found inconvenient or even dangerous to their own pursuit of power.
Well said, right. It's a structure intended specifically to achieve a political objective, which is to shut down populist uprisings, which are perceived as threatening to the entire Western structure. But now we're moving beyond that, right? That's kind of today where we're at. The question is, what does the landscape look like tomorrow, and the impact of artificial intelligence in really creating a structure that's very aligned with the core principles of fifth-generation warfare, psychological warfare, where you fragment the ability of a populace to even understand what is truth, to perceive what is truth. That's the intention of a lot of this activity now, is to make it so that you don't know what's true and what's false. And once you get to that point where a population is so confused, then it becomes possible to readily manipulate that population, inject new narratives at will, and control what they're thinking, feeling, and believing. And that's where this all goes, is, yeah, it's censoring those thoughts, those emotions, those feelings, those facts that are inconvenient. But then beyond that, it's to inject in ideas, dialogue, control of information that's customized around you and your personal profile, so that you act politically, you think, you feel, you believe, whatever it is that is intended to be promoted into you. And that's the current status. As we move beyond this to the next 2 elections, we're into a space where we all know about bots. We all encounter those routinely. We're now going to be moving into a space in which the literally synthetic humans are populating our information landscape, and we're unable to discern whether they are actual organic humans or are they entirely digital. And we're also moving into a space in which the entire information landscape is distorted, manipulated, and you will find it extremely difficult to tell what's true and what's false. And that is by intention.
And to piggyback on that, the idea, to Amber's point, that it's not just that they got it wrong, it's that they got it wrong on purpose, combined with all the other cover-up elements and hiding what they were doing. The EU Digital Censorship Act is structured such that the designated flaggers and the folks who take things down, they're called, quote, vetted researchers. So they have to be vetted in order to get this role. This is not some democratic process where you are, raise your hands in the audience if you think you would pass the vet to be able to qualify for the job of being a censor. They would cite the fact you are at this conference as the reason that you are not allowed to have a say in what gets removed or what gets flagged. But more importantly, this conference has been so powerful year after year to connect the international exchange of ideas between the conservative movement in the United States and like-minded and folks with the same values and affinities in Europe, in Latin America, and across the world. And one of the things that was so devastating about what the censorship industrial complex has sought to achieve, I use that phrase very deliberately, the international exchange of ideas. I did a presentation on one USAID grantee, for example, that gave a formal presentation to the US government about how if they could cut off Brazilian influence within Brazil and they could get all these accounts removed, it would stop the, quote, international exchange of ideas between the Trump administration during the first term and the Bolsonaro administration that was in place at the same time. They were afraid that people in the United States would talk to people in Brazil, would talk to people in France and Germany and Spain, because they understand the power of an international alliance, because they've set one up. The blob has set one up over centuries, across parties, and this is how you see this synergy between that, on that side. And what they're most afraid of is that we will form one ourselves. And this, so when we're highlighting threats like the EU Digital Censorship Act or the censorship situation in Brazil or Hungary or these other countries, it not only impacts you, but because of the pressure put on American companies to censor you or censor people in Europe, but they are trying to stop you from making friends and allies with your natural friends and allies across the world. And we have to protect against that by leveraging trade, aid, security, sanctions, whatever is necessary to preserve freedom online.
And as we close out, absolutely. And as we close out here, I think the final point I want to make in regards to what you all are saying is that this is really information warfare. It's not just censorship, it's information warfare. Dr. Malone, if you'd like to have the final word here, I mean, we're already seeing potentially the political impact of this when we have people who are openly saying that they believe men can be women, or we have people falling for the anti-ICE protest rhetoric and the stories that have come out of that. I mean, there's just been so many examples already that as we look towards the midterms and the 2028 presidential election, I mean, how concerned should people really be about the potential for these online censorship regimes to change the way people are thinking on a daily basis?
So it's actively being done in Europe. If you want to see where this is going, look at what's happening under Keir Starmer and the UK, and what's happening actively in Europe. I think it's now 6 elections that have been actively manipulated by the Digital Services Act. Romania is just the most egregious with Georgescu, but it's happened all across the board. It's happening with the AfD in Germany. It's happened in Denmark twice. This is now the norm. And we are in a situation in which y'all have no choice but to think for yourself. That's the only way around this, is you now have to take the time. You have to take the time to get educated, be aware that you are being manipulated, information manipulation on a routine basis. And you have to be aware that a lot of these things that are trickling up, like the various narratives that have become so widespread about anti-Semitism, that is promoted. The student protests, over 40% of the information that was coming out regarding the Palestinian conflict that was driving those student protests was synthetic. The foreign actors are actively targeting your mind, and the only defense you have is to really understand that you have no choice but to think for yourself.
Dr. Malone, Mike Benz, thank you so much.
Thank you.